sometimes like all you want to do is run. Hear me out, hear me out. If all the things you never show, there are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Losing almost all my energy. It's getting hard to talk to you, and I'm the only one who speaks. It's all the things you never show. There are the things I want to know. Secrets start in your heart to slow. But if you don't want to tell me now, I guess I'll never know. Here we go.
Okay, hey guys, welcome to your first live in what, two and a half months almost. Anyways, can you guys hear me okay? Just to make sure. I know I'm not muted, so I just want to be sure. And nice to see everybody again. Thank you for joining today. Appreciate that. Hi Kent. Hi Carrie. But I just want to make sure. Can you guys hear me okay? Just let me know. I just want to make sure. All good? Perfect. Thank you so much. Anyways, it's nice to see you guys again. I know that I was on Charmaine's live, of course, for the 1 year of Jack and Lily. I still cannot believe that it's been a year since we've, followed this case, and a sad case it is indeed. Still missing, still no answers. And there's been a lot of stuff. I guess that's been going on while I haven't done any lives. Some of it I've paid attention to, a lot of it I haven't. I'm not here for the drama and the BS of this case. There's a ton of that as it goes. But here, let's say some hellos first. Hi, Yvette. How are you? Bodette's is in the house. Heather's in the house. Jane UK. Dodie. Root Strength. TJZ Mom. Marie Antoinette. Susie Mack. Leanne. Kama. Oh, by the way, I only have this on subscribers only mode. Again, I'm not here to sit there for the clicks and views and all that stuff. We want attention brought to the case, but I just wanted to leave it in subscriber mode for you guys that are actually subscribed. And for anyone that is watching that's not subscribed, maybe consider subscribing again. So I just wanted to keep it to the subscribers today, especially since I haven't done a live in like I said, over a couple months here, but just keep it to the subscribers. Missy Mom, how are you? Seaweed on there. Let's see here. And Kent, as you guys know, was a big part of that, of the, I'm not sure what you want to call it, memorial event for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. I know a lot of work goes into doing that. And Kent, besides joining this channel, he's done a lot of stuff for Jack and Lily. Like, honestly, for a man that's in a wheelchair, and, basically is missing a leg, and the events that this man has done for Jack and Lily, I just want to say big love and hugs to Kent Corbett for everything that he's done for Jack and Lily. It's like I said, this man's limited in a sense, or I should say he's not really limited, because there's so much that he does. It's crazy. I don't know that I could do the same thing, being in a wheelchair and all that stuff. And he's just a great guy. I love Kent. I think he's a really great man. So Kent, kudos to you for the event. I was very disappointed, however, when it came time for people to talk about Jack and Lily. And besides this little tiny girl, and of course Belinda and Kent, and then a constable or whatever. And I think what was that other guy's name? Or what does he do? I always forget for some reason that whatever he is of Pictou County. God, I can't think of the name all of a sudden. But anyways, other than that, nobody else came forward to talk about Jack and Lily, which I thought was disgusting, actually, to say the least. I was very heartbroken that we were at the 1 year mark and family members didn't talk. Nobody, like just a 7 or 5 year old little girl, however old she was, which was so sweet. But yeah, so I was left kind of very with a bad taste in my mouth, not because of the event, but because of just the people that talk about Jack and Lily's case, or the people that were there and didn't have 2 words to say, even if it was just taking the mic and they weren't on camera. So yeah, that's how I feel about that one. It was just to me sad, pathetic, to be honest with you. But thanks for all the effort and hard work that went into that, because it does take a bunch of people to do an event like that. Anyways, so hi Sue, how are you? Did I say Violet already? And Laura, show integrity and audacity. Welcome. Anyways, I think and then Colleen. And then you guys, I gifted out 5 memberships because I haven't done that in a while either at the start of this show. Gonna scroll back down. 007, Sinister Nanny. Oh, their support with Staffa. Hi, beautiful. Miss UK, Shy. Do. Hi, Tam. Donna. Do. Hey, Streamlabs is here. Oh, shoot, I didn't even do that. Like, usually I have to say hello. Honestly, when I was getting ready for the live, I was like, ooh, I feel rusty. Hi, Madagascar. Hi, Brian. How are you? C. Marie, Deborah Dixon. Oh, yeah, and happy Mother's Day for all the mothers and that tomorrow, or if you're a father that's raising kids, well, Father's Day will come, but we'll say happy Mother's Day to them too. They had nothing to say but enjoyed the drama they caused in the background on there. So, okay, there we go. See, I totally forgot to hit the hello. Hi, Sunny. Thank you for fighting for Jack and Lily prayers. And hi, everyone in chat. Thank you. So great to see you and hear you, Sunny. You brought Jack and Jilly. Well, for people that don't remember, obviously this channel was, basically the one in the Canadian true crime anyway. That was where people came, and I'm glad and grateful for everyone that's been following and sharing and liking and doing all those things, because it's just truly about bringing out the awareness of the case and stuff like that, and then it always this happens in every case though, and then it turns out about the speculation, and that's just a given, right? And we'll get into that a bit, because in any case, when there's a missing person, the people on the property, doesn't matter what case, are the first ones that will be looked at regardless. And it just kind of goes without saying. There's not, any case probably that's covered where whether it's a wife, children, whatever, but especially children, right, under a certain age. Absolutely. And we're going to get into that in just a bit. Now, another thing I do want to say is this. I love you, Belinda Gray, the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily. The one thing I have listened to a little bit of lately, and this person should not be proud of themselves whatsoever. In fact, I just feel like I want to call this person disgusting, because he is. So from the same leech that used the content from this channel, that has been calling Charmaine trash, cutting her down, cutting Belinda down. I just unbelievable what I was listening. And you guys probably know I'm not going to even mention his name, because he's a big POS to me. Anyone that sits there and ever cuts Belinda down, the paternal grandmother, who's the one besides Daniel Martell, of course, right? Belinda is the one that started speaking on this channel first. Why? Because obviously she wanted to bring awareness. She felt a little bit, slighted by Daniel's comments about he was the only one and stuff like that. Now we see Daniel talking about Belinda. And, whether you deem that as honest or disingenuous, it doesn't really matter, to be honest. What matters is that Belinda, I have so much love and respect for you because you have a genuine heart, and you're gonna sit there. You've been so instrumental in keeping Jack and Lily's case alive as well. The trash bagging on you is just, honestly, I know by all the tokens in the world that, words are just words by people, and actions. And to sit there and listen to that man trash Belinda was just so utterly disgusting. Well, he trashes me, trashes Charmaine now, use her much, then uses her content when she does, of course, the interview with Daniel Martell and stuff like that. Anyways, Belinda has gone through a year of hell like a lot of other people, but it's Belinda that I'm talking about right now. That woman is so, I'm sure, unbelievably strong, I know, but exhausted, like she has done so much, posters, doing lives, Facebook groups, dealing with, Jack and Lily and the, fight for temporary, I think it was custody and stuff like that. And I just think it's really so pathetic that for her to get cut down at all, to be honest, especially from, well, you know what? Let's just be honest. His personality is so beyond narcissistic and full of himself, as if he's the greatest person that seemed to walk the planet, and Jack and Lily's case, now he has to lower himself, to actually watch content, of it. And honestly, as disgusted as I was personally, having to listen to that freaking scratch on a freaking chalkboard voice, I was there because I wanted to listen to what Anita had to say. And like I said, there's different stuff that have gone on, behind the scenes, not into the drama side of it. And he can go ahead and bash me all he wants. And I'll say, hey, thank you. Thank you. Because that means nothing coming from you. Just like I'm sure I mean nothing. But you know what I mean? There's a moral compass in there, and to sit there and try to disrespect so many people, and yet while taking their content, and then he gets some content and then he acts like he's the man of the hour and stuff like that. Anyways, I just couldn't believe the way he was speaking, and especially of Belinda, the grandmother of Jack and Lily. She doesn't deserve that. But hey, you know what? Live and learn, right? Anyways, you guys, again, nice to be here. Now, I know that Daniel was on Charmaine's channel a couple times actually. And obviously, she said she woke up. It was the year of Jack and Lily's anniversary, 1 year missing, and he couldn't be at the event. So I guess Charmaine got a message from Daniel asking if he could join the live. And so he was, obviously. And I didn't speak much about that, just because, I got my own channel if I want to talk about Daniel. I'm not about to disrespect Charmaine. I still have my opinions, don't get me wrong. But, I mean, at the end of the day, for anyone that still wants to hear from Daniel and stuff like that, and, Charmaine did a good job. There's still some questions personally that, that I can think of, and I'll probably pass them on to Charmaine as well if Daniel wants to answer them. And then she was doing another live, and then he asked to come up again. That's one where Melissa was on as well, I think the next day. Absolutely. Charmaine in the house. Hi, Sharon. How are you? I'm not actually overly going to be talking too much about Daniel. My thing is this, is that 2 children are missing and it's been over a year. Answers will come in time, but we don't know what that time is. And that's just sad that a year later. So kind of like what I wanted to go over. Well, so what I mostly want to talk about today is I want to talk about Anita, and I want to talk about the likelihood of 2 kids that go missing without family or close involvement. When I put it into like AI, and you try to ask, like, what's the likelihood? Yeah, I mean, he's my KFC buddy. That's all I can say about that right now. Um, it's one of those things, is that if he would have started talking, like, okay, so the way he was talking on Charmaine's channel was like a whole new Daniel Martell evolved. And I'm pretty sure most of you guys could see that, he wasn't coming off like he was a stammering idiot. He was at least like, if that was the Daniel I would have listened to from the start, that would have probably been a different story. But the way it played out is that he was talking, which was weird. Why is the stepfather acting like there's more, about going to the media, talking about it and stuff like that. And it just could be an absolute full-on illusion to where the truth lies, right? But at the end of the day, when typically is a stepfather showing more concern, if you want to take it that way, than the actual mother of the children? That was like one of the oddest things besides her interview, Malaya's. And I will say this as well. Malaya showing up again to search. Sorry, that's an eye roller to me. Lady, you had all this time, you and your mother, to sit there and advocate for Jack and Lily. No excuses. And then you want to show up to a search all of a sudden. What? You put yourself aside, and then you decide to come show up for a search and stuff like that, and then all of a sudden it's just like, honestly, I'm sorry, but I literally wanted to vomit when I saw her face, because at this point, I'm already disgusted with how she's presented herself as a parent that claims to care about her 2 children. And same with you, Cindy. You're the paternal grandmother of Jack and Lily as well. Melinda makes you look like chopped cheese whiz. To be honest, again, you just can't chop cheese whiz, but chop cheese. Um, I guess it's because I had cheese whiz toast probably came out. But anyways, and so I don't. What I care about is answers for Jack and Lily, and where the truth lies. And if people want to hide, not even come out to the public to ask to help, keep it in the awareness of the public and stuff like that, you know, Daniel did that. Daniel, in the other live the other day when I was watching Charmaine, well, Sonny, if I didn't talk, then whatever. Well, I mean, honestly, it's a twofold. The case will get solved regardless. Okay. But bringing the awareness to the case, it's because of Daniel's own drama. And I'll say it's his own drama because Daniel created his own drama, which led into inconsistencies, him popping in and out of chats, talking in Facebook. Like that was to his demise. But if it was the Daniel that would have come on, he was avoiding doing lives. Again, he was giving inconsistent statements every which way, screenshot after screenshot to prove all those, right? But if he would have come out from the get-go talking how this new Daniel that's speaking now is, using bigger words than I've heard him use before, that would have made a difference in probably the perception of Daniel, at least a bit anyways, but bottom line is that, the truth is there, for Jack and Lily. So, even Jane told the public if anyone has the kids to bring them and no questions would be asked. What did, yeah, I remember that in her, that Facebook group when she said that on a voice clip and stuff like that. Who knows, I mean, my questions right now are not really so much about Daniel. I mean, honestly, we've pretty much given that guy a whole new asshole, to be honest with you. And, a lot of it deserved because of the way he was acting and the popping in and out like a little gopher, in and out of chats, saying things, not really fully answering questions and stuff like that. So it was still brought on himself, and people can never see Daniel whatever in light that they want to. But that's still the bottom line is, whether it's Daniel or Malaya or whoever, it's always about what happened to Jack and Lily, who, did something perhaps to Jack and Lily. But at the end of the day, the case will get solved regardless because of, evidence or something's going to come to fruition and stuff like that. Is it a teaser? Are you coming back? I'm not really sure. I'll see how I feel for doing lives. I do miss doing the lives, but I also needed a break by the same token. And honestly, it took all my energy to come do this live today because I really enjoy my 2 days off when I get them. And me and my husband have been going to the lake and stuff like that, having little picnics and taking the little barbecue thing and stuff like that, playing badminton. And so, I've truly enjoyed the break, but by the same token, it's not like I forget Jack and Lily or the fact, but just 5 years straight on, this case, Jack and Lily working full time, covering the case pretty much every day. It just leads to exhaustion, Yeah, as for Malaya and the searching, again, sorry. But we're going to come into Anita. But first, I got to put on my glasses for this because I got to read it off of my iPad. Hold on. I need a little drinky. It's called water. Oh, yes. Last week, you guys, we had 28 and 29 and et cetera, et cetera. Anyway, so my question to AI was, what are the chances of 2 kids going missing without family or close involvement in Canada? And then it says, when discussing the likelihood of 2 children disappearing in Canada without involvement of family or close associate, Expert and law enforcement describe such an event as profoundly rare. Statistics and historical data from the RCMP suggest that the disappearance of Jack and Lily Sullivan is an outlier in almost every statistical category. Absolutely. The rarity of simultaneous disappearance in Canada, approximately 40 to 50,000 children are reported missing annually. However, vast majority of cases involve runaways, parental abductions. The runaways usually is 12 to 17 who are returned within 24 to 48 hours. Parental abductions, where one parent takes the child in a custody dispute, which we know happens quite often, and the accidents, wandering off or getting lost. According to according to criminologists, it is extremely rare for two siblings to go missing at once. When it does happen, it almost falls into one of two categories: family, parental abduction. One family member takes both children. Stranger abduction. When a stranger takes two children, they are almost always the same gender and slightly older. A young boy and a young girl, ages 4 and 6 at the time, being taken by a stranger simultaneously is virtually unheard of in Canadian modern history. And these are the key points here. Preposterous. What was the word that they used? Let me go back to it. Profoundly rare, almost unheard of, right? Right, people on the property? The statistical cliff at 1 year. Recent data released by the RCMP on May 4th highlights the timeline rarity. 92% of missing children cases in Canada are closed within 1 week. Cases that remain open past the 1 year mark represent less than 1% of all reports. Less than 1% of all reports. In Nova Scotia specifically, out of over 2,700 missing persons filed between 2024 and 2026, only 27 cases remain unsolved. The wandering theory. Search and rescue experts such as Robert Coaster point to data lost person behavior for children aged 4 to 6. Distance. 75% of children in this age group are found within 1.2 kilometers of where they were last seen. The problem in behavior. 90% are found within 6.6 kilometers. The problem. In the Sullivan case, the search area covered massive stretches of dense woods and abandoned mines. If the children simply wandered off, it is statistically improbable that extensive air, ground, dog searches found zero physical evidence, like a shoe, a piece of clothing, or a footprint after more than 1 year. Because we can't really claim that footprint because it's never been actually verified. And I still don't believe it's anything to do with Jack and Lily. Not the recent one, but the one that was on the pipeline. Because the children are so young and there were adults. Okay, why expert lean towards foul play or involvement? Because the children are so young and there were adults in the presence in the home. The no involvement theory struggles to explain how two small children could leave a yard, disappear so completely that even high-tech forensic tools have failed to find a trace. Criminologist Michelle Genus notes that when siblings disappear, if it isn't a parent, it is typically a predator who had access or knowledge to the family's routine. The absence of a stranger danger report is sparsely populated around areas like Lansdowne, Further Narrows, whatever, etc. Okay, so factor, typical case, duration, resolved in 7 days, over 1 year. Number, single child. In the Sullivan case, it's 2 siblings. Typical case, age 12 to 17, young children, 4 and 6. evidence. Physical track leads found. Sullivan case 0 found. Says the RCMP continued to state that while the case is not yet criminal, they are following every lead. Rationally, the chance of this happening without some form of adult involvement, whether accidental or a cover-up or intentional, is viewed by investigators as nearly zero. Is that Belinda's in the house? Hey, Belinda. Love you very much. Nice to see ya. But but I'm going to continue to read because this is what we're talking about, though, right? Okay. So for Daniel or Malayer, nobody obviously has been charged in the disappearance of Jack and Lily. But does that mean that that's still impossible? Absolutely not. And this is what I'm talking about when I'm talking about cases like this, right? That these are unheard of situations, that for children and the inconsistencies and what we've been watching, right, with Malaya's actions of leaving the property, abandoning basically her 2 children, right? Nice to see you guys again, right? Okay, so when you couple what is being said about statistics and the chances and the rarity, and the chances are that it's family involvement. Those are just basic, kind of, to me, 101 things about cases like this, especially when you start seeing the weirdness to add to the statistics, the weirdness, the inconsistencies. It's absurd. And when there's absurdity or there's mistruths and stuff going on, that means that there's something to hide. So it doesn't matter to me if it's Daniel Malaya, another case, or whatever. Bottom line is that this is following the pattern of what typically happens to children, is that there's family or somebody close to them involvement. And in this particular case, looking at logically the facts of this case, we're hearing about 2 kids who just slid out the back door, right? And I still do not believe that Janie heard the children that morning at all. The timeline that they've told does not show that. If the children left out that day, right, then, and Daniel knew that, right, that something, whatever. I don't understand. Like I said, it turned into this whole fact of, the children are hitting on a reserve and this and that and stuff like that. Again, I'm just following, besides what the actions are, that's like in a sense, like I'll say below the statistics of where the truth lies, which family, right? So anything that I've seen with this case absolutely lies within family involvement, typically in cases such as this. And because this case is so rare because of 2 children, it even makes it more likely that the people on the property, at least one or all 3, knows that something went on the Thursday, which we'll talk about that too, into the Friday morning and creating, okay? Like I said, this timeline of events that doesn't make sense. But anyways, and there has been. So this is why it's like, if Daniel would have been talking like he was on Charmaine's channel, he would have had a lot more leverage in the believability factor. But no matter what, people will always gear themselves towards family involvement right off the get-go, even right at first, without even, looking at anything. But the likelihood is still true that is there. So it says, okay. So I said, if you could hypothetically believe the parents have deceased Jack and Lily, what would the most logical conclusion be and why? So I'm asking AI to hypothetically believe that the parents had something to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. And it says, to look at this rationally, hypothetically assuming family involvement, criminologists and forensic psychologists generally look for motives that fall into established patterns of flicicide, whatever that is, the killing of one's children. In the case of Jack and Lily Sullivan, if we were to follow logic that their lives were taken by the closest to them, the most logical conclusions would likely center on three primary motives: fatal maltreatment, accidental/physical discipline. This is statistically the most common motive in parental child deaths. The logic: an incident or physical discipline of losing control during a moment of high stress leads to an accidental death. In this case, newly unsealed court documents, January 2026, revealed that Malaya Brooksmore alleged a history of physical control and domestic tension with Daniel Martell, including him holding her down or blocking her. If this physical volatility extended to the children, or accidental death, followed by a panic cover-up disguised as wandering off. Hello, Bee Spice. Is the standard investigative theory. The unwanted child or hindrance motive. Forensic psychiatry identifies cases where parents come to view children as a barrier to a new life, a relationship, or financial stability. The logic: the children are perceived as a burden that prevents a parent from moving forward or causes insurmountable financial and emotional strain. In this case, Daniel Martell noted in interviews that the couple had been fighting about money recently, adding that the children's biological father had stopped paying child support 9 months prior. If the household was under severe financial and domestic pressure, a parent might irrationally view the children as the source of that stress. Spousal revenge, retaliatory filicide. This occurs when one partner kills the children to inflict the ultimate emotional wound on the other parent or former spouse. The logic: if I can't have them, no one can. I think that would be in a typical parental, the biological. That would be typical. If I can't have them, no one can. We've seen those type of cases all day long. But this one would be more true, if anything. I will make you suffer for leaving or hurting me. In the real, so to me, so I don't know how, I know we heard about the 11 o'clock time a long time ago, the phone call, right? So when Malaya, I mean, Anita was a little bit confusing there, but anyways, we heard it from Wade about this 11 o'clock time call. And I'll just say what I was told back quite a long time ago now, was that Malaya had called and they had been, we'll say the word squabbling, that they were squabbling. Now, one might minimize that to squabbling when it might have been more heated. So, so I would find it interesting, what time Daniel claims he came in the house, considering Malaya did call her mom at 11 o'clock. So I can't really see, that whole timeline area doesn't make sense, right? It's kind of like he skips a beat on that, and there should be more clarity. And so when Daniel made the comment, that with the dog, that basically, or with the dog, what was the dog's name? Anyways, when Daniel was like, can you believe basically this guy is basically telling me we don't believe you, you're not giving us enough time, you're missing details basically, right? And stuff like that. Well, it's because even now when he's talking about Thursday, there's a ton of missing details. And when you're in an event of traumatized, in a sense, if you're truly traumatized, or if you're on drugs perhaps, but maybe Daniel's days flew into one another. But it's like you're going to remember that shit and you're going to forget some of that shit, to me, is if there's, knowledge of not being truthful. Uh, that's how I feel about that. That's why I feel like there's always this gaping hole somewhat in Thursday about, Janie just leaving the kids and they were still playing outside and Daniel came and helped her with the fence. And so what time? Because if Malaya's making this phone call, I'm pretty darn sure that, pretty much in that, thin metal, love machine there, that I'm sure Daniel would know that Malaya's on the phone, perhaps talking to her mother. So there's just things like that that bug me. Well, a couple of things that bug me is that in the bathroom, um, of Daniel and Malaya's trailer there, Daniel has one of those man kits, the little shaving kits, and that's where Daniel stores his drugs. That's where Daniel, I'll say, stored his drugs, was in this man kit in the bathroom. Okay, so now, again, Daniel can say what he wants about saying that he, basically, I mean, he's wavered so many times on his story about the drugs and stuff like that. Haley made a comment about, oh, that's why you were running around like, your head with a chicken with your head cut off and stuff like that. So again, you're not getting to me the full truth. You're just getting like partial truths. Because to me, from everything from Malaya, right? The whole thing was when her sister Haley came and got her and stuff like that. Malaya talked about Daniel, doing the math, but I don't think Malaya's so innocent herself on any of that shit that goes on in that house. And that's my point, is that regardless of if Malaya was at all facing sort of physical abuse and all that stuff, from Daniel, right? Is that I'm here for Jack and Lily, and why two people have acted strange, odd, and weird during this time of the disappearance. I'm not on this, pro Malaya kick. Not at all. At all. When it comes to Malaya, like I said, the only thing that she makes me want to do is heave up a cookie, because it's so disgusting to me to watch these actions and then to bring her face off, off on the search and stuff like that. So for all the Malaya lovers out there, keep licking her ass. I do not care, because this is about Jack and Lily, and whatever charges come about from the other case that's going on with Daniel's court date that got moved to July 7th or something like that. My thing is what happened to Jack and Lily? Where are they? And whatever weird shit they want to keep doing now and stuff like that. Well, like I said, the answers and the truth will come out. But just as a parent, I just find it absurd and disgusting from what I've witnessed in the case of two missing children. And like I said, Belinda, throughout pretty much this whole entire case, when she started talking on this channel, that's the epitome of somebody that absolutely shows love and care for her paternal grandchildren, and has been fighting this whole time, even when she didn't want to. Like, it took, with Belinda, it was kind of one of those things. I kept offering for her to come up if she wanted to be a voice. It always takes someone for that moment to decide if they want to or not. And Belinda had reached her point where she was like, you know what? I got stuff to say, and she has not stopped since. Well, she hasn't stopped since day one, but you know what I'm saying? Ever since she started doing lives. So for all these people, your level of what for the family members and stuff, and I'm going to exclude Daniel because we know Daniel's been out there. But for all the rest of like the family members, a lot of them, it's just like, you know what? You don't even hold a candle to what Belinda has been doing for Jack and Lily. Everyone keeps worrying about what the other person's going to think, or that family member's going to get mad, and this and that. But it's like, what about Jack and Lily, right? 2 children. When you put yourself in the shoes of, if these were your 2 children, would you want all this bullshit to keep going on? Would you want the paternal grandmother, Cindy, or Malaya, the mother, to shut up and not speak barely? And then when they come out, what should you be applauded for because you joined a search? And you need your bodyguard team and stuff like that because of, basically how much anger people have had towards you. So for all this recycling of the poor Malaya freaking stuff, no fucking poor Malaya, no poor Daniel. Okay, these kids lived in a lifestyle that they deserved regardless so much better. Okay, they lived in a shithole of a shit shack, and and again, we've heard it from the teachers, we've heard it from CPS reports, we've heard it from family members, and nobody really did anything about it, did they? Right? And then it started all coming to fruition, a lot of it. But so make no mistake, it's not about Daniel Malaya per se. That's up to the police and whatever involvement they may or may not have. But it's about Jack and Lily. And did they deserve so much more? Absolutely. I would only love to have been or be Belinda's granddaughter, and have that type of love, because I know Belinda's got such a beautiful heart and she's stronger than so many people. And I'm sure there's so many times she just wanted to, just have a good cry, be out of this nightmare that has become of the Jack and Lily case. But anyways, I commend her so much for just the strength, right, that she has shown, and beyond exhausted, tired, at some point, hopefully those answers will come, and then a new chapter for Jack and Lily can happen. Anyways, for me, I'm just, like I said, we're gonna talk a little bit too about, again, Anita and stuff that she has said and this, but my heart is for children, right? At this point, it's not about my heart being there for Daniel, for Malaya, and stuff like that. No, it's about Jack and Lily, and Jack and Lily only when it comes to the answers, and obviously if we're witnessing 3-ring circus act going on, and people getting pissy because someone's on Malaya's side versus Daniel's side, or this side and that side, and blah blah blah. We all have the right to our opinions regardless, no matter what. And just like I have the right to mine, you guys have the right to think what you want. If you think what I'm saying is absolutely freaking BS, and stuff like that, that's fine. I'm good with that, because again, we all have the right to think however we want, even if it's from outer space sometimes. Okay, so going back to this. So let's see, the children. Okay, the relationship between Malaya and Daniel were reportedly deteriorating, and they separated almost immediately after the children vanished. If there was a breaking point in the relationship, the children could have become pawns in this tragic retaliatory act. Now, we all know that Malaya was looking to leave Daniel prior to all this. Why a cover-up would follow. Rationally, if any of the above occurred, the subsequent missing persons narrative serves as a dual purpose for a perpetrator. Buying time. The wandered off story immediately shifts police focus away from the house and into the vast 40-kilometer radius of Nova Scotia woods, explaining lack of evidence. By claiming the children walked away, a perpetrator explains why they are no longer in home without having to account for a struggle or a crime scene. Investigative reality. The RCMP have conducted polygraph tests on both Malaya and Daniel, and both were deemed truthful. While polygraphs are not admissible in court because they can be beaten by certain personality types or skewed by trauma, they are the main reason RCMP has not shifted this into a criminal file. Without forensic evidence, DNA, in a vehicle, a hidden gravesite, or a confession, the theory of parental involvement remains a hypothetical because the legal system requires a level of proof that the dense Lansdowne woods have yet to yield. Given your interest in the technical side of the search, oh, is that okay? I think it stopped there. Okay, yeah, okay. So, but that's how I feel about this whole case. Is that the words that are coming from statistics, the rarity, right? So I'm not going to be misled. You know, Charmaine played a live, and I was actually wearing the same shirt on that live that I was, because I just had woken up or something like that, I remember. And all of a sudden I turn on the live and I see like my channel's live on Charmaine's live. And then I looked down at my shirt and I'm like, wait a second. Like I'm legit wearing that shirt right now. Anyways, so at the start, we gave Daniel like, trying to match the moves of the stepfather, without knowing too much. We're a few days in, at this point, maybe like a week, and it's you better stay out of here, B. But anyways, because you're trying to understand, like, why is a stepdad? Why would he be searching? And then the mother takes off. And then the first thing that she worries about is taking down her Facebook pictures of her and Daniel. That says a lot right then and there. Okay. So then my questions go to Anita. Okay. So Anita and I mean, there was like a 5.5 hour live. I think I got to about 2.5 hours of that. I seen the original one. Now, Anita is some sort of family friend of Cindy's, or was. She kind of reminds me of Snooki from Jersey Shore. Like she definitely is a talker. She definitely, doesn't lack any security in who she is as a person. That's for sure. But I found that there was some very interesting things that she was saying. And then I thought that, of course, some of it was just, her own more thoughts of, what happened to Jack and Lily and stuff like that. And then sometimes she was kind of cutting in and out of the one live. I think that was the second one that I'd watched. And she was kind of cutting in and out. But I felt like there was definite some truth in there to what I kind of know. How do you guys feel? Can I ask you guys? Because I honestly don't know. What do you, besides the POS, that the channel that she sits on, what do you guys feel about Anita Bonita or whatever her name is there? Do you guys take her for just over the top BS, full of drama, adding more drama? Do you take that there's some truthful things in there? I'm just curious because I didn't honestly pay attention to any of that part, but I'm just wondering because you guys have been following a lot of this stuff. Don't disrespect Snooki like that. Well, just because it reminds me of, like that Bronxy voice going like, Daniel, like that type of, don't you disrespect me like that, Daniel. No, that's not even a good accent, but it's so Bronxy, like, like New Yorkie. And I know that I think she said that she had lived there for a while. 5% truth, 90% theory and drama. I think she is another Durwood. I believe that there's some truth. Okay, so I wanted to talk about, I do want to bring up something as well, right? So when this all started, don't forget as well that the police did say to Janie that they weren't buying her story, right? So it's just these things throughout the whole way, right? These little things, or Daniel and his little drug stash in the bathroom there and the man kit thing, or about the phone call, which was about they were having a squabble or a fight or whatever it was, and stuff like that. So it's kind of like in the mix of all of this. 2 children go missing? Right? A lot of stuff going on. And, typically, like, the stories are one, but there's so many times, and no offense, well, yeah, take offense to this. I don't care, Janie, but that love shack of a machine, I am sorry that you literally had to move into the even trashier trailer, for the sake of letting your son and Malaya and the kids move into that other part. But whenever you see homes like this, I'm sorry, usually there's child neglect, like I said, calling the kids in sick a lot of times, abuse, drugs, like these. Sorry, but that house holds the same, like, honestly, that, like, the same thing that you see in so many cases where children are being neglected and stuff in their homes, and that place does not, is not any less than what is always out there, and stuff, financial struggles, like I said, drugs, neglect on the children's part, and stuff like that. But I'm sure that maybe Daniel might look at it a different way, like that love shack was, like a wonderful, beautiful home for the children. It's not what I'm seeing. If I could adopt every child that is not properly being cared for or loved for and taken care of properly, it just breaks my heart, because children deserve everything. And that's what breaks your heart about this case. Who cares what Daniel's feeling or Malaya's feeling about this? It's what Jack and Lily have gone through, what happened to them, why. Okay, so one of the things I wanted to talk about was, wait, actually, you know what? Before I get into it, just stay with me for a bit. I'm just gonna go quickly get myself another drink, and I'm just gonna play the beautiful song for the moment for Jack and Lily by Russell McDonald, that beautiful new song that she did, and then I'll be back, because then I want to talk about Anita and some of the things that she said. Okay, guys. Actually, yeah, I'll do that. Okay. Share screen. Window. No. Right here.
A year has turned like pages since that quiet morning came. 2 little shadows vanished, and nothing's been the same. The woods still hold their silence, the wind still speaks your names, and every road that leads away still carries all our pain. But time don't take the love we hold or dim the light we've known. We're still calling you home, through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. Your laughter lives in echoes, in fields and open skies, in every candle burning, in every mother's eyes. This town still stands together, with hearts that won't let go. Your names are stitched in every soul, more than you'll ever know. And though the trail feels cold and lost, Love still points us home. We're still calling you home. Through the dark, through the unknown. Every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. Though the nights feel so long and the answers don't come, we'll keep hope like a fire till you walk toward the sun. We're still calling you home. If you can hear us in the wind or feel us in the rain, know every step we take out here is calling you again. No time, no distance, no silence could ever break this thread you carried in 1,000 hearts. In every word unsaid, we're still calling you home. Through the dark, through the unknown, every prayer, every tear says you're never alone. And one day we will see what we're holding on to. Two small hands in the light coming back into view. We're still calling you home. Still calling, always calling, still calling home.
Beautiful song. Where am I? Right here. Okay. Another beautiful song by Russell McDonald for Jack and Lily. At one point, actually, she had taken down her channel. I remember that because I went to it and it was like not there. And then next thing I know, Ken said, Sonny, there's like another song out. And I'm like, oh, really? So anyway, so that's Russell McDonald. Another beautiful song for Jack and Lily. Okay. So, I think that you must have read my mind because that was what I was thinking the other day. Kind of the same thing, to be honest with you. But hey, you know what? Birds of a feather, I guess, flock together. But anyways, but again, all I was interested in is, what she had to say, not what he had to say, because that's just, well, we'll just leave it at that. That's just, ugh. But anyways, so a couple things that she said I found interesting was the fact that Cindy never took a day off from work when Jack and Lily went missing. So that caught my attention. She said Malaya was on the phone with child tax credit. The reason her child tax credit got fucked over was because Daniel claimed all 5 kids on his taxes, that she needed the birth certificates for them for the child tax credit people. She also made a comment about Moncton, but I'm not sure exactly what she was referring to. She said she heard Malaya say that. Now, all I'm thinking in my head as I'm listening to Anita, because, like I said, there has to be some truth, absolutely. For someone that, stayed there for a week the first time or something like that. We all heard about the child tax credit, how basically, it got fucked over because, well, according to Anita, Malaya said that Daniel claimed all 5 kids on which absolutely, right? Especially if his ex is claiming the kids, which I'm sure she was. So that's going to be like a huge red alert to the government. But anyways, so we all knew that they were, wasn't getting the child tax credit and stuff like that, financial situations and stuff going on. But all I'm thinking in my head is Anita's talking about right after Jack and Lily went missing, that she's on the phone with child tax credit. So you kind of start thinking about those comments that Leia's acting like her kids aren't even gone. She's doing herself up to the T's, nails done, and stuff like that. If you're willing to have a casual conversation, I will come and speak about Anita, Darren, and others. I'm willing to, Daniel, to be honest with you. I'm not against that whatsoever. I know it's about Jack and Lily, and I know the truth will whatever, but I'll, if you want, you know what? Sure. Where's that thing? Jeez, I gotta remember. Oh my goodness. Where do I find my little linky thing again? Oh my goodness. I think it's this up here anyway. I think that's it here. I'll send it. Well, this is just subs only, so I'll just drop the link here. Or should I send it in Messenger? Unless you got me blocked. I don't know. You have me blocked on Messenger, or are you still on Messenger? You have me blocked on Messenger? Just trying to take a look. Do you have me blocked on Messenger, Daniel? I have not looked in so long. Through. I see the your old account. Anyways, I'll just drop it here. So she also made comments about that Daniel had sent Malaya money a day or so after the kids went missing. That Cindy traded her vehicle in on Tuesday after the kids go missing. That Malaya and Cindy talk around 11 p.m. Thursday night. Anita says Malaya said when she asked about Text Plus, and Malaya said she talked to her mom and nanny on it. Patty, Anita said she asked why she deleted it. She said Malaya said because she didn't want them, RCMP, seeing her messages to her mom and, her nanny, Patty. And Anita said Cindy told her she was at work on Friday and got a call and went down. Anita said that she heard about Cindy saying she was in the barn and left her phone inside. Said Cindy never leaves her phone. Said she brought Hayden and Jordan, just putting all things that are interesting. Hi, Rad. How are you? Oh, let's see here. 2 people. Well, there's my KFC buddy. Hey, Danny.
Hey, Sonny.
Hey. Yeah. Well, I just happened to see that. I was looking in chat there. But anyways, well, welcome to the live. I didn't realize you were watching. Actually, I wasn't even thinking about it. But anyways, thanks for joining Charmaine the other day on her live. Regardless, right? There's just opinions out there. I know that a lot's been said in a year for sure and stuff like that. But anyways, thanks for coming up.
I have no problem doing that. And I always thank Charmaine for, having me up. And I knew for the 1 year that there would be nobody that spoke out. I mean, Belinda's done her part in a massive way. Yeah. And I always, thanked Belinda any chance I got because I knew she was the only one that ever spoke out for Lily and Jack. I mean, Kent has done some. We heard Kent at the vigil. But I mean, in general, for everyone that's close to the kids, no one's been speaking out. And when people do speak out for the kids, it's just to defend Malaya. And I don't think that's right because they've never given the viewers any updates on the case or anything on the investigation. It's just, I mean, Malaya Saad just been strictly to defend Malaya at any cost.
Yeah, I don't know where all that stuff's coming from like that myself. And honestly, for me personally, I'm not on that bandwagon. And honestly, at the end of the day, Daniel, the one thing I just care about the most is that answers come for Jack and Lily. They're beautiful children. It's hard looking at children's faces as a mother myself, and the minute my son was born, he was my gold bar. Do anything and everything for my child, whatsoever. And so I know that you're the stepfather, but when you're the maternal and you have your own, biological children with your ex there, but when you're the biological mother, and I'm sorry, but when you've seen these actions, so I want to ask you actually, on the day of the vigil, I mean, it takes a lot of work to put that type of event together on the 1 year. Again, Kenton, that has done he's done so much ever since coming on this channel. But I was so disgusted that literally, besides Belinda, a couple of constable, and then that one, not the mayor guy, but whatever he is, and this little girl, nobody else came up to the mic to speak.
That was truly a moment that was really sad to see. I do agree with you on that. Everyone had their chance. Everybody knew a year was coming, right?
Yeah.
Like everybody knew, like when they were going there that day, that it wasn't going to be easy for the people that were willing to talk. And I just wanted to see, after the year, I wanted to see people actually, take the time to actually say something, and they've all failed to do so. Cheryl had a chance. Haley should have said something. I mean, Cindy, you could have had Malaya's father.
Yeah.
I mean, everyone that knew the kids had a chance to speak, and they didn't do so. And
yeah,
it was truly sad.
Yeah, I guess it's I know I kind of look at things for what I think generally would happen in situations like this, and what I see is this: when this is about two children, I deem it as selfishness. When people like Belinda didn't want to come on lives to do lives. I mean, in essence, to be honest, you're the one that actually, in a sense, got her fired up to come do a live, because she felt like that you were, saying that nobody else was helping, and that kind of fired her up and got her talking. And then she, was doing a ton of lives and stuff like that. But the way I personally see it is, when children are missing, or somebody, in this particular case, but when family members that are truly close to these children aren't even coming out to the media just to say, you know what, please, if you could just support us, keep the case aware, awareness out there for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. I don't care if you don't like being in front of a camera or not. This is for the sake of Jack and Lily. It's not about oneself. It's about two children. So I can't understand. I can understand that people don't necessarily like being in front of a camera or never picture themselves. But if you're truly wanting to help for searches or efforts and all that stuff, you're going to come to the public. You're going to go to the media, and you're going to put yourself. Why now? Like, why now why do you feel now we're seeing Malaya show, like, just your own opinion, okay? Not that you're bashing her or whatever, just your own opinion. Why do you think that Cindy now has done a couple interviews where you look at her hands, but she's talking a little bit? Malaya joins this search. Like, why now? Why not the whole time?
I don't know. I really don't have an answer for that. And it's, taken, 9, 10, 11, 12 months to even, do anything. Like, they should have been doing that since day one. Every news organization, every news outlet, they're all happy to interview you or give you the time of day so you can put your message across. And I just don't understand why.
Well, go ahead.
I've noticed that they started to speak out more after I stopped talking, because it got to a point where just no one believed me, and it was just full on attacks against me because I was the only vector of attack, because I was the only one who ever spoke out, right?
I mean,
And
true.
that's just how it went. As soon as I stopped talking, everybody's, started to do something, but it
Yeah.
was never anything meaningful or large. Everyone could have, did
Mhm.
CBC national interviews where they had a long form interview, and I don't know what to tell you, Sonny. At this point, it's just
Well, and
it's sad.
so this is where I'm at a loss a little bit, because it's just truly about Jack and Lily, about what happened to these children. It's not just Jack and Lily's case, but there's cases that I follow because they touch my heart. Sebastian Rogers' case, Nicola Bully's case, where there's these strange oddities to the case. Usually most cases like this, usually, like, you pray, you're like, hey, they're going to be found, they're just wandering a little bit in the woods and lost, in a sense, and you kind of feel like in a couple hours you're going to hear that they've been found and life's good again, kids are fine. But that's not where we're at. So I am curious, if you don't mind, Daniel, before we touch on something. So hopefully you do understand, like, if you were to look at this from a different lens, from the public seeing what's going on versus yourself being very close to the case, of course, about and we don't have to get into it too deep, but I mean, obviously, you came out talking, and then inconsistencies started showing up, right? And those can be shown on screenshots, and yes, so you're right, you were really the only outlet of someone really talking. So the attacks and anything that's even remotely saying a minute thing different is going to be under scrutiny, absolutely. But I'm wondering if you are aware that the reason I started getting really upset with you is because you would come into chats and you would say something, and you would pop in and pop out, and and when people are following a case, really, they just simply want to hear the truth. Well, you're never going to achieve that through popping in and out of chats with messages, because or Facebook groups where you're just fully under attack, you know and then I just got fed up with it. Like, I'd asked you many times, if you wanted to say something, and I just kind of got fed up with what I considered a game of you not, you're just saying little things here, you'll do the news, and stuff like that. But there was never any consistency. And then, and honestly, it just really led to the downfall of these attacks nonetheless. But do you kind of see that from our point of view, about how little bits of information and inconsistencies, and yet all you want to do is just be able to talk with the person properly so that things don't get misconstrued?
Yeah, I understand that, Sonny, but my perspective's so much different, and I've never been thrust into um, a situation that's like this, right? And I don't have role models that I can learn from, or I don't have anyone that I can talk with. So this whole situation and the perspective I have is very unique compared to most people, and just the case in general it's very unique. And like didn't know how to conduct myself in a way where it was congruent with helping the public. And I have
Right.
the stuff from CPS, and you know dealing with lawyers and therapists and psychiatrists and counseling, and so many unique things coming at once, and trying to work. And then I was on stress leave, and then
Hmm.
it was a very you know unique situation that that I had no control over. Because most people are used to their day-to-day lives where they have control over their lives, right? And to be thrust into the position where I lost all control
Yeah.
over my life. I mean, death threats started rolling in. I couldn't live a normal life, and I still can't live a normal life. And people just don't know what that's like, and it plays a tremendous role on your mental health and your well-being in general. Just the amount of stress that I had to endure, and going on my phone and just having thousands of messages where it's just you're a child killer, you're a serial killer, you're this and you're that, and having that every day. But I always left my messages open because, there was supporters that, knew what I, kind of felt like what I was going through, had a different perspective than the mass public did. And they've supported me from the start. And I still talk to some of these individuals, and they've done nothing but support me the whole way through. But when it comes back to, I just didn't know how to deal with the situation. It was a lot. Not having my children, not having Lily and Jack, having my family ripped apart. I never did anything, Sonny.
Well, go ahead.
It was a lot. And, I like I said it before, like I wasn't always there emotionally for Malaya when she needed me most. And I said this on Charmaine's podcast, I had to take this last year and really grow as a person and try to figure out and piece the parts of my life back together to where it seems somehow whole. It's like, as I said, I used the expression last time, it's just you're taking a mirror, you're looking at yourself, and then you smash the mirror, and then you're trying to pick up all the pieces so you can see your own reflection in the mirror of the person that you were or the person you want to be. But there's still cracks there, and it will never be the same. I'll never be the same. Malaya will never be the same. Cindy, my mother. And it's a very crazy situation, and we live it every day.
Mm-hmm.
So I didn't know how to conduct myself. That's basically what I'm trying to say. And
Yeah.
I feel more comfortable at this point, and that's why I can come on. And I said before, I would never ever come on your lives ever again, and I would never talk to you. And I do think you remember me saying that, but I feel now that I don't feel any certain way when it comes to the public, because I don't fear judgment in any way. I'm desensitized to it, and I don't care what people think about me. I care what people think about Jack and Lily. Do they have big hearts, and they doing everything they can? Because when I get these hate messages, it's like, I know that they're directed at me, but I know they have a big heart. And that's why I don't say nasty things back. Because I know if they're coming at me, that means they have a big heart and they care about Jack and Lily. And that's the most important thing. It doesn't bother me that they hate me. I care because they care about Jack and Lily. And that was always the main thing.
Mm-hmm. Well, I was going to say, Daniel, so coming from someone who's been doing true crime for like 5 years, right? So it's kind of like...
it's 6 years now, Sonny.
Is it 6 years? Okay, 6 years.
Probably because it's been a whole year.
Yeah, 6 years actually now. Suzanne Morphew case. Actually, tomorrow is Mother's Day, and which happens to be on the 10th, and that's when Suzanne Morphew disappeared. I mean, her husband's been charged now for the second time for that case. And it sort of started being as Delphi. But anyway, so what my thing was is that when you're doing like content for true crime, it's like, for me, I am very intuitive about a lot of things. And one thing that I knew was that, in a sense, like what's kind of somewhat best for the person and what you were doing, even though you might not, like you said, like, this isn't your element. This wasn't your element to sit here and be in true crime. You might watch true crime, but to sit there and have a channel and do the live. So when I'm watching you, when I was watching you do what you're doing, I'm like, in my head, I'm like, but little does he know, if he literally just did a live and spoke, people want to hear the voices from the family members, right? So meaning, so I was watching the way you were going about doing it. And in my head, I know clearly that you're going about it all wrong, right? But if you're not from this side of the like, you know, from the channels and stuff like that, you know, all I ever do is everything from the sincerity of my heart, right? So all I ever wanted you to do was just have your opportunity to speak. You're obviously not communicating well, going in and out of channels, but you're not really necessarily aware of that, meaning because you're just doing whatever you're doing by going in channels, making comments, Facebook groups, because you're not, it's not like you were a pro true crimer in the sense of hosting a channel, and just knowing that the community or people, they always want to hear, just like Malaya, they just want to hear from that people that, you know, were with Jack and Lily, right? And then when it's coming like this type of idea, then people will take it a lot better, you know. So, but you wouldn't know that, but I knew that, you know. And so I would be like, Daniel, like, just get your ass up here, come and talk, you know, blah, 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 you know. And then you didn't. But the thing was, is that I knew it was the best thing for you to do was to do it that way, because what happened was, is that, again, people misconstrue things in writing, no matter what. And that's just the bottom line of it. So at the end of the day, the only way to clear it up was just to use your own voice to clear it up, right? You know, but anyway, so it's kind of like we're looking at something from a different lens, because I'm looking at it like, you know, what people want, which is they want to see someone, they want to talk to somebody. They don't want just someone talking in chat or in Facebook groups. And you know, those Facebook groups are just horrendous.
Yeah, they're terrible.
Horrible.
I mean, there's even a few YouTube channels that are just so overboard that they're terrible. And I think we both know who they are. But
you know, again, you know, the bottom line for me was always about the timeline of Jack and Lily, right? Because just like Sebastian Rogers' case, it's always about the timeline of when something could have happened. So meaning at the time, whether it was an abduction or the children were taken, you know, by a family member or not, it's always about the timeline. That's the only thing that I always gear myself towards, because the timeline, as best as we could get it, would have the truth. In this case, the timeline has been very inconsistent. Okay, so let me ask you, if you don't mind. You said you would talk about Anita.
yeah.
So I mean, she's making some claims about Cindy never missed a day of work, that Malaya was on with child tax credit. And this is all following, according to her, Jack and Lily's disappearance. And I'm like, in what world would I be on the phone thinking about child tax credit? In what world would I be trading in a vehicle if this is true? But it just doesn't, it sounds like it could have a ring of truth to it as well, because it doesn't seem that far-fetched, because the actions that I personally witnessed coming from that side, you know, or the lack thereof actions. So it's kind of like when you see that, then you're like, well, Malaya was being portrayed as that she seemed like she just didn't care, that she was getting dolled up, that she was going out, you know, and doing the most damnedest things that you wouldn't expect someone with 2 missing children to do, let alone a grandmother trade in a vehicle on a Tuesday after the children. What do you like? Do you believe any of that stuff?
I know this stuff. I'll touch on the child tax credit stuff. I never had my taxes done for two years prior, right? So what was it? What would it be? 2023 and 2024. And when I didn't have my taxes done for those 2 years, when me and Malaya did common law, right?
Right.
That triggered, you know, Canada Revenue Agency to investigate it, and they removed her child tax credit, right? That was for 2 months prior to the disappearance, right? That's why it got triggered where she lost her child tax credit. There was no other reason other than that.
Well, okay. So in saying that, okay. So, I mean, before Jack and Lily went missing,
Mm-hmm.
can you just be like honest and truthful about what was happening in your relationship prior to that? Was, because we've heard that she was, like the U-Haul was coming, that she was going to be leaving, and then she ended up not. Like, if you're being honest, was your relationship okay? Was it going south?
We can dive into that as some of that if you like.
You know what? I mean, it's all part of it, right? I mean, like, so
It is part of it, but there's like some stuff with not me. It doesn't involve me. It mainly involves Malaya. And it's going to be hard for me to touch on some of that. I will do it, but fewer discretion is advised because it's, it has nothing to do with like me in a way, or but it's not like particularly pretty toward Lily and Jack what Malaya's done. It has nothing to do with the disappearance, but just Lily and Jack in general. And I know it will shock the public when some people know and some people don't. But I'm willing to dive into that. And CPS is already aware of this. And there's a reason why Malaya doesn't have Meadowback. Right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I can dive into some of that in a minute, but you're going to have to let me go run to the bathroom so I can pee first. Is that okay?
Oh yeah, you know what? Go ahead.
I don't want to be on the phone. Peeing.
No, I take pee breaks too. Go right ahead.
Okay.
Right ahead on there. Brad, I only see your one comment. I wouldn't have you blocked. You know that. And actually, just 1 second as well, please. The heck? Yeah, Brad, I don't see that comment. Wait, what time was it at? Okay, who's there? Yeah, I don't see that one. So it must be auto, taking it. Probably. Yeah, I'm probably sure it's StreamYard. You back?
Yeah, I'm back now. Yeah.
Okay, I said we can hear you. Yeah, I know you can hear me. I was literally talking. Okay. Okay. So, anyway, we're just basically talking about your relationship with Malaya up until the point and stuff like that. Now, well, let's ask, because I heard Anita also make a comment that Malaya, like it's kind of like someone that has like a up and down personality. That she said she could be like, really dark, like
Yeah, extremely out of nowhere.
And but so as a and just honestly, as a mother, would you deem Leia as a decent mother, or that was she just going through issues and wasn't taking care of the kids to properly?
We started to run, and I'll go from the start here. First of all, I'm not here to bash Malaya. I'm not here to make Malaya seem like a bad person. These are strictly the facts.
I was gonna say just facts.
Yeah, these are the facts, and they're undisputable fact. They're undisputable facts, right? These are facts where they're concrete. They come from my personal experience, right? So I seen what I seen, I heard what I heard, and I felt what I felt. And these memories are etched in my mind for the rest of time. So me and Malaya's relationship started off very well. She had this issue where it was Cody did this to me, Cody did that, Cody, right?
Yeah.
And that went on for like, I don't know how long, almost a year at the start. It was like she was so traumatized from Cody that it left this imprint on her that, and I mean, Cindy was the same way. All she did was talk about Cody, and it was like Cody was a big part of Malaya's life, right? And in a good way or a bad way, I don't know, right? I only know what Malaya told me, right? I never personally met Cody. I was there for the whole custody thing with Lily and Jack, and between her and Cody, I was there for that. So these are all the experiences I have with Malaya. I don't have any experiences with Cody. I've never met him. I've never seen him.
Right.
So,
Daniel, I'm going to just pop in for 1 second and say this. So the reason why I can absolutely associate that, and like meaning relate to what you're saying, is because I was in an abusive relationship for 11 years till I was 26. And so when I met my ex-husband, not my husband now, but my ex-husband, I took a lot of stuff out on him because I was tired of being abused and getting hit. But so I would have said a lot of things like in reference to always Dion, which was his name, the 11-year abuse, like, right? So I'm talking like black eyes, getting thrown into a bath, a lot of verbal. And so when you're saying this, I can relate because I had to pull myself back and realize that the relationship I was in was not who I like he didn't do to me. But yet I referenced that relationship for probably about the same time, a good year, right?
yeah, it was learned trauma. I mean, you spent so much time in trauma. It formed who you were, right?
Correct.
And I understand that, but I had to keep reframing it in a way where Malaya, I'm not Cody.
Not Cody.
Like I'm not him.
Mm-hmm.
Like I don't abuse women. I don't, I'm not a bad person like the internet portrays me to be. And coming back to where I know at the start, like I was in like a lot of chats and trying to answer messages and it came across bad. And I made up like the KFC reference and, like, because I was like mad on the inside because I had my whole world ripped apart and I had to really, come to reality where I had to change my entire life. Like I wasn't a bad person before. I just lacked that emotional ability to, see things from an emotional aspect. It was always a logical aspect, right? And I had to really, dive deep into who I am and try to restructure my life to include the emotional aspect, not just the logical one. And it was tough, right? I spent a whole year. We'll say I spent a whole year trying to find myself.
Do you feel like you have?
Yeah.
you know?
And because I had to do a lot of self-examination, and I believe that there's a lot of people that go through traumatic events or instability in their lives where they never take the time to sit down and they self-examine, and they don't self-examine their whole life and like everything they've done, from my drug use to not being there for Malaya emotionally when I needed to be there. And I had to really, stop and think of and try to examine myself in a way where I wouldn't never have the same pitfalls I had from before, that I would be a better person, not just in relationships, but be a better person to everyone, right? Because everybody lives in a way where it's they learn from habit, right? The history repeats itself. So the way you go through your life, if you don't change anything, you're just going to continue to live the way you always did. And I knew I couldn't do that to myself, and I couldn't do that to my kids, because my kids are everything, just like Jack and Lily were, or are, I should say, because it seems that for a lot of people, they don't think they're alive. And I've never given up hope, not even once. I've said that since the start. I believe that they're alive. And if there's always a chance to think positive, I'm always going to take that, because I'm not going to dwell on the negative. And that's something I always lived by. And it's apparent that I'm never going to change that part about my life. And I'm never going to change that aspect of who I am. I'm always going to think positive. I want the most positive outcome, because if you think negative, that's the first pitfall that most people have. As soon as you start thinking negative, it just spreads into every aspect of your life. And I don't want that.
Can I ask you something? I've called you a narcissist so many times on there. Do you, and then one time you said, maybe I am a narcissist or something like that. Because again, it's kind of like self-awareness versus perception. Do you feel like at all that you're a narcissist? Like, just honestly, like, do you feel any part of you that feels like you're being narcissistic, or no? It's up to, honestly, I
said before that was a part of the ADHD that I have. And, I did get an assessment done, and it turns out that I do have severe ADHD. And that will always come out as an aspect of narcissistic traits, right? Narcissistic traits come with ADHD in some aspects or some capacity.
They do, yeah.
And now I do have medication for that. And that improved my life immensely, because that's why I turned to substance abuse in the first place. My substance abuse disorder has been in remission for over a year now. But that was always a pitfall of mine, right? Because I was always seeking to normalize, or seeking to feel normal. And in drugs and, high dopamine things always made me feel normal. But when it comes to narcissism, I don't believe I'm a narcissist. There's probably a million people out there that think I am, but it comes from a place of not being in tune of like who I am, and many emotional aspects that I had to work on. I don't believe I'm a narcissist, because I wouldn't be speaking out for Lily and Jack. I would be selfish and not have this outward, trying to speak outward. Because if I had still displayed narcissistic traits, I wouldn't speak out. I would keep to myself, and it would be selfish. But I know I get attacked I'm going to get attacked for just coming on here and speaking with you.
Oh, yeah.
And people are going to rip this all apart. But I'm doing it not for myself. I'm doing this for Lily and Jack. I would never do this for myself. I've never spoken out for myself. I don't like being in front of a camera. I got attacked every time for every word. I had to make sure my sentence structure was perfect. Every word was perfect, not use past tense. And it was so hard.
Okay.
And so I put myself through a lot. And I know you want to speak there, so I'll shut up and let you
Well,
talk.
because wasn't really in a sense prepared, right? I mean, I looked down in chat and I was just like, you know what, at this point, yeah, I mean, if Daniel wants to come up and talk and whatever, at the end of the day, there's nobody that's been charged in the case of Jack and Lily, for any involvement, regardless, right? And it's kind of one of those things. But I was gonna say, like, and then Chelsea's asking a question here, but I was gonna say, like, we'll get back into a little bit more because I'm just kind of like just wondering myself, like, about, like I said, years of Malaya's relationship,
Yeah.
that aspect of it. But Chelsea wants to ask is, if you truly think Jack and Lily were taken, then what exactly would be the reality of that?
I don't know what she means by the reality of that, but I asked early on for Amber Alerts. I don't know if you guys remember seeing that interview where I said openly that I want officers at every border, PEI in New Brunswick, have officers at every airport. And because like every minute counted those early days, right?
Yeah.
And you want to know what they said to me when I asked for all those things? They said, Daniel, that's at this time we're not going to do that. But it was like why not? Like, why not? Like,
Well,
why would you
right.
not want to have officers at every border and every airport monitoring at all times? Like, this is like 2 missing children. It's crazy to have one missing child go missing in a rural area, right? But to have 2 at the exact same time with no evidence, other than a blanket draped over up the road in a tree, it just doesn't make sense. And like, I'm no, detective or investigator, but like it wasn't major crimes that told me this. It was search and rescue. But to not do everything you could at the start, I mean, that was a real eye opener, right?
Yeah. Well, now, I want to just quickly touch on this part because obviously, like, when I was kind of starting in the live, like, my whole thing really that I wanted to talk about was the rarity and about like when you plunk it into the AI and you said if there's no children, like, parental involvement, like what's kind of like the likely outcome. And the thing is that it keeps popping back, but this is, Daniel, from following other cases too, the likelihood that it's from somebody that's a parent, somebody that knows, like, is close to the children, that is the most likely scenario. And kind of like what you said in your one interview when you said, like, well, the stepdad always gets looked at, right? Well, that's absolutely true. I mean,
Yeah, it is. It is 100%. Sorry for cutting you off.
No, that's
That's
okay.
another part of ADHD. It's bad. But I was fully investigated, and I still ask them, every investigators. I never use names. I just say investigators. I always ask investigators, like, shoot me as many questions as you can. Like, I'll come in, I want to sit down with the lead investigators, and want to sit down with your guys' team, and we can sit there and you guys shoot off as many questions as you can to me, and I'll try to help in any way I can. I still ask for more polygraphs all the time. It probably gets annoying for them that I keep asking for a polygraph. Here, take my phone. Like, even down to the very first time, like, when they said to me, hey, Daniel, we want access to your phone. Can you sign a consent form? And I said, took my phone and just threw it right across the table. I said, here, we don't even need a consent form. Just take it. And they said, no, Daniel, here's your phone back. We'll have to get you to sign a consent form. Like, I always asked for stuff first. Like, I was always open. I'm always cooperative. I do everything I can. And people always say, oh, just take Daniel in and put him in a room and just question him. I want them to do that. because then it gives the best chance of finding the kids. If I have any small detail that may, help in any way, I'm always willing to do that. And I used to lay in bed every night, and I would just lay there for like an hour or 2 hours, just in the dark, just running over that whole morning in my head over and over and over, looking for any small detail I can pull out or anything that I can remember. And investigators told me, Daniel, don't do that to yourself. Don't do that to yourself. It will drive you insane. Like your mental health matters. And
Well, is this comment true that I'm just saying? I heard someone say it the other day. Daniel, was Cindy at the trailer at 5:48 a.m. on May 2nd? Was Cindy there early in the morning? I know you've only ever talked about that you felt like she got there fast after, like way too fast, even though the time, via the phone showed that she didn't arrive till like afternoon. But
we can touch on that. The 8:48. Like, I have no idea. I was sleeping at that point. I didn't even know the kids were being kept home from school that day. I had no idea. And because I lay in bed with Meadow every single morning. Malaya would get up, get the kids off to school. I would lay in bed with Meadow and sleep. On days that I didn't work, I would lay in bed with Meadow because she was just over a year old, right? She was almost a year and a half. And I would lay in bed with Meadow every morning when Malaya would get the kids up for school. I didn't know they were being kept home that day. She marked them absence at 6:17 and 6:18 a.m. But I have no idea if Cindy was there at 5:48 or whatever that comment says. I didn't even know they were marked absent until, I looked at my email and I seen the email. But
Thursday night, Malaya called Cindy. Did you know about that phone call?
Thursday night, or was it the one that was in the afternoon?
Thursday night.
No, I didn't know about any calls on Thursday night.
I know the one in the afternoon.
Yeah, because the one in the afternoon, I never really talked about that, but that's when we stopped in at Acropole, and we got food, right?
Yeah.
And when I was getting out of the car, because, we made the call, we ordered the food, and when it was ready, I walk in and pick it up and pay for it. So, but she called the exact time that I was getting out of the car to walk inside to get the food. And that's when that's the call in the afternoon that, Cindy and Malaya had. I wasn't around for that call. That's when I walked inside to get the food. But I didn't know she made a call that night. I didn't even know she made a call at 8:28 on Friday morning. I didn't know that until I seen the documents.
So just because a lot of people keep saying, for instance, and I kind of feel like it jumps around as well, is the Thursday. It's kind of like, a Google map shows you get home at like about 3:11 or 3:12 or something.
Around 3:50. It was just right before 4 o'clock.
Well, Google Map shows it as 3:12. The ones that Malaya had sent from her.
Okay.
Like, so it shows it at like, and you said kind of like close to 4.
Yeah.
So tit for tat, I take it for that one, to be honest with you. Now, and then just to go, now you had said on an interview, like the guy with the dog, right? With a constable or whatever, sergeant guy, whatever, with the dog, that you said that, well, Daniel, like, basically, we just don't believe you. Like,
that was Luke. That guy.
You're missing.
I can say that guy was a little bit strange. Because on like the second day the dogs were out, I walked outside. There was investigators there and the dog handlers. This is going to be embarrassing for Luke. But yeah, I walked outside. I didn't have a shirt on. And then I was like, all right. They said to investigators, like, I'm going to go put a shirt on. He's like, all right. Yeah, he's just like, you don't want people taking pictures of you from the road. And so I ran inside and got my shirt on. And that Luke guy's just, oh, don't worry about it. You look good. And I was just like, that guy said some real strange things. It wasn't just the comments that he made about Thursday night. He was just a strange dude in general. And he said a lot of strange things. Like, he even said to me, sorry for going off track here, but he even said to me, he's just like, he's just like, did you ever get like so angry with the kids? You would have like outbursts, like aggressively outbursts. And I said, no. He's just like, with my 16-year-old son, he's just like, if he doesn't put the dishes away, he's just like, I yell and scream at him. And he's just like, he's like, I get so mad at him and I tear him down and I call him the worst. And I was just like saying it to myself in my head. I was just like, this RCMP officer has worked for, RCMP for 26 years. That's what he told me. 26 years. And I was like, he's literally making up a story, or it could be true, about him emotionally abusing his child
Right. Because he's
right
trying
in front of me.
Right.
And it was very odd, just the way he conducted himself,
So, I mean, obviously he was trying to, kind of associate whether it was a made up story or not. He's trying to dig for information, like, with you, obviously, about if
yeah, he tried to get me to falsely admit to murdering the kids. And I told investigators that, and they said, Daniel, like, I'm so sorry you had to go through that, because that was never audio recorded. That was never body cammed. That was just him having a private conversation with me where he tried to get me to confess a false confession to murdering the kids. And that was one of the most unprofessional things I've ever seen law enforcement ever do to me. And
in the scope of things, Daniel, to be honest with you, because during my downtime, one of my things that I enjoy watching is the interrogations when they're interrogating.
But interrogations should always be professional, and they should be on camera or audio recorded. They should never be done the way it was done. That was super unprofessional. It was done in a way where, like, it was, and he like put his hand on my shoulder, and he was just like trying to get me to confess to something I've never done. It was a sick move to ever,
kind of like
to be manufactured by him.
Yeah. Well, it was one of those things that was derived to, obviously, get you to admit, just let it all out. You can tell us, been there myself, have a child, so I can associate with just losing it. Now I guess for me, it's like one of those things is that, maybe it was deemed as unprofessional, but maybe to them, that's just one of their tactics. I don't know what, I just know when I'm watching those EMU interrogations all the time, it's always the good cop, bad cop. One comes at you harder, other people are softer. Just release it. They try to be buddy in a sense with you.
But the thing is, Sonny, those are formal interrogations or formal interviews. Yeah. They're done on camera. They're done in a way where it's constitutionally done.
You didn't have a body cam?
No, there's none of that. There was none of that. And they were trying to convince me that I did something wrong, and I've never done anything wrong. And that's what I mean. It was a very, very crazy situation to ever put somebody in that went through a tragic event. And
that's just it, though, right? Is that you would know your own truth, right? Just like I know who I am as a person. For anyone else, perhaps besides my family or my husband, right? I mean, so I know who I am and just like you do. But the thing is that, this is a very public case, and people are just taking what they're getting for information, with it. And again, the family is always the ones that they look at first, So it's just one of those things is that in your heart of heart, you'll know the truth, regardless about Jack and Lily, whether there's any involvement or non-involvement from the family, from yours, Malayism, whatever, right? Public, a whole different ball of wax, right? We're just taking the information with what we're seeing. We know 2 children are missing. We also know that the statistics show that it's typically family involvement with this. So I did kind of want to go back kind of to Chelsea's kind of statement there, is that there's only so many scenarios, that could have happened to Jack and Lily, right? The RCMP from the get-go had said, like in their press conference, they were like, okay, if it was an abduction, don't worry, we'd let you know. But they still doubled down all the time, saying that it wasn't like as if a stranger car abduction had happened. Now, obviously, then there's the involvement of the people on the property. Okay. And so, like I said, or the fact that they went out into the woods. But kind of like anything, how many resources do you have to get? Because this is a very unlikely case, and you are well aware of that 2 children to go missing, right? And for it to not have family involvement is such a rarity. And that was just reading off of exactly when AI is asked, because obviously it's pulling from cases, even though I know when you're talking to Charmaine about, I don't even know who that Larry guy was. That's something totally different. It's pulling from information about people talking about Darren's theory, this theory and that. So in saying that, right? Okay. The timeline never made sense because the timeline was, and this is where things got, a little bit at the start. Basically you said you were up within 20 minutes of when Lily had come into the bedroom.
Lily came in twice. Lily came in
Right.
twice that morning.
Right. Malaya says 8:20. So that's another thing I'm curious about, because Malaya never ever mentioned about she only ever mentioned to Belinda, to anyone, to myself, about hearing the kids. She never mentioned about seeing it. And the only time we saw that she saw Lily was in the court document, or in the documents. And then she put it at around 8:20 that Lily had come in the room. But, and I thought it was odd, because to me, if a child comes in the room, there's no way the mother isn't kind of going to turn her head or be looking that way, perhaps, or something.
Okay. Also, too, Sonny, if she said 8:20, right?
Yeah, it's after the phone.
If Malaya said 8:20, and then what did she do? Go to sleep for 8 minutes and then make that phone call?
Right.
I understand, like, the craziness of this, right? We don't have an alarm clock in the room. We always used our phones. And
yeah,
the way the bed was set up, we had an end table on each side, and we had chargers going to our phones, and they each sit on the end tables, right? Normal. And so there's no way it could have randomly been dialed, because she keeps her phone on the end table just like I keep mine. So there was no way that was randomly dialed. So if she's seen Lily at 8:20, or heard, or whatever Malaya said, that means she would have been asleep for 8 minutes and then made a random phone call. I don't understand it. And then we can jump to, I know I jump around a lot. That's a problem I have.
Me too.
But I try to provide, I know, but I try to provide as much detail as I can when I talk, right? Because it's just, if I don't know about something, I can't go into detail, but everything that I know and experienced myself, I can give detail on. But
if you go ahead.
If she made the call at 8:28, there would have been no random button dial. Like, she didn't have it on the bed and she randomly dialed it. She was up multiple times that morning, because she would have been up at the 6:17, 6:18. She marked the kids absent.
Yes.
She was up at the 8:28. You just said that she was up at the 8:20. Like, I don't like dive into the stuff that Malaya seen or experienced that morning, because I just don't know, right?
But,
right? And you talked to Malaya. I haven't talked to Malaya since May 3rd when she left.
What I was pissed about was that when I was on the live, all of a sudden I'm getting messages from Cheryl, and this was all to do with the drama of the money for bracelets and whatever.
Yeah.
And there was drama. Next thing I know, Cheryl tells me that Malaya's messaging me. And so then I look. So then I took a lot of slack for this. And yet everyone always wanted to hear from Malaya. So I had let Belinda and Kent know that that I'm talking to Malaya, and to give me, whatever time, right? Because obviously, it was like, oh shit, really? Malaya's messaging me? Okay, sweet. So my thing with Malaya was that you keep claiming how much you miss the children and you want them back and all this stuff, right? She's obviously, you've seen the messages, she's, obviously slagging you off. You've slagged her off,
Yeah.
a bit. But my thing is that I was pissed because I had to work that morning. So I had messaged her with a kind of like a list of some things, like some questions, because I had to get going to work. So, anyways, and then she basically, answered the questions, but then she kind of said, like, I think you have enough information, type of thing. And I'm just like, wait a second. You're saying that you want to find out what happened to your children,
That sounds like more like a Cheryl move, that she's just gonna, oh, here's enough, I'm gonna cut you off.
Yeah, that was pretty. So that was kind of it, right? So I'm kind of like pissed off because I'm like really, Malaya? So, like, no, I haven't even begun to. If you sit there and say that you want answers for your children, then wouldn't you kind of be willing, you know what? Yeah, Sonny, I can answer you some questions, like later on, or, in the next few days or something like that. But it was kind of like, I don't know if it was a Cheryl Malaya thing, but it was almost like, yeah, getting cut off. And I'm just, because then Charmaine had asked me to ask some questions. And that's when she said that, I've like that she's been asked enough questions, type of thing. And I was like, I haven't even gotten started in my head at all,
Oh,
but
there's millions of questions you could ask. I mean, it's just,
well, there is. And
I think she just tried to, I see, that's another thing. I don't know if it was Cheryl that was overseeing it, because Cheryl oversees everything for Malaya.
yeah, I've heard that.
And also too, Cheryl was never Malaya's best friend.
Correct.
Before this. It was like she took that role to, I don't know, protect Malaya or oversee Malaya in some kind of way. And I find it odd because she was always friends with Cheryl's sister, Shelby.
Right, I heard. Right.
And it was like, I met Cheryl before. Like, I don't have anything bad to say really about Cheryl. I mean, she can say whatever she wants about me. I don't care. But the only thing that she has to say about me is what she heard from Malaya. That's what all of these people that have come out and that know Malaya, it's just Malaya tells them these crazy things about me and they just run with it. Like Anita has never met me before. She doesn't know me.
Mm-hmm.
But yet she just goes on about all these random things that are just crazy. Like Malaya's a prostitute. Daniel pimped out Malaya. Daniel drugged Malaya. Like what? These are all just massive clickbait shit because, I think like Anita's main thing is she seeks validation. There was some aspect of her life where she never received the validation that she thinks she deserves. That may be a narcissistic trait she has, because it's always about me with her. I've noticed. I have a $15,000 wedding ring. I have a Mercedes. All this other stuff is always about her. And I think she just likes that people are acknowledging her as a person. Maybe she lacked that aspect of validation growing up, or her childhood, or adulthood, or male validation, or just social validation in general.
I was going to say, let me ask you this, because Belinda said, no matter what, though, I hold you and Malaya responsible. Daniel, do you take responsibility for Jack and Lily missing?
This is going to be a narcissistic thing that I'm going to say. No, because I spend every morning that I don't work laying in bed with Meadow sleeping, because Meadow needed to get as much sleep as possible because she was only a year and a half old. I spend every morning that I don't work in bed with Meadow sleeping. Well, Malaya would get the kids up for school and I lay in bed with Meadow to make sure she doesn't wake up, so she gets as much sleep as possible. I didn't know the kids weren't going to school. I said that right off the bat. I said that to commander of operations of search and rescue. Like, I wouldn't have kept the kids home that day. Lily popped her head a couple times into the room. She didn't have a cough. She didn't seem sick. So
Well,
why keep them home? She
so
kept them home a lot. I know that Jack and Lily, like, I've been open about this at the start, but there's been so much information over the last year. A lot of the stuff I said kind of gets diluted with the amount of bullshit that's come out. But Lily and Jack, Lily and Jack always had pretty low immune systems, so they would get sick easily. There was like a lot of times that they brought home stuff from school, or we had COVID, or many things. But that's not Lily and Jack's fault for getting sick. That's like when children go to daycare, they bring home stuff. That's not their fault. It was never their fault for not going to school. A lot of times they were sick.
well, okay, so let me ask you about this, because you said that on Wednesday that Lily got a black eye from leaning over, I think, a Tonka truck or something like that.
Yeah.
And
Yeah, I can explain that situation. You continue, and then I'll explain it.
well, yeah, well, what I was gonna ask about that is, I mean, was that in any way, shape, or form why they were not in school? Because like no one's really talked about that besides you.
Yeah, I
About
mean, I was the only one. I brought that up, yeah, and I can go into depth on that. When we were over at Patty's house, and like the big yellow Tonka trucks, there was like a big yellow dump truck, and if you push down on the back of the dump
Yeah.
truck, the truck flips up, and they're the metal ones, right? It flipped up. I mean, Patty was sitting right in her leather chair, like she always sits in the living room. It was me and her were sitting there. I think this might have been when Malaya was at the DMV or wherever she happened to go.
right, she was getting her
So
license and
Lily
shit.
pushed down on it, and the Tonka truck swung up and hit her in the face, and she was crying and stuff. And usually when kids get hurt, you comfort them and stuff, right? Because that was like a pretty crazy thing for a kid to the truck to always swing up. And I mean, my kids have had this before too, where you push down on the big Tonka trucks and they swing up and hit you in the face. I mean, that even happened to me as a kid. But yeah, like, I don't know for 100% if she had the black eye, but it definitely hit her in the face. And usually black eyes don't form right away, right? They usually take like a few days, and then they'll start to turn purple, and then they'll make their way to like a yellowish color, and then as bruising progresses, right?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they always
Because
look
what
worse
what
at that
bruising is the blood is trapped between your layers of skin, and the body needs to dissolve that blood that's trapped, and that's why it changes color over time, and eventually the body has a way of dissipating the blood that's trapped between the skin.
But so did that have anything to do with the fact that they didn't go to school because of
No,
CPS
no,
before?
no. Malaya said they were sick. As I said, I wouldn't have kept them home from school. I mean, it's
No,
it's
not the Friday, but the Thursday.
no,
You said
no.
Thursday, but then you said that
They were sick. They were sick on Thursday, but I wouldn't have kept them home on Friday.
both, or just the one.
It was Lily. It was just Lily.
It was just Lily, right?
Yeah,
That's how I took it. That it was just
yeah.
Lily.
But usually when they stayed home, they both stayed home together, like
Right.
most of the time.
Yeah, and it's not like I, wouldn't agree with that as a parent. Usually, it's like, if I don't send one, I'll just keep the other home as well and stuff.
Well,
like
the
that.
restrictions on kids going to school when they're sick are a lot different after COVID, right?
Yeah.
And they want you to keep your kids home if they're sick. If they have a fever, keep them home for a longer amount of time. Don't just send them right back to school.
Now, only because you did talk about this, but we never talked about it. Okay,
Yep.
so you said something just to ask you, because I was asking you about the relation. First of all, how did you and Malaya meet? Can I ask you?
We met on Facebook dating.
Oh, right. Okay, that was it. Sorry,
Yeah.
I was gonna say. Okay, and then you guys had basically been together a couple weeks, and then you guys were all living at Patty's.
Yeah,
Is that correct?
I was living at my friends in Westfall, and she asked me, she said, like, instead of you traveling from Westfall to Truro every day to come see me, I'm gonna ask Patty if you can just move in here. And I said, like, yeah, me and Malaya really liked each other. You know, at the start of every relationship, right? It's perfect until it's not. That's how all relationships work. But yeah, she asked me, "Do you want to move in instead of traveling over here? Like you're traveling like 45 minutes
Yeah, yeah.
almost every day to come over and see me, right?" And like sometimes I would go over there, you know, and after work, and I would stay the night. Then I would have to get up at like 4:30 or 5 in the morning and drive all the way to work. And so she said, "Yeah, you can." Like Patty's like, "Yeah, yeah, go ahead. I like Daniel. He can move in." I have nothing bad to say about Patty. Patty is one of the
I was gonna say,
sweetest old ladies I have ever met.
yeah. I mean,
And
we've heard she's a drinker, likes her booze, you know, and stuff like that. But I'm not going to say her and judge on that. I think she put you sitting in the vehicle. I know she got some. I think that she said some things that weren't accurate necessarily in the documents, you
Mhm.
know. But if there's one thing I'll say, and I'm sorry, but I feel like that Patty was like a bank machine, you know, and she was always trying to help out Malaya, you know, in a lot of ways and stuff like that. I see Patty as just a very generous, kind grandmother who always, no matter what, you know, just very lovable, kind lady.
Yeah, Patty was or Patty is, I should say. Like Patty
Yeah.
is an amazing person. I used to sit down with Patty so many times as I smoke nicotine vapes, right? So I would go outside when she would have a cigarette, and she would tell me like all her old stories from, you know, you know, her late husband to, you know, her like family that lives in Ontario. And like told me so many other stories about being at the campgrounds and growing up, and you know, her other son, and like she told me there's a lot of stories. And like I always liked Patty because she was, you know, she was very open, and she was she's a very sweet person. And I have
Yeah.
nothing bad to say. It doesn't matter to me if someone drinks or someone does drugs or someone
I
smokes
was going to
cigarettes, or
say,
like
yeah,
it's everybody's trying to get through life. um
with crutches.
yeah, yeah, no, but I mean, everybody, we're all living for the first time, right?
Yeah.
None of us have ever done this before. And so we're all trying to do life for the very first time. And you know, every move you make and everything you do, it's your choice, right? And I can't choose what someone does, or choose what they do over there, or choose, you know, to whatever, right? And so everybody makes their own choices.
What?
And that's the best part about life, because everybody's unique. And I have nothing against anybody who does drugs or drinks alcohol. That's totally on them. If it's destroying their health, that's on them.
My,
And
yeah.
as long as it's not harming others.
I was going to say, you know, that's my thing. Somebody's life is really none of my business, but if it involves, like you said, harming others or doing something, you know,
Mhm.
like to children, and I'm talking about abuse of stuff like that with anyone, then yeah, then I'll involve myself. But other
Mhm.
than that, if somebody wants to lead their life, you know, freaking doing drugs all their life or drinking all their life, not my business at all.
Mhm.
Just like I don't want anyone to tell me what to do. People are old enough to figure it out for themselves. And that, what can I ask you though, Daniel? So then, so what propelled you and Malaya to move into the trailer?
Yeah, I can actually tell you that. Um, Sometimes when Patty would drink, she would, you know, have firm words with Malaya. She's trying to keep Malaya on the right track in life, right? So Malaya wouldn't, because when you reach a certain age, you can see when people are making mistakes in their life, or they want to help them with their life. But some people just don't know how to express um, the goodwill you're trying to give them, right? And Patty would always just try to steer Malaya in the best direction, because she's like almost 70,
Yeah.
or she is 70 now. And she has a lot of life experience, and she wanted to give that life experience to Malaya. But some people are stubborn, and they don't want to listen or take others' opinions into consideration, right? And it's your choice to do that. You get to choose. You're the CEO of your life, right? And so, like, she didn't like when Patty would sometimes drink and then had words with Malaya, and she wanted to escape. She wanted to escape from that. But what the big driver was why Malaya wanted to move, she wanted to get away from Cindy.
Did Cindy? So at this point, is Cindy in Wentworth, and Patty? Where's Patty? She obviously.
No, Cindy lived on College Road.
Is that in Wentworth?
That's right up the road from Patty's.
Oh, okay.
Patty's former residence, yeah.
Okay.
And
okay.
So Cindy would always criticize Malaya, and all this is true facts. I've experienced with my own eyes. I'm not lying. I'm not trying to make someone look bad or anything like that. I'm being true to myself and true to the experiences that I've had. And Cindy would always criticize Malaya and, try to tell her how to live her life. And, many aspects, Malaya didn't want to live the same life that Cindy did, right? Cindy's a nurse. She looked after Wade because Wade never had a job or never did anything. And,
I don't think they're not together anymore. Actually, I think
I have no idea. I only know what the internet tells me.
Oh, okay.
And I think it was Anita that said that.
I think so.
So,
yeah.
Like, Anita may have like some truth into what she says about Malaya and Cindy and Wade and that side, right? Because she knows them. She's met them. Mm-hmm. She's interacted with them. She has the same, experiences with them that, they have shared experiences, right? Because they talk and they spent time with each other. Anita doesn't know me or Mom. She has no right to speak on anything to do with me and Mom.
So, okay. So you feel like Malaya now, because Patty, for the most part, didn't she kind of raise both Hayden and Malaya?
Yeah, she did. When I was there with Malaya, Hayden was also there as well sometimes, and but Hayden would sometimes jump back and forth to spending time at Cindy's, and then spending time with at Patty's, right? But Hayden would come and go, like, being a teenager, right? That's what teenagers do. They don't want to spend time with their mom or their grandmother. They want to do their own thing. They have friends, and so he like kind of jumped around.
Oh, okay. Yeah. I mean, I also heard, well, actually, no, I'm not even going to bring that up because it's of no real relevance to Jack and Lily, that part of it. So anyway, so you guys move in. Now, I keep meaning to ask you this question because I'm going to jump around for 1 second. You said just after 12. I mean, sorry, I'm just jumping around because I'm going to forget this question if I don't ask it because I've been trying to remember it a couple times now. You said on Thursday night while going into the May 2nd that you went in, turned on the light or whatever, checked on Jack and Lily, and that they were both under the covers. Now, what I want to ask you is this. When you said under the covers, are you literally meaning they were fully under the covers?
No, I do understand where the public and the true crime community takes that as that you couldn't see them.
Well, right.
What I mean by under the covers is their blankets were up to their neck, right? And the reason why I said that as well is it did happen. I did flick on the light. It was after 12. They were both sleeping, and the blankets were up to their necks, but I didn't see what they were wearing.
Right.
And that's why I asked investigators. I said, "Can I see the CCTV?" Footage so I can see if the clothes are here at the house, because all Jack and Lily's belongings were here at the house, and that would be the best
They couldn't
teller
give you a still
of
shot?
the description of what they would have on. But investigators are not allowed to do that with me, because they said, Daniel, that's the
Oh,
footage is considered evidence, and you're a
right.
witness.
Yeah.
You're a witness to the case, so we can't give a witness evidence, right? Because I'm never considered criminally involved or a suspect, technically a suspect,
Technically.
because
Yeah.
it's a missing persons case. It's not a
Right.
criminal investigation. It's never made that pivoting point.
No. I
And
mean,
it will make that pivoting point when there is evidence of a criminal action where they're going to lay charges.
correct. Yeah. Yeah.
So it's a lot of the public isn't aware of the way investigations are conducted, or how law enforcement policies and guidelines have to be strictly followed. I mean, I've been through this, so I had to learn very quickly on, and everything from how interrogations work, and like the formal interviews, and what they can do, like law enforcement can do, the limitations that they have, and evidence collecting. I've got to learn all on that, and I've worked hand in hand with them, trying to do everything I can to find as much evidence as humanly possible to find Lily and Jack, and I've
Yeah.
cooperated fully with that
Well, and now
in every aspect.
I was gonna say, like, at the end of the day, Daniel, I just want to make preference that, you know, your innocence or guilt or anything like that with Jack and Lily's case. Again, you guys, I'm not here for that part of it today at all. Like, I'm just, Daniel said he could come up and talk and whatever and stuff like that, meaning that at the end of the day, right, there's no need to convince me or anybody else, really. Right, your truth is your truth, no matter how I see something or another channel sees something, or how somebody feels about you. I think everyone knows how I feel about this case and about the inconsistencies, what I've said to you, what I've said
Mhm.
about Malaya and stuff like that. So I kind of went back to Jackson's, where he's like softball, like Sonny's like, no, you know what? I'm just, if whatever Daniel wants to say, it's not like I'm going to sit here and go, well, Daniel, let me just trick you into getting
Yeah,
getting you to say something that is not true, or that you don't believe to be true, or whether it's true or not. You know what I'm saying on that one? So for me, it's just a matter of, I'm always looking about a timeline or the events that lead up to children going missing. I know I'm not an investigator, but I'm curious. Like, I like puzzles in a sense. When I say puzzles, it's not because I'm sitting there going, "Oh joy, 2 kids are missing and I get to solve a puzzle," but
yeah,
they're very intriguing because the truth lies
because
somewhere.
it has an emotional aspect that you can familiarize yourself with, right? Because you have kids.
I'll have
You're
yeah.
in that world where you're trying to um, do something positive for families or the children.
Well, the thing is that I learned from the Delphi case, and maybe it's not been construed here, but when I had followed the Delphi case, everyone was just calling out people left, right, and center. And I was sitting there with my thing. I totally thought I figured it out, that nobody else kind of had figured this out, that it was Garrett Kurt's best friend, Keegan. And it was a very much of a learning curve to actually accuse someone versus speculation of it. So, like, for me to sit here and go, "Hey Daniel, I know you did something, like I know you murdered the kids and something like that," right? No, 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 cannot say that. Back in Delphi case, it was just that I was a first case. Well, Suzanne Morphy was, but I'd kind of been following along on the Delphi case. But it taught me a lesson about, like, your life, regardless, as you know it, regardless, Daniel and Malaya, you guys are going to be the talk of Pictou County forever and a day. That's not going to change until there's answers for Jack and Lily. People are going to talk about it, speculate, say whatever that they want, right? Because your guys' lives, no matter what, are in a whole different hemisphere than
But it's not just my life that's changed, or Malaya's. They've
a lot of people's. But go ahead. Get on
they've
my cat out.
changed. They've changed so many of my friends' lives as well. They've drug them into this, or dragged them into this, which they should have never been dragged into an investigation or case like this. Like, take Jordan, for example. Jordan has nothing to do with anything. And it was just Darren that, just being in the proximity of Darren, because Jordan's his son, and he's my friend. Jordan got dragged into this. My friend Chance got dragged into this. All Chance ever tried to do was help find Lily and Jack. People don't understand that. People attack Chance for no reason. He
Well,
did more than all Malaya's family put together. Chance walked through the woods with me. Adam came through the woods with me. And
I don't.
they tried to help. That's why I went there and I recruited them to try to help find Lily and Jack. They have big hearts. They've met Lily and Jack. Adam many more times. They know Malaya. They know Lily and Jack on a personal level because they've been in front of them.
I never.
And to accuse these people, I mean, not you, Sonny, but I mean, some of these channels that attack them, that's disgusting.
Well, I was gonna say, like, I never actually got into and I'm sorry, what's Darren's son's name again?
Jordan.
I don't like, for me, about this case, regardless, it's just about answers for Jack and Lily.
Yeah.
I'm not into the drama side of stuff. Now, I did bring up Chance, his name was in the documents.
Yep.
I was told that he sold you, that he was the one that actually supplied you with meth. So I was told that. That's about as much as I've ever really talked about Chance Slays. Because I don't know. Honestly, like I said, I'm not into whatever Anita's spewing about that or that. I don't know, right? Because at the end of the day, do I feel like they had anything to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily? I don't. Darren, of course, as we know, brought himself. And, I mean, Darren's a character. We know that. He's got, attitude beyond belief if you don't take what he's saying and stuff like that. But whatever, he's his own whatever. And then, his son kind of started sticking up for his dad and kind of involved himself. But I just I myself, and whether someone agrees or not, I try to stay away from the drama side of it. Like, even when I'll call him that POS channel, was talking to him and stuff like that. And then, played or talking with Jordan going off and he's cursing like a sailor and stuff like that and whatever. But that stuff doesn't interest me. What interests me is always the timeline of events and what was going on in Jack and Lily's life, and stuff like that. So, so I get it. It's other people's lives that get totally destroyed amongst this. I mean, that's where the true crime is quite different, because it's not like there's these big set rules. I mean, obviously, slander is one thing, even though slander is hard to prove. But to sit there and for me to bring people or things in that I don't even know about, all I know really is that Jack and Lily disappeared on May 2nd. We don't have any answers. The sake that it's typically family involvement is the most rational line that is going by statistics, and it's true. It is simply true. There's no taking away from that. You will be under the scrutiny. Malaya, your mother, being on the property as well, and Cindy, and just obviously, what's his name? Oh my God, why am I forgetting names? Cindy's other half there. What's his name?
Yeah, Wade.
Why did I forget Wade's name? When Tint did that, that interview that he didn't know what he's interviewing. I'm all about the information. I love, like, even when you're talking, regardless, right? It's not that I'm like, oh, let me just pick on Daniel Day. I'm just looking to see where's the consistency, what happened, where's the timeline and stuff like that. But I need to skip back for a second on this one.
Well,
So,
I'm gonna run and pee again because I
oh,
drank a whole
yeah.
bunch of
No, no,
I
no, no,
drank a whole bunch
no.
of coffee. So,
Yeah,
but
no.
I'll be right back to answer
You're
some
actually
more
peeing more
questions.
than me, and I got diabetes.
Yeah, I drank a lot of coffee. I'll be back in a minute.
Mm-mm-mm. Okay. Um, sorry, you guys. It's I'm kind of looking at chat there. Um, Brad, are you? Yes, 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 Brad. I was. That's in my head. Gonna. You know, it's so funny you say that, Brad, because I was just thinking like Brad's probably gonna be like, "Am I gonna bring him up?" Yes, yes. Do. Anyways, give me a second too. I'm gonna vape my face off for a minute. Okay, I vape my face off enough. I don't know. Sometimes I'll vape, but most times I just turn my camera off for that. Even though whatever. Sunny, can you get him back on the relationship status if he knew she was going to leave? Yeah, yeah. There's like quite a few things that go through my head, like with questions too. I can hear you back. The Whiz Kid. Remember, you wouldn't remember that. There was back in the day when they used to have posters on the walls. There was one called the Whiz Kid, basically a kid pissing in a toilet, but it was called the Whiz. You back? You're back, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm back.
Okay, good pee. Legit, good pee.
Yeah. And mom yelled to me,
Well,
and she said Bradley's in the chat saying something. I
yeah.
don't I don't I
Go
don't look
ahead.
at the chat. I want to touch on Bradley for a minute.
Yeah, let's because actually he just asked me if I was gonna bring him up, and I was like, yeah, and then I'll go back to what I was gonna say. Um, so
I'll
go
say
ahead.
this: I never had a problem with Bradley. I don't know him. I don't. I never talked to him before. I have nothing against Bradley. I know he doesn't like my family and everything, but I never had a problem with Bradley. As I said, like people can do whatever they want, right? If he wants to do whatever he wants to do, that's fine with me. I'll do whatever I want to do. Sonny, you can do whatever you want to do.
Exactly.
It's it's not, as long as you're not hurting others, that's
Oh my God.
completely respectable, right? I never had a problem with Bradley.
So okay, so
I never openly bashed Bradley and said, "Oh, Bradley's a terrible person." Bradley, like we all make mistakes in our lives, right? Like I've done drugs before. I'm ashamed of that.
there's
But
nothing
like
to be
that,
honestly ashamed of
the
for that.
things you do don't. The
But
things you do don't. Um, you can learn from the mistakes you made, and you become a better person. Like that's what I've done over the last years, grow as a person. And I hope everyone can actually, identify that and see it. And but the actions you make in life, they don't determine the outcome of your life. I mean, not unless they're extremely, they're not mistakes at that point. If you did something extremely, bad to others and harm them, right, to the point where it destroys someone else's life. Like I've never done that. So, like,
Well,
I can openly say I never abused women. I never abused children, and I'll openly say that, and I will declare that I never done that until my last day ever on this planet. I don't do that.
well, I was gonna say, right? I mean, for me, even like at work and stuff, it's just like, it's just about being honest and truthful to me, right? I mean, but then by the same token, it's just like I said, I don't know you, I don't know Malaya. I'm just anything I'm following is just by what I'm seeing throughout.
But you know me more than you do Malaya. So you
Yeah.
have that little bit of insight
Oh, yeah.
where it paints a clearer picture. I mean, the canvas is not complete, but at least you have an outline, right?
Well,
And
okay.
that's the most important thing you start with in a picture when you paint it or draw it. You start with the outline first, and then you color it in as you go along. You have the outline, Sonny.
Daniel, you've changed. I mean, for me, it's clear as day that you're talking a whole lot different when you were talking on Charmaine's channel, meaning whether it's deemed as you've pulled yourself together better, but you definitely are presenting yourself a lot better than what you were doing. And that's why it's like when you said, oh, well, if you want me to come up, I'm at that point, like I said, no matter what, my thoughts are going to be my thoughts. They're thoughts, speculation, whatever. Again, nobody's been charged in the case of the missing Jack and Lily, but I lost my train of thought because I was too busy picking my finger with a scab on it. My bad on there. but
You should see my fingers, Sonny.
but I want to, if you don't mind though, I want to go back to Brad with Jack and Lily. So
Yeah, of course.
you and your mom had been talking, and although you didn't say his name, like if there's one thing I've never done with Brad is I don't know how much he likes being called Bradley as an adult, but
I don't either because I don't know him, right? So
but I was gonna say, but when you and your mom were talking this time, and there's one thing like I said I never judged, was that I realized I knew from DT when we had been talking behind the scenes about it, he had said who lived there, meaning Brad Wong at the address and whatever, and I knew the last name was Wong, and I think because Kent had also told me as well. But I think he said his brother's name. But anyways, but if there's one thing I never judged him for was that he had a past of, stealing and robberies or whatever it was, property robberies or whatever it was, or even who knows what else, right? Because I didn't even care about that. To me, it was like, is someone being truthful? And why would somebody speak out? Justin made a comment that he knew your mother, I believe.
Justin Smith.
Yeah, Justin. Yeah,
Yeah, I met Justin Smith before two separate times. First time I ever met him is when he lived at the address right there at the end of McLeod Road, and there's a pond down, or a beaver's dam up a stream down there, and I like to fish. So it was actually me and Chance that went down there and fished before, and he was like yelling at us. He's just like, because he thought we were like, trapping animals or something in his property, and he had farm animals, right? So that's understandable. So we went and talked to him. He's just like, oh, make sure you guys weren't doing anything on the property. He said, no, we were just fishing. That was my first time I ever talked to Justin Smith, right?
Okay.
And then the second time I ever talked to Justin Smith was Mom wanted to get some type of wire from him, like some type of electrical wire, like heavy duty electrical wire.
Okay.
And she asked Justin Smith, can you get like electrical wire or something like that? And he came to the yard one day and pulled in the yard, and he said, like, yeah, like, I know I was supposed to get your mom some wire, and I can do that for her soon. And I said, like, all right. Like, I don't know if he knew who I was at that point, but yeah, I said, like, that's okay. He's like, and then he just drove away. So he was at the house there one time and I talked to him, but I only ever talked to Justin Smith twice.
Okay. Now, thank you. Now, just quickly, because Bossman he says, you are so full of shit, Daniel. I heard the recording of what you said. And by the way, I'm not pro anyone. You three are responsible, and sit here and say you take no responsibility. It's pathetic. Now, obviously, those are very strong words, towards you. Do you have any reply to that at all?
He could say whatever he likes. I mean, everyone has the right to say whatever they want. That's completely like valid, right? He can say whatever he likes, just like you could say whatever you like.
Yeah.
I can say whatever I like. It all boils down to free speech, right? Everyone has the right to an opinion.
Yeah, well, so kind of going back to this, if you don't mind, I'm going to take that off.
I don't know what recording he speaks of. Like I have no idea, and
I don't know either, actually.
Someone could send that to me, like, because if there was recordings of that, I imagine that would be all over the internet and people would be attacking me for it.
I don't know. Actually, when I read that, I'm not sure. Brad, I'm not sure of what actually recording you're talking about either. But okay, but going back to that. So Justin talks about him hearing a vehicle, at about 1:30. Brad says that he heard a vehicle basically between 12 and 5 going back a few times. First of all, what was the vehicle? Kia?
A black Kia Rio with 5-speed. First of all,
did you have?
I'm going to say this openly. I never owned a Kia, ever. I never owned a black Kia Rio, ever. I don't know how to drive a 5-speed. I've only ever had automatic vehicles.
Okay.
And
now,
I can run through the list of vehicles that I've had in my name that have the registration and the titles sitting right here. I can run through all the vehicles I've ever owned.
Just because what I was told was that it was like your aunties, the ones that lived down the road near your dad.
Yeah. I don't but I don't remember them owning a black Kia Rio.
Okay.
Like that's what I do. I don't know, right? And I've never owned one. I've never drove a black Kia Rio, so none of that applies to me. There was no vehicles that came into the yard or left the yard on Thursday coming into Friday.
Well, see, that's the thing, is that Justin said that the camera, and this is where DT got his information wrong or whatever, but Justin said that, because Justin, I had talked to him, Justin Smith, a little bit there, and all he wanted was, justice for Jack and Lily. And by the way, I mean, he didn't, he said nice things about your mom, by the way. But his thing was, is that that camera out front was not working. He said because the owners of the POA, I think it is called POA, they would have showed him a picture or told him about it. And then, but I also know that the cameras weren't working at that very corner house across from the railroad tracks, right? And I think that's kind of what makes this case really difficult, is because I feel like because you live in a rural area, that the digital data and Ring doorbell cameras, they just don't exist the same, right?
But the thing is, Sonny, when you take a look at the RCMP statement, right? They said they have over 8,000 digital images and videos, 8,000. Right. So they could go from either direction. They even have the highway cameras, right?
Yeah, absolutely. But the ones that are in the vicinity of where your home is, those ones weren't working. Any of them. The only one I think that was working was Brad's, but his wasn't even facing your way. You know what I mean? It would have been facing. And yes, there was other ones. There was another one a couple doors down, I believe, from the one across the railroad tracks. And yes, there was something, I think, up, like further up Gairloch Road there. But just meaning like, I think that where this case lies is one of those things, is that there's just nothing because of the circumstances. We know
Well,
something happened to Jack.
there's a lot of stuff too that people don't think about. When you think about from this this point of view, we can call it. Major crimes has the ability to triangulate all. Right when you triangulate cell phone signals, right? They have to ping off towers, right? And they can triangulate all the cell phones that've been in the area, right?
Yeah.
And they have the ability to do that.
But the
So-
thing is that, like, no offense to you, but there are fucking a lot of idiots that fucking do crimes and they freaking take their ass phones with them. But I would like to think that if somebody's going to do something with children, that they would not be taking, because everyone knows that digital data is the footprint to most cases being solved by people claiming that, like the Koberger case, turns off his phone prior to the killings, turns it back on, and the whoops, baby monkey, new member. Thanks. Yeah, I desert you in a second for dessert. But anyway, thanks, baby monkey. But I would like to think, like that even the dumbest criminal would not take their phone with them if they're going to freaking go bury kids and shit like that, right? I mean, I'd like to think that, because
well, they can also too. Major crimes could also see that my phone was never moved. It was connected to Wi-Fi for that whole time, and we only drove Malaya's car, right? So and every car that has GPS installed into it, I think it's after like 2007 or 2008, right? Every vehicle contains a black box. That's what I refer to it as. So they can tell when a vehicle moves at what certain times, or they can see like how fast a vehicle goes, or how many times it's put in drive or reverse. Every vehicle has a black box after a certain date, and it's stored in the CPU unit or the ECU in a vehicle. It's called the ECU.
Yeah.
The electronic computer, the module, or ECM. So they can tell like when Malaya's vehicle moved and where did it go. And we only drove Malaya's vehicle because we got it on April 1st, right?
You had a vehicle at your dad's house, though, right? That wasn't say, running. That's correct?
No, I never. I don't. My dad owns those vehicles. I don't own them.
Oh, okay.
I sometimes drove my father's vehicles, yeah.
Okay.
But not after me and Malaya got the white Nissan Pathfinder. We exclusively only drove that vehicle.
Oh, okay. Just quickly before I forget, Belinda had asked, I think she said, do you know who married somebody's son? Shoot. What was it? I had it up. Do you know who? One second. I'm trying to remember
who's Patty's son.
Oh, Patty's son.
Yeah.
Do you know who? Oh, thank you. Do you know who married Patty's son? Patty's son. I don't even know who Patty's son is.
See, this is the thing. If I say their names, then they get dragged into the conversation by other channels that are just pro money.
Oh, by the way, did you block me on Messenger? I went to go send you the link.
I have so many people blocked that
just because I hadn't checked, meaning I hadn't even looked at your name on Messenger, but when I went to go send you the link, I was like, oh, his old account's coming up, but on there. But so that's the only reason why I just asked now, because I was like I just figured if it wasn't coming up that you did, but I hadn't even looked at that in like months.
I might, because I have a lot of YouTube creators blocked. I mean, the only one I don't have blocked is probably Shenanigans, and I probably should block her.
Wait a second. Why don't, just to ask you, because I mean, I don't honestly follow Shenanigans, and I never really have. I've been on a couple of her lives. Everyone, everyone's saying that she's like just pro Malaya,
yeah,
and whatever, right?
No, I have an issue with that, because
but why do you not have
I just never did that. Probably should, because she never tried to message me ever, right?
Mm.
And I realized when I go through my Facebook, sometimes it says people you might know, and I
Yeah.
see her pop up, and it's just like
Yeah, block.
I seen that yesterday, and I was like, I should probably block her.
Well,
But
I mean,
I mean, she's pro Malaya to the point where she thinks that I'm guilty of everything. Malaya's this wonderful,
wallflower.
precious, innocent girl, right?
Yeah, it's not
And
my
like
world. But
the problem is, um, she said she talks to Cindy. She said she talks to Cheryl. She talks to Malaya. But yet, to this day, she has never, ever said anything that they have said to her.
wait, say that
She
one more
just
time.
keeps leading on her viewers, saying, I'm in the know. I know, Daniel. Like, or
Oh, gotcha.
she'll stand out and sit in front of the courthouse. Daniel, where are you at? I'm doing a live stream. Daniel, where are you at? Daniel, I'm waiting to see you. Where you at, Daniel? Are you coming, Daniel? Like
Yeah.
that right there is the the epitome of the desperation that lady has. And I've never seen in my life someone so desperate for content. And she goes on, she's bashing Darren. I mean, that's fine. That's fine. At this point, like I don't like saying that because, you know, Jordan's been my friend for over 20 years. And I don't like saying that about Darren, but that's just how it is. Darren has caused so many issues and he's misled the public.
Well, he didn't. He didn't definitely do you any favors. I'll tell
No,
you
but
that.
I mean, it's not just that. He's openly broke the heart of this community where he said, I know who was driving the car.
Well, that's what I mean.
I think Jack and Lily are alive, and I think I know where they are. Like, I'm 1,000% ironclad. Like
Right.
that will always be. I almost think someone should make up a T-shirt that says 1,000% ironclad.
I know.
Just for the aspect of. I mean, that's a funny joke to
Well,
make. But the overall situation that
well, that's
we're
just it.
dealing with isn't funny, right?
Right.
But
Yeah. Yeah.
and it's not a situation where it's a humor situation, but there's these little glimpses of humor that are inside. But the overall situation is dire and not
Yeah.
a situation to laugh or you make jokes at.
Well, I was going to say, I mean, it's one of those things is that through all of this, even like the whole KFC thing, like, honestly, there's hardly ever anything that actually truly gets underneath my skin.
Mhm.
It's more like, you know, when you're poking somebody back a little bit, whenever I make that KFC thing, then I think I did a video on it. I remember with my birthing sauce.
That was back in the days where I was just, you know, hovering in the comment section or hovering in the.
Yeah, it's just like, so again, out of this, like, meaning you have to have like, no one's going to take away my humor regardless. But when it comes to the case, it's, of course, it's always, you know, like, just because sometimes we can let loose a little bit in chat or in the live. I wasn't born.
We're all human, Sonny, and there's these little things that are funny, right? And you can't deny yourself that little smile in a time where it's such a tragic situation.
Well, that's just the bottom line of it. Now, Daniel, I just kind of want to go step back because I know somebody had asked us and it's going to bug me until you had made a comment that about CPS and Malaya. And I was going to say, oh, you know, I think I remember Anita saying something about that, about did Malaya do drugs as well? Because she said, Anita had said that.
Yeah.
Or if you don't want to say.
No, I don't know. I will talk about anything as long as it's not anything that can be detrimental to Child Protective Services or the other stuff that I have going on, which I'm not going to talk about. Right. But I think everybody knows what it is, right?
You know, absolutely.
So,
But so did
Um,
she do meth? Did she do drugs? Because
Malaya, as far as I know, when she was with me, she has never touched hard drugs. I have never convinced her to do any drugs.
okay,
Like I'm not like that, but she did. She had a shatter pen, which is, I think some of the viewers may not know what that is. What it is
right,
just concentrated THC in a vape,
okay,
right?
yeah,
And she
yeah,
smoked that. Um, she did want to do it when she was breastfeeding Meadow, and I told her no. I said
right,
no, like that's a terrible thing to do. So she waited until she was done breastfeeding Meadow.
right,
I shouldn't even use our daughter's name. So
right,
just I'm gonna refer to her as just our daughter.
yeah, no
I
problem.
shouldn't even said her name. And
Okay,
that's what pisses me off about Anita is she just
well,
keeps talking about our daughter, me and Malaya's daughter, and that really bugs me because she has nothing to do with anything. She should never be a topic of conversation.
I knew that she when I was, you know, unfortunate enough to have to, like, the only reason, like I said, I would even watch this channel, one channel, is just for the sake of, okay, what does this person have to say? Because I'm always one about if families talking, people that, like, or her that says that she was there. And now I know that she seemed very slighted for the fact of like basically Malaya was like basically in and out, and it was kind of like your children are missing, and like I'm taking care of doing this and buying these things for Meadow. And even though I know that you probably don't know that she was doing that, perhaps because obviously you don't really know her, but it was
I
kind of
only know what Anita's said on that other channel we're not going to
yeah,
mention. But
right, yeah,
to have for Malaya to have our daughter around her, that was a very poor decision because we see what she's like. She's accusing Malaya of being a prostitute, of me pimping out Malaya, of me drugging Malaya. This is all completely false claims. And the public is just eating that up because they're looking for drama. A lot of that, and this, a lot of people in the true crime community, I've had to learn this the most difficult way possible over the last year, is a lot of them seek entertainment and drama because it's just thrilling for them. They see this as a reality TV, like real life reality TV show. And this is a tragic event that happened. You can't
well,
ever take anything away from that, but people see it as entertainment. And everyone has the right to their opinion, but there's a fine line between an opinion and just making a completely false claims.
well, I was gonna say because, I mean, obviously, when she was there originally, right? You wouldn't have known anything different about, say, maybe her personality or what you've heard her say now, versus when she was there, because this obviously came in after the fact. Even though, I mean, when I heard some of that stuff too, about pimping her out and stuff like that, I was like, yeah, that, you know what I mean? There's things that you take with a very, very, very grain of salt and, stick it in the trash or something like that. And then there's other things that seem more realistic to talk about. So that to me is like, I mean, she obviously doesn't lack any filter on her mouth for sure. She just kind of says things that doesn't matter. Doesn't seem to like no, because she has, I mean, said things that are obviously what would be deemed as really slander.
That's why I call her Anita Attention,
You
is
know,
because
um,
she just seeks attention any way possible. And I see that coming up on the screen where it says, "How many peace bonds do you have against you?"
yeah,
Belinda's asking. I have
yeah,
0.
on there. Okay, thank you.
I have 0. I have 0. And the only provision I have against me is I can't go to Indian Brook Reserve.
Right now, just
And that's not for stalking anyone. That's not for it's just
to
a
do with the cookies, right?
provision that's in place,
That,
which I can't dive into the information on that because of the matters at hand. But I just
right.
wanted to say that out.
Yeah, because I mean, it was in the documents when that kind of came out of what you could and couldn't do. Like there are some limitations there or stuff like that. think that's what you're referring
Yeah,
to.
investigators also told me early on, do not go to Indian Brook Reserve. If you go onto that reserve, Daniel, you probably won't make it off.
Yeah, I mean, probably a wise choice on that part. Now,
Yeah.
okay, now Daniel, this part I really want to get back. Okay, sorry, did you even ask that? Sorry, I think I answered it for you. You said, just to clear that one up. So Malaya, obviously, with CPS and Malaya. Sorry, could you? I kind of over spoke for you on that about what Anita had said. The reason about why Malaya couldn't be, say, alone with Meadow.
I think we already know this by now. Malaya is a flight risk. With
Considered a flight
with our daughter. I mean, that's
risk?
yeah. I think we already kind of established that. I think the public kind of knows that by now. And also as well, there's a lot of stuff I can't speak on because it's covered under the Child Care Act of Canada. So
well, I was going to say we'll drop that right then and there for that stuff anyway.
Yeah.
Now, but so what I wanted to go back to was, so in the morning, right? Okay, and now so again, the reason why this whole timeline is so because you guys between your mom, Malaya, and yourself have all placed a small bracket of time around when Lily could have disappeared. And the fact that your mom said that she claimed that she heard Jack and Lily that morning. So, I mean, Daniel, obviously, like I said, there was only so many situations that could happen to Jack and Lily. And so, I mean, there has to be something that you kept saying, even in your interviews. Like, I know the kids are 100% alive. Basically saying it too about Malaya and her mom Cindy and stuff like that. So meaning, okay, if you don't believe that any of you three had any knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily on the property, in a sense, because you kind of always keep making these comments that almost like stick up for Malaya, like when you're saying
the reason why I made I can dive into some of that. Sorry to cut you off. I'm really bad for that.
That's fine. I'm gonna
but I apologize for that.
No,
but
that's fine.
You know, a lot of stuff with Malaya just never added up, right? With we already know at this time that her leaving me was premeditated, right? Due to the fact her clothes weren't here, right? And I don't know where her clothes were. The best speculation I have is she left them at Patty's house. So that in itself left room for the perspective that I gained is, you know, Malaya must have had something to do with this. And the only reason that I protected Malaya at the start was she was in possession of our daughter. And I didn't want her mental health to decline because she had our daughter in her possession at that time. And if Malaya's mental health was to decline, that would be it would directly impact our daughter's development and her emotional state and her mental state. And I didn't want that. So, but I never protected Malaya and said that she never had anything to do with it at the start. I firmly believe that she did. But after time goes on and we get to learn more and more, and I learn more behind the scenes, and I know that Malaya had, you know, polygraphs and they were the same as mine.
Were her second questions the same? Because you said that your questions were not the same as Haley's.
Yeah, what I see, I don't know if investigators will like me talking about this. I know because they can't fill me in on some things, but what I took from the conversations, I'm sorry, investigators, but what I took for the conversations and what I gained is from my own personal experiences, my own personal experience, right? I can't speak for Malaya. I can't speak for anyone else. I can't speak for investigators. I can only speak on what I, you know, see and what I heard and how I felt, right? I said at the start, I took it as, me and Malaya had the same questions. Investigators know that I didn't plant the blanket up the road because I entered Lansdowne only that morning, very briefly, with Malaya's vehicle. The blanket was found in the tree after it was like 3:29 or 3:49 or something of that nature. And I wasn't on Lansdowne Road at that time, so therefore I don't have anything to do with the blanket. And so
That's a hard one for me, Daniel. That one's, that's a hard one for me, that whole blanket. That blanket,
yeah, it's still very mysterious that it's the only evidence that we have, or I shouldn't say that we have, or investigators have for the case. And it's very hard to wrap your mind around that two children go missing and the only evidence that's concrete is that is Lily's piece of a blanket hanging in the tree almost 1 kilometer away. And for Malaya's family to find that is an aspect that causes the mind to run wild with theories and speculation and conspiracies. But after the polygraphs are administered, it's such a, because I don't know the results of everyone's polygraph. I only know my own.
Yeah. Did they ask you about the blanket at all?
I was never asked in my polygraphs about the blanket.
Okay.
I was only ever told that it was planted. And I think, and I brought that to the public and no one believed me. No one believed me when I talk. And that's completely fine.
I believed it was planted. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, of course. And that's what I said. That's what I say too. Like, I didn't need investigators to tell me that. The blanket didn't randomly grow wings and fly up there and land in a tree. And then when you look in the documents, it says that, Hayden said it was like 2.5 or 3 feet off of the ground.
Right.
That blanket was hanging clearly above my head. It was 6 feet. Yeah, I'm 5'10". So it was at eye level. So it's around 6 feet in the air, draped over a branch. The kids couldn't put that there. What are they going to do? Stand there and throw it up in a tree?
Well, according to DT, that was possible. That's some birds.
And also DT got stuck on these things where I don't want to speak bad on DT.
Yeah,
I haven't come on here to bash other YouTube creators, right?
No, but this case destroyed our friendship because of this. But we're not going to get into him that way. But yeah, I thought we had a really solid relationship up until this case. But it's amazing what things can do, in a sense. Yeah,
DT was stuck on the boot print on the pipeline. Yeah. And I'll let the public know that was never 100% accurate, confirmed Lily or Jack's footprint.
Right.
And I want to say that openly so the public knows that was never 100% confirmed. The investigators went to Walmart and they bought the exact same boots, right? And they did all the forensic testing on the imprints, and because they do it the way they do it is they check how deep the prints are. They have to check the exact tread, because each size of boot, even if they're the same boot, the tread size is different. And I'm very limited on what I know on. I've never seen the actual boot print in person. Right. I've only, ever heard about it. And I'm limited on what I know on it. I know the kind of the location from what investigators told me on it. I kind of know the location, but I've never seen the print in person. Right.
No. Well, I was going to say, like the boot print, I actually don't put no mind or thought into the boot print. The blanket, different story. Now, I was told that forensics came back and that you were spoken to because of the fact that they believe that you planted the blanket and that you were called in. True or not true?
I did do a formal interview on the blanket because they needed to know everything on the blanket, right? From the origin, where it was bought, everything, the lifespan of the blanket, we'll call it, right? They brought me in for a formal interview on that because they brought Malay in as well, obviously not at the same time, but they brought us both in. We did formal interviews on the blanket, right? So they know the like the lifespan of the blanket, or the blanket's timeline, we'll call it, right?
Mm-hmm.
And because they knew I didn't plant it. I wasn't on the road on May 2nd when it was found. I didn't find the blanket. I have nothing to do with the blanket, right?
I mean,
So and then when we can talk about, they know my DNA is on the blanket.
obviously.
And
Right.
right. And so they wanted to get the DNA from me, which I obviously gave, right? And, we did up the paper, I already explained in detail, but I can do it again. They took the applicator, they stabbed my finger,
Right.
and squeezed my finger for like 20 minutes so I could get 4 drops of blood out, put it on the I don't know what you want to call it, the mesh pad or the paper, and it was sealed for evidence. And we went over the paper, the consent paper. I had to give a blood sample due to that is the most accurate representation of DNA that you can extract, right? If they didn't want to do a swab in my mouth because it wouldn't be a full panel of DNA. They could get the the full panel of DNA from my blood. So we did that. And then we did the consent form up, and I watched them sign on that consent form. I said this before, I'll say it again. When we did up the consent form on the blanket, they signed and check marked the box for no criminal involvement on the blanket. I signed the waiver or consent form for my DNA. And the reason why they took the DNA was analysis on the blanket, and they checked no criminal involvement for anything to do with the blanket or the extraction of the DNA for the blanket.
Yeah, I have a big hang up on that blanket because it just, the tooth fairy didn't bring it over there.
No, of course. It didn't fly up there on its own. I've said that. And it didn't blow up on the back of a truck or, I believe at one point that Cheryl said that it could have possibly been swept up by a helicopter. Somebody said to Cheryl or Malay or someone that I heard that it could have been swept up by a helicopter and blew up there or something. Like that's the inaccuracy of that happening is, I mean, it's so low. It's
okay. So there's a couple things because Ninchi True Crime, she's reached out many of times to the police in regards to the case on certain factors. A couple things that came back. One was, because I remember her putting it up on her screenshot, that there was no other pink blanket. The person that responded back from the police department said there was not a second pink blanket. There was only one. And then another thing was
sorry to cut you off. That comes from the other pink blanket was not evidence, right? It was no significant evidence. So it was just considered just another item, right? It plays no role into any significant evidence. Okay. And you have to remember that's coming from the RCMP. They would have to coordinate with major crimes. And I don't know if they coordinated with major crimes to put out that email to her, right? That may have just been straight from the RCMP, right? Because the way the RCMP works, the RCMP has nothing to do with this case other than collecting tips, right? Because major crimes is a total different branch, an escalated branch. It would be equal to, I hate saying this because law enforcement, the way they do their divisions is so much different than the United States, but it would be equal to, let's say, the FBI, right? because the way what major crimes does, they do major crimes, kidnapping, missing persons, murders. They do those type of crimes or escalated issues, and the RCMP only handle, you know, the tip collection. They'll collect the tips and then hand them to major crimes.
Yeah,
I don't know how many people are educated in the way law enforcement works in this country, because you do have a lot of viewers that are from the United States, and the way law enforcement works here is much different.
Absolutely. Now, Bossman says, what about Earl finding the only boot print? Is that true? I don't think that's true. I don't think Earl found the boot print.
Earl didn't. My father didn't find the boot print. That was actually found by another neighbor that's
another
here.
Neighbor.
Yeah, and another neighbor, and then he told my father, and then it got into the hands of the RCMP and such. Okay. It was never actually my father that found the boot print in question.
Okay, yeah, because I heard too, it was like another neighbor. I'll just leave it at that. Another neighbor. Yeah. Belinda says, Daniel, did you and Malaya have a babysitter? Yeah, Jeannie.
Yeah. Sometimes my mother or my father would look after the kids. Yeah, if me and Malaya wanted to like go to town, or Malaya had we had an appointment, or anything of that nature, mom or dad would instantly step up and look after the kids, or look after Jack or Lily separately, right? If one of the kids had an appointment or something that needed to be, done, right?
Can I ask you a question?
Oh, go ahead. Yep. Oh, go ahead.
Your brother, Justin, obviously he has not been vocal at all in regards to this case. And is it just because he just doesn't want to be...
My brother has a family, right? And he doesn't want to be dragged into it and have his family, basically, I'll use this word, extorted by YouTube creators or media. Right. And because my brother's always lived a very quiet life, he doesn't,
Are your personalities different?
Yeah, me and Justin are very different.
Like very opposite, right?
Yeah. My brother's very straight edge, never did drugs. Yeah. We're both very family oriented in that aspect. We love our children. We,
but just different. Yeah, just different.
Yeah, we're just two different people. The way my brother doesn't suffer from like the ADHD like I have. Right. So we're two different people. We both. I'm very outgoing and not afraid. He is in a way, but he focuses on his family,
right? Which is a good quality to have.
Yeah, of course. And it just comes from the fact that I've been to his place many times, and it would be coming on tonight, and the drones would start showing up, and I have to say, like, man, I gotta go, because this is putting extra strain on you and your family and your and privacy concerns for no reason. I have to like leave, right? Because drones would start showing up, because drones follow me everywhere I go. When it comes to nighttime,
yeah.
Say if I was to, go for a drive. Say if I went out tonight, maybe even if I went for a walk, drones follow me everywhere I go. I have zero privacy when it comes to the as soon as the cover of dark comes. Drones constantly watch me.
How many drones? Like I'm sure it's tapered off. So,
no. Really?
Like how many drones are we talking about here that you feel like are?
There's been some times where I've seen 40 to 50 drones, and sometimes I'd even be at Jordan's house or Darren's former residence, and the amount of drones there would be absolutely unreal. It was like, I referred to it as last summer. It was Christmas in July, because you look up at the sky and there's just so many different colors. It was like Christmas lights strung across the sky.
And you're saying and so was that 40 to 50 at its max, and is it
Yeah,
that?
but it's
Okay,
also hard to count them.
yeah,
And because in some aspects some are very open and they sit there and they watch you. And there's been many times where I would go outside at nighttime last summer, and I would go outside and I would sit there and I would tell the drones to, wave my arms for them to come down, like come bring the drones down. And then the drones would go back and forth to say no, like in the sky. And but there's never been any drone footage at night. Like never been any drone footage uploaded onto the internet of them watching me.
yeah. I mean, the one thing I can understand regardless, okay? And again, for everyone that's in chat, like I said, Daniel was in chat, said that he can talk about a few things, with Anita and on there. But again, kind of like on Charmaine, what she was doing with Daniel too, right? Like, it's one of those things, is just like, if Daniel wants to talk and answer some questions, and he's free will to do so and stuff like that. But I'm hoping no one expects me just to like pounce on Daniel, like, I know you exactly did this and that and stuff like that. It's not what I'm doing. I just am sitting here. If Daniel wants to answer questions or not answer questions, so be it. And again, right, like, it's like some people in chat is like, like, do you believe this is his BS or this BS? And at the end of the day, again, we all got free will to think what we want with regards to this case and Jack and Lily and stuff. And if Daniel wants to talk about certain topics or try to answer questions, again, he knows his truth. We're still trying to understand it. I mean, so, obviously, like for me too, like the speculation is, it's all about what happened to Jack and Lily. With that going on, Charmaine's in the house. Hey, Charmaine. There was something that I just saw though that I was going to ask you.
Yeah, I'll talk for a second while you find it.
Sure, go ahead.
You just, if you were to just attack me like on a personal level, it wouldn't be conductive to any type of positive conversation, right? And I think a lot of people expect you to ask the hard questions. Believe me, if I can answer it, I'll do my best to recall from memory and some experiences that I had, and I'll try to answer the question the best I can. The only questions I'll stray away from is questions that put me in a position where it could harm Child Protective Services or the other stuff that I'm going to keep referring to it as, the other stuff that I can't speak on,
Yeah.
right?
Well, Daniel, like I said, you are not shy or, against talking for the most part. And just like, I'm not shy to be vocal about my thoughts, on this. But again, has anyone been charged in this case? Absolutely not, but it's the inconsistencies of it that have driven me crazy, right?
Well, the inconsistencies from me come from me not communicating myself properly. And I've worked over the last year on that. And also the inconsistencies of me speaking so much, right?
Yeah.
After you put so many words out in the world, the way it may come across on a certain day or a certain time may be different than another day, right? And as time goes on, the experiences I have with the case, it will become more detailed, right? As I remember more and I go through the processes of trying to remember everything. And I want to talk about some of the interviews as well. I've done at least 50 on-camera interviews.
One sec. Yeah.
Okay.
The one thing I was going to say I remembered was, I can't fault your family, your mom, and that from being afraid or scared that somebody might do something, because I definitely would not want to be in the shoes or people that were targeting Darren and different stuff. People go sometimes too far, definitely, when it comes. So I remember when your mom had brought that up about, being afraid to basically almost be outside, right? Because the thing is that like a lot of cases, you get a lot of looky-loos that are just kind of passing by, trying to look at the property and
Well, you get some YouTube creators that say they drove by the house 11 times.
you know, right. So I mean, same with Brad's house too, as well, right? People want to know who's this neighbor, da 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 da. Da. But so I can understand why it does put some fright because again, I don't live in those shoes, right? It's not
Mhm.
like that's happened in my
Well,
life.
I go out in the yard sometimes, and there'll be cars at the end of the driveway just sitting there watching,
Just yeah,
just watching the house, and then I go outside, and then they just speed away,
yeah,
and it leaves a sour taste in your mouth. Why are they there, right?
well,
It could be like
mm,
endless reasons, right? But the
absolutely.
human mind always defaults to negativity, right? They're not there for a positive reason,
No, I
right?
mean, like I can understand that more so, of course, because it happens in a lot of cases, like especially near the start. But I can't like a year later, no. But the bottom line is that there are cases out there where people online have done bad things, right? Because they're fucking jolted up here, just twisted. And so it is one of those things, but I can definitely associate with why people, not just including yours but others, would feel a sense of fear, really, just because
Hmm.
there's a lot of whack jobs out there. But anyways, um that's what I was remembering to say. But anyways, you said about interviews. Go ahead.
Yeah, I've done it, at least 50 on-camera interviews. I know CBC used to count them for me. And they used to say, I think it was like 17 or something like that the last time I talked to them because they used to keep track. And they said, Daniel, this is like your 17th interview you've done with us. And over time, talking that many times, of course, there's going to be inconsistencies, or I say things a different way, and it doesn't. The public takes it in a certain way or a certain perspective on the way I talk. And I think that's the main reason why the inconsistencies come from, because I'm willing to speak on any inconsistencies that people think that I may have or they may have heard. And I think a lot of the inconsistencies may come through hearsay from, third parties, like what they've heard from friends or family or anything of that nature, right?
Mhm. Well, see, you had originally said, and this was in okay, I know I have the screenshot somewhere, but you originally said that you had all of Malaya's stuff, like that you had basically all Malaya's stuff, and
Yep.
then later on you changed that to that she left it at Patty's house and
Her
stuff like
clothes,
that. Yeah,
or
so
just
but
her clothes, because I didn't, after the disappearance, I was in this weird hemisphere, or
yeah,
weird sphere, we'll call it, where I didn't want to move anything in the house just in case investigators wanted it, right? Or
yeah,
they needed to come back and collect any kind of evidence, or they needed to do any kind of, we'll use the word analysis on the property in any way. So I didn't want to move anything. So I was living around all Malaya's belongings, but it wasn't until um, she wanted some stuff where it's I had this um, thought of gathering up all her and Jack's belongings, and majority of her clothes were never here, right? So me and mom bagged up all the rest of her clothes, and there was like a few coats, there was some socks, there was some underwear, and it ended up being like quarter of a clear garbage bag, right? And so we set that outside, and investigators came and got it, and they brought it to Malaya.
yeah. I was told,
But there was like all her makeup was left here, her hair dryers, um, basically everything except for the few belongings that she wanted. The very first thing that she wanted was, I left this part out, and I don't know how many people know this. I talked about it on Charmaine's the other day. She wanted the ultrasound photos of Meadow, or our daughter.
Okay.
I gotta stop saying her name.
Yeah.
I'm just so used to, in my actual in my reality, we'll call it, using her name, right? Because I don't usually speak openly on the internet, so I don't um, like to use her name very often. So, because I don't think she should have brought into this, or have her name have any involvement with the missing persons case in any way. She was collateral damage in all of this, we'll say it.
Yeah. I mean, it is a very sad situation. This
It
whole
is.
thing, and
Because she went from being like an average kid to being thrust into the spotlight in no regards of her own, right? She didn't ask for any of this. And
no.
it's a very tough thing to wrap your mind around, that, she was brought into this for absolutely no reason, just being our child. She's thrust into the spotlight. Right. And that will change her life forever.
Of course, well, for sure. Now, I want to touch on something, because okay, so a lot of people are saying, and in the chat, or I've seen a few, and Belinda asked the same thing. Like, so she asked you about responsibility, but in saying that, at the end of the day, though, Daniel, the children were with you in Malaya, right?
Yeah,
so,
of course.
Right. So what people are saying is like, why aren't you guys taking accountability for that? So whether or not it was, say, Malaya that got up and you stayed in bed with Meadow, the bottom line is unless because you're seeing this in a different light, but the bottom
That's what I mean.
is,
Everybody has a different perspective. Sure, I take accountability. But every morning, from my point of view, every morning I lay in bed with Meadow and sleep. But
why wasn't that door locked? Like the sliding door.
It doesn't have a lock on it, because Lily and Jack never went outside on their own. They never ran away when they knew I was around. They listened to me. They never tried to run away. It was only with Malaya they didn't listen to, right?
Well, which you've said, before about that too, and then you also said that it takes two of them to basically close that door.
Well, when they put all their body weight into it, it's a fairly heavy door. When they put their body weight into it, they can close it all the way. But they never usually close it all the way. Like we'd always have to say, like, Lily, you have to close the door when you go behind you, or Jack, you have to close the door when you go behind you when you go outside into the backyard. And most of the times they never close the door. I mean, as Mom said before, like sometimes I'm even at fault because I don't slide it all the way closed.
Well, you were asked this question on Charmaine's about this, but you kind of, I feel like, double talked on this particular part. So the rational thing to do is, if two children are missing, that you would run over to your moms and say, like, Mom, are the kids in here?
Mm-hmm.
That was never said. And then when Charmaine and you talked about it the other day, and then you said you made a comment about, well, when my mom was outside, type of thing, like the dog would have jumped on her. But you made the comment as if to say, well, your mom was outside, but yet your mom said she didn't come out for 10 minutes and she heard you yelling. So can you clear that up for me? Because, because that was a contradictory to me of your mom.
That was a lot. That was a lot right there, jumping around. Give me a step-by-step what you want to know, and I'll tell you.
Okay, so basically, according to you and Malaya, you basically both came outside, and that basically Malaya wasn't doing anything, and you talked
Malaya. Well, I can go over when we first came outside. Like we went around the fence and we stood in front of Mom's RV. And that's when Malaya asked me, should I call 911? Right? Like, I don't have a helicopter. We don't hear the kids in the yard. I'm going to search, obviously. So I ran out when she was on the dispatch call, called out 911 at 10:01. I ran up to the cabins in the woods because that's where we would take the kids up, or me and Mom would take the kids up to the cabins usually, or my biological children. They built some camps up there, and with my assistance. And so I ran up there because I thought, that would be the first place they went to, right? Was the cabins.
That's what I'm asking. Why wouldn't you go over to your mom's and see Mom? Is Jack and Lily in the trailer? Like,
because I would be able to hear them, right? Because if they were in the trailer, I'd be able to hear them. It's not like it's completely soundproof, right?
Okay, so go ahead.
Yeah. So I ran up to the cabins and then I came down behind Mom's. When I was coming down, I was screaming for Lily and Jack. And that's what triggered Mom to, wake up because she heard me screaming. And when I came back down, I went straight into the house. And see, at that point I haven't talked to Mom yet. I ran straight into the house to go find the keys, right? And jump in the vehicle and start searching.
You need a sip of water, I can tell, or something, or more coffee. I can hear it in your voice.
Yeah, my mouth's really dry.
I know. Go pee or go get a drink.
I'll run and grab a drink. I'll be back in 1 second. And then I'll continue the story. Yeah, my mouth's really dry.
Yeah. You guys, I know you guys, there's a bunch of you guys putting questions and stuff in the chat, and I desert you for dessert. Charmaine's braggadocious on turn Streamlabs off so I can gift memberships. What do you mean by that? Turn Streamlabs off. Oh, gotcha. I was like, what does she mean by that? Where is my little Streamlabs anyway? Wait, I know I have it open. I think it's, where is my Streamlabs? I think it's, okay. No, that's the bot. I don't know if that affects music. Streamlabs.
Just 1 more second.
Yeah, take your time. Yeah. Hi, Hunter. Good to see you in here. Hunter, if you guys don't know Hunter, he's always done amazing work with putting videos together for Jack and Lily, and in the interviews that he put all together in a menage type of thing. But anyways, nice to see you on this one. And I'm gonna vape my face off for a second. Charmaine, I don't know how to turn it off. It's okay. We'll let Daniel talk and I'll mute the music if that happens. Charmaine, she gifted Michelle, Native Girl, Duchess, leather and lace. No, that's Sunny. Those are the ones I did. What the heck? It needs to catch up, Charmaine. Oh, there it is, Charmaine. Monsters of Hypocrisy. No, that's sorry. Budettes, Dodie, Seaweed, Brian Sutherland, and Patriot Girl. Okay.
Okay. I'm back now.
Okay, thank you. So
yeah, I definitely needed a drink. So
yeah. Oh, I could hear it in your voice. Because I know when I'm thirsty, that's exactly what mine sounds like. Charmaine, thank you for gifting those memberships to those people. So Danielle, because the music's gonna go off each time, because when somebody gifts, the music goes off 5 times. But anyways, I'm just gonna let you get back. 1 sec. Still gotta love a good Rickroll though. Okay, so I'll just let you continue to when you were talking there.
Okay, when I was coming back down the hill behind Mom's RV, that's when I was screaming for Lily and Jack at the top of my lungs. And I think Mom thought that the kids might have been out in the yard and I was yelling at them to come back inside because she was sleeping, as she said she was napping. So when I came back down behind Mom's, I came right into the house to go and grab the keys. If Lily and Jack were in Mom's RV or around the RV, I would have heard them, right? Because I could hear the dog barking when I was coming down the hill. Because Tucker usually barks when the kids are out in the yard or I'm out in the yard. And when I came down to the trailer, went into the house and grabbed the keys. I came out through the front door. That's how I know the kids didn't come out through the front door because the wrench was still jammed in the porch door on the outside. So I went and I proceeded to go to the car. And that must have been, I can't speak for Mom, but that must have been when Mom came outside and talked to Malaya, right? And as I said, I went in the car, I did Lansdowne Road, went down around Lansdowne Station Road, where Bradley lives, came out the McLeod Road, and then came down Gairloch Road back to the house. No, well, I shouldn't say that. I went up in behind where up behind the house, you'll see, if you look on the map, there's a little dirt road. And I went up there.
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
And that's where it comes from, where I met Mom up there. And I asked Mom, are you getting in the car with me? And she said, no, I'm going to continue to search this area. The kids wouldn't get far. Right. Because at that time, me and Mom were both under the belief of the children wandered into the woods. That was the only thing that seemed plausible to us. And people will never understand the stress level that runs through your mind. I mean, the stress level that your mind has to endure at a time of crisis. Most people will never be in the position that I was in at that time, that my mother was in at that time, or Malaya was in at that time. That's almost fabulous. I mean, like almost unfathomable to most people that just don't understand that. It's such a hard concept to grasp, being in such a tragic moment and trying to think on your feet and think properly. And so after that, I came back down to the house. Maybe in Charmaine's, I might have left the part out where I drove up behind and I talked to Mom. And she was still searching that area. I came back down to the house. I don't know if that was in the part with Charmaine's, but I had to clarify that and add that to the conversation, because I don't think I totally might have skipped over that aspect of that original part when I was in the car, where I was up back. All I did was just drive up back a little ways and did a U-turn and then come right back down. But on that way, I talked to Mom because she was at the top of the hill.
Now,
and the police weren't there at that time, because when I got all the way back down to the house, I had the RCMP were just starting to come into the yard, and I didn't want to block them in, so I parked right next to it in the marsh. There's the little parking spot right next to the house in the marsh there.
right.
And so that's when the RCMP started to show up, and they were walking down and talking to Malaya. I parked over there, and I was going to go back into the woods and continue searching, because I wanted to maximize the amount of time that I was searching to see if the kids were actually found, because I already did the roads, so I know that they didn't take the roads, because children always take the path of least resistance. And the path of least resistance for children is roads and walkways or sidewalks or anything of that nature. So that I was always under the impression of that. And at the time, that was the only thing that seemed feasible to me. If they wandered away from the house, they would have just taken the roads. That's why I stopped at the culverts and in the small streams and stuff and see if they were there playing in the water. When I got back to the house, it really set in that I didn't see the children on the way, so they wouldn't have walked the roads.
Did Malaya's actions represent that of somebody petrified that her children are missing? Like, did you
Her emotions were not congruent with the situation. No.
Right. Right. And so just to ask, obviously about that. Charmaine says, I know this is sidetracking for a sec. Are you able to clarify when you were brought in for another interview last week and if it was about Jack and Lily or something else?
There was an RCMP car spotted at the end of the driveway. That had nothing to do with Jack and Lily. That was a police report done on a separate issue of stalking.
Okay. Yeah. And well, only because this is, I don't know why it's going in. Did the police, why can't I think of your uncle's name that I know all the time? What's your uncle's name again that lives beside your dad?
Ron.
Ron. Why can't I think of these names? Anyways, I guess the 2.5 months has done me in a little bit that way. Did the police, because we heard that the police were up there. Well, actually, I want to ask you two things quickly. The police, did they search Uncle Ron's property?
They did every single property, and they searched every single property up to 8 kilometers out. That was in a RCMP statement. And when they did the cadaver dogs, I believe in a statement, it was 40 kilometers. I don't know if it said 40 kilometers squared or 40 kilometers searched in general.
When the police were at the sawmill, was that anything to do with Jack and Lily's case?
No.
Nothing. Okay.
No.
Just because I remember that when that came out.
Mm-hmm.
People keep asking this, and I guess I'll ask because they want to know what happened to the wet clothes, considering you were running through the water.
Mm-hmm.
Wait, just what happened? So you got wet. Did you come home and change?
No, I didn't change. No,
because people
not
keep
that
saying
not that I had splash pants on. They were black splash pants, so they dried extremely quickly, and I never stopped running. So it was when I would go through the water, I tried to avoid going through the water as much as possible, but due to the size, the width of the streams, I had to go through it either way. I tried to look for any obstacles that I could use to my advantage to cross: logs, logs, branches, rocks, anything of that nature that I could use to propel my movement forward over the river systems or waterways in general. And so many times I had to walk through, and those were actually right beside the house. The streams that's actually right in behind Bradley's property.
Oh, okay.
Because there is some sections on that are deeper, especially being spring. I know during the summertime they go bone dry almost, but during the spring, because of snow runoff and water runoff and the amount of precipitation that comes down in Nova Scotia, I have to use that perspective because not everybody lives in Nova Scotia, so they don't know the climate or the weather systems, right? We get a fair amount of rain, and we do get a fair amount of snow as well.
Well, I was going to say, we don't suffer from that down here.
No.
Like, honestly, it's been about 2 years since I've seen a couple times of snowfall.
Yeah.
Maybe this year there was like a few, like at about 1 or 2 o'clock in the morning, I looked out and I was like, is that a little bit of snow coming down? And then that's about as much as I've saw. So I've lived in Alberta half my life. So trust me, I do not miss that snow. You guys can keep that shit all you want. Tint's in the house. Hey, let me ask you, what do you feel about Tint? Like Tint.
That guy is a fucking slippery weasel.
Oh, so you don't like him?
No.
Okay. Now, is it because of him recording Wade, or have you talked to him before?
Well, I should send you the messages he sent me
On there.
Yeah, maybe I will do that.
Well,
he said, if these are false confessions, I can try to entrap the alleged victim and try to get a confession out of her for you secretly.
Oh,
that's a crime.
Okay, so yeah, I mean, I'm not. I have no clue actually what you guys have
Yeah,
ever
he's a
been through
slippery
together.
weasel.
Uh, Now I'm gonna tell you, I know that like Tint, me and him, besides the other day, I hadn't spoken to him to a couple months, but I will say this, Daniel. I
Listen,
mean, I have,
I don't like Cindy or Wade for many reasons.
yeah,
And what he did to them, that was um, a very disgusting act. People don't realize that Wade, opened up, but a lot of the stuff he made were very false claims. But you know, um, he suckered him into that conversation and illegally filmed him without his permission. That right there is, a breach of not just the law or a criminal act, but that's also a breach of someone's privacy.
well, I was gonna say, like, for me, like I said, it's not me doing it, so I don't like for myself. But I will say this: what I do like out of anything is about people that are trying to find answers for Jack and Lily, even if necessarily maybe it wasn't the right way to go about it. But
He's after the money, Sonny.
oh, see, I don't think that with Tent
No, he
money.
is.
Yeah,
Investigators even said that. Investigators warned me, do not talk to him. He's after the money.
I was gonna say though, Daniel, with it all though, what I like is that like let's like and let's say the same thing with you,
Sonny, you
right?
should never like when people invade other people's privacy for their own personal gains.
You know, for the fact of Jack and Lily,
Mhm.
what I liked though, Daniel, was the
But you
fact.
should never invade people's personal.
Well,
Those are
I mean,
constructs. Those are
obviously,
constructs put in that everybody should abide by, and not break any acts, criminal acts, or break any privacy concerns that people may have, because that leaves the door open to many other things that people shouldn't do.
I get what you're saying, Daniel. I do absolutely. I'm kind of I've lived my life around pretty straight laced that way. Never a charge in my
Mhm.
life, and too right. Like, but for Tint's own principles and how he has done things and whatever. I mean, obviously that's on him or anybody else.
Yeah,
What I
we can talk about
like.
when my father confronted him as well.
Oh, I
He,
remember. Oh yeah, I forgot about that.
Tent was seen coming out of the woods on a private property where kids are. And
You know,
my dad confronted him about it. And he said he was searching for Lily and Jack. And why would you be on a property where it was a private property and there's children that live at that residence?
yeah, that was right at this very, very
He
start.
was already
Remember that?
charged with something to do with an underage girl, but he didn't get, wasn't convicted of those crimes.
Yeah,
But still, to be on a property where there's children that inhabit that residence, I'm not going to say the residence, but that was very shameful. For people don't know the true story on him and my father, so that leaves, you know,
yeah. I
um,
don't.
I hate using this reference. It leaves a sour taste in people's mouths when you know people don't know the true story or anything that happened during those events. You only see the clips or the edited or the the hearsay or the small parts of what actually happened during those events.
What I was gonna say. I mean, I think that goes along with a lot of this case, to be honest. But
Yeah,
I still want to go back to what I was gonna say, which was
sure, of course.
is just simply for the fact of, although it might not have been done a way that some people didn't appreciate, and the
Mhm.
recording someone without their knowledge and stuff like that. But it's when people are speaking freely because they don't think that they're being recorded.
Mhm.
It's kind of like when Darren was speaking to me, I was recording him because there was no fucking way in hell that I was ever going to remember everything that man was going to say. So the reason why I actually recorded him was just so that I could go back and re-listen to it again, because there ain't no way I'm going to remember
But
everything.
Sonny, that's done on a a level where he should have expected that because it was done digitally.
Yeah. Well, I mean, true enough. True enough.
Yeah.
I mean, I get the pretense of a horse trailer and all that. And I'm not going to sit there and say that that was the right thing to do.
Mhm.
But out of it all, it was just kind of like to listen to someone that doesn't realize they're being recorded and then they're speaking like just freely because that's how they think that it is going. They think that it was being spoken freely and that not realizing it was being recorded, you know. And so again, the bottom line is for me, uh people will do things that maybe cross somebody's lines, and they do, for sure. At the end of the day, honestly, it boils down to me for, even though you might not agree, or even I might not agree with how Satan did that, but
Mhm.
I do appreciate the information that came out
But
of it.
but Sonny, in conclusion, nothing ever came for that. So he invaded Cindy and Wade's privacy for absolutely no gain other than his own.
It gave us his thoughts about what he was thinking,
Hmm.
you know, about, like believing, like for him, it told us basically what he was thinking. Obviously, he made comments towards you guys should all be locked up, that the kids are
Hmm.
buried about 20 miles away and stuff like that. Whether that's true or not true, really, like, from that side of the family, right? It's like there's nothing. There was nothing coming out. There was a
Hmm.
little bit from Haley and a little bit from Cheryl for a friend, but there was nothing coming out from Malaya,
Hmm.
or anything. And that's probably been the hardest part about this case, Daniel, is the fact that yes, you've spoken and been, spoken for many, many, many months, but to have the mother of the two children and to watch how, like, so you leave and the first thing you think to do is turn off your Facebook and take down Daniel's pictures. Why?
Hmm.
Like that shows me a red flag right there,
Yeah.
because why is that somebody's main concern when two children are missing? And then you pop back up again off and on, add a couple friends, to Facebook, and then you put the children's pictures just back up there. It's nothing that I would think to do when my two children are missing is to go change my single status and take down all your pictures and all that stuff, unless, to me there was like something that Malaya obviously either blames you or, like, whatever. Obviously that her doing that is a simple sign of, you
No,
know,
I think Sonny, they did that. They still blame me. And I see that through the way Shenanigans talks, right? That she's pro Malaya, Cheryl, and Cindy. And she thinks I have something to do with the disappearance. And the only way she would come to that observation if she was misled by Malaya's side, right?
well, I feel like, okay, so you know what? Out of all this, Daniel, it will boil down to one thing though.
Mhm.
Like something happened to Jack and Lily. So a lot of what you have said was geared towards Cindy, having something to do with it.
Mhm.
Malaya, that they're hidden, maybe not necessarily on a reservation. Um, so
No, that's Darren's belief,
yeah,
right?
that's right. That's his belief, and
But you never know. He may have changed that belief. I don't talk to
he
Darren. I
changed
have
it.
no association with
Right.
Darren.
I mean, he's changed it multiple times. He made himself look like
Mhm.
a fool by doing that, and then he would, like, put me on blast when he comes off talking about 100% clad, knowing they're alive, knows
Yeah.
where they are, alibi, and all this stuff and stuff like that. And the worst thing he probably could have done was speak for you and your mother, because, especially when you're regurgitating information, right? Well, the reason why Daniel lied about the blanket, the reason why Daniel lied about this, Janie said this, but then again, it's not coming out of actual Janie's mouth at that particular time. And I know your mom made a comment that, sometimes she got upset with Darren because he didn't say it properly, but that's what happens when other people are speaking for you, type of idea. But so then at the end of the day, Daniel, what happened to Jack? What do you, in your heart of hearts, believe then happened to Jack and Lily? If you feel like that you had no involvement, but then you also feel like Malaya didn't have any involvement. by the same
Yeah, and I go back and forth as time goes on, right? It's been over a year,
yeah,
and I have like this feeling where it jumps because
right,
we've been through it this long. They have had, people's, individuals' phones. They've tracked where they go and what they do, and polygraphs, and all the investigative techniques that are deployed or are still being deployed at this time. I don't know what to think, and it leaves the mind to run wild with speculation, just like the whole
you,
community of of the the whole true crime community. um it does, right? But it does all boil down to you know Jack and Lily, right? That's the whole main aspect of the whole entirety of everything, is where are Jack and Lily? What happened?
but how could so my thing has always been is when your mother came out and started speaking about her timeline on I
Mhm.
think it was with Allie, um, and stuff like that. It didn't make sense. It just
with
didn't.
with with Allie.
Was it Allie, the redhead?
Yeah, I can speak on some of that. That was a 2.5 hour interview,
Mm.
and it was broiled down to 8 minutes. And my mother got furious at Allie because they cut out so much that the public like should have had. And I understand the powers of editing, because I did all those interviews, and not once was there something nice I said about Lily and Jack contained in those interviews. It was always just them clickbait um,
I
uh,
get what you're saying.
headlines where 100% the cadaver dogs are not going to find anything, but you don't see the pretense of that conversation. You only see those few select words, and they don't represent the conversation or the interview properly. And I've always been used for the purposes that they have of money generation and generating clicks and views for their websites or for the news organizations in general. I was basically just they harvested me for views and money generation.
Right. Tint says it's and he did say this the other day, by the way. Apparently, Shanann and or Malaya, whatever, Cheryl and Cindy, they had spoken with Wade. I guess they saw him somewhere or whatever. He says that we shake hands and are at peace now. I took down all the video and post related to Wade for respect, and says that I'm
Yeah, I'm
happy.
sure it was. It was just face to face, and they didn't want to have any conflict or you know, make a scene of any kind. So that's probably why they kiss and made up.
Now,
Because at a vigil or a search, I mean, it would have been at a search,
it
right?
would have been a search, I guess.
Yeah. So you're not going to cause conflict or any type of interaction that would be negative during a search for two missing children. And how do we know Tint didn't even record that conversation? We have no idea. We've already seen his track record of things he'd done in the
Well,
past. So why should we think any differently?
well, I was going to say, I mean, sorry, I saw
Mhm.
Belinda's comment there, but Daniel, do you? Okay, so again, there's only so many things that happen.
History repeats itself, Sonny. We can only go off past events, right? He's done so many slippery, greasy things that we have to expect that from him. He didn't suddenly change his way overnight. If he's after the 150,000, you can only expect what he's done in the past to shape his future.
Well, I was going to say, so me and Tint have talked over the time, here and there. Love his the little cat that he had, Mimi, on there. So, I get your feelings about him. And the thing is,
Mhm.
I don't know Tintworth Adam. He apologized because he shared something from a thing of ours in a Facebook group or something like that. He did, and then of course I found out about it. But my thing is that again, it doesn't matter if actually it's Tint or anyone else. If people are trying to get information, doing whatever they do, I always want to try to look at everything. I do, even if you don't feel I don't. I do.
But everybody should stay in the confines of the law
That
and the privacy acts put in place.
that is true. I mean, like I said, it's nothing that I would do personally, but in saying that, you know, I'm still glad myself that I got to listen to Wade's thoughts, because to me his thoughts probably represented, I felt like
They represent his character, right? Your thoughts represent your character.
Well, at the end of the day, right, this is the whole thing about this case, Daniel, is pretty much you don't know which end is up or truthful anymore. The Malaya's corner side, again, it's because it's not like, oh, Daniel's side to me or Malaya's side, actually. It's Jack and Lily's side. It truly is. Now, so if people want to be Malaya lovers and all that shit, go to town, help them out, whatever. All I know is that these two children deserve answers for what happened to them. And there's only so many scenarios. So, again, I'm not a family member, right? But this whole case has been, this whole case has just been turned into.
But it draws everyone as an individual to being a family member, right? Because we all have the same aspect of what we want as Lily and Jack to return home safely. So we're all one big family, but there's divides, right? I can't ever be pro Malaya at this point because look at my life. Like look what everything that's happened. It's just nothing but false claims and lies.
Yeah, I can't. 1 second, Daniel. And I want to say this again, okay? I did not fall off the fucking turnip truck, and I'm not a dumbass idiot. Okay. At the end of the day, I hate it when people say stuff like this in a sense, like, Sonny, are you swallowing all this bullshit? As if, Daniel, I guess I'm just taking it all in and starting to believe every word you're saying. Not true. I'm just letting Daniel speak. I still will have my own thoughts about this case. What I'm waiting for is for Jack and Lily and the RCMP to give us those answers. We don't absolutely know the answers of we can assume, we can think, but we don't know. So I'm not stupid enough here to sit there and go, oh yeah, Daniel's speaking now. I've just reverted all my thoughts. Just like Daniel, like I said, from some of the things I said too, it's like, like it would be just idiotic to sit here and think that people that just because I'm allowing you to speak like Charmaine did, that somehow we're brain dead idiots that don't still have our own thoughts about this case, or just to try to be respectful because you're like Charmaine said, and like it's true, Daniel, you're not going to come up here if I said, okay, fucking idiot, get your ass up here, like, come on, fuck off, obviously not. But when you said it, I thought to myself, Charmaine said something the other day which was fine, and she made a comment about hopefully one day we can all sit down and have I think like a live like this where we're just talking. And so Daniel, to me, I'm asking him a question and he's answering it, regardless if you guys believe him or what he's saying or not he's saying, or if I believe what he's saying or not what he's saying. Bottom line is the questions that I have, most of them can only come from Daniel. Meaning I'm curious about certain questions, like about the kids, for instance. Like, did you mean that the blanket was literally over their heads? Because it's just those little tidbits that you just want to clear up, because it's like, okay, so you didn't actually see them. So that's why when you said, that you saw like that there were underneath their blankets, didn't see their clothes, but you still saw their heads and stuff. But it's, I just think that that's just ridiculous when people are like, oh yeah, are you buying all Daniel stuff that he's telling you and stuff like that? No, as far as I'm concerned, it's still about Jack and Lily, and the truth regardless if Daniel was speaking from the start or not, it kept the case out in the forefront. Absolutely. Trust me. If it wasn't for the drama that happened, this case would be very little thought about on the internet that much.
No,
right?
you're completely right. If I would have never talked, the public would not know anything, except for the few statements they put out. You would see, oh, they interviewed 106 people. Oh, they have 8,000 videos or pictures of the digitally that they need to go through, or they brought cadaver dogs on this certain date. If I wouldn't have opened up my mouth and never said anything, and I took the same route that Malaya did or continues to do,
Bad route.
the public wouldn't know anything. But I couldn't just not speak out. It's just not in me. It's always in me to do the right thing. And the right thing is speaking out, because no one else will. As I said before, the only one that will speak out is Belinda, that was close to the kids. And I seen it as my duty and my right to Lily and Jack is speak out, raise as much awareness as I can, and find Lily and Jack, because that's what it was always about. It's not about me. It's not about Malaya. And I think the public needs to just sit down and analyze everything I've said, analyze all the data, analyze the whole situation as a whole, and formulate your opinions on that, and formulate a perspective, and come in from a new angle where it provides some type of clarity. And things right now over the last year are not clear. And I understand that. But it's our duty as people not to blame. And that's why I don't throw out theories anymore, speculation. I stopped that. That's what I said the other day on Charmaine's. I'm not going to sit here and blame anyone, because I simply, after a year, I just don't know. And I may have thought that early on, just due to all the drama and craziness that, unfolded.
1 second.
But at this point, I just don't know. And it's not my job to find out. It's not anyone's job. It's the investigator's job to bring clarity and bring Jack and Lily home. We can all try. There's no harm in trying. That's what we've all been doing. But the investigators have the resources and the know-how and the professional skills to do what we all want.
Well, sorry. Pictou, I'm sorry. I'm not there's 278 people watching. I'm trying to listen to Daniel. I'm looking at a few things in chat as I see something, maybe. If there was a question that you wanted to ask Daniel, then feel free on this one. So Daniel, I know we always want to stay positive, because it's kind of like Sebastian Rogers' case. Right? So we're past the 2-year mark with his case. 1 sec.
Care super chat, 13 Canadian dollars and 99 cents. You're awesome.
Thank you, son.
Welcome back, Sunny. Cross marking emoji, circle emoji.
Appreciate. Danielle, how much did you miss me while I've been gone for 2.5 months?
0%. We all wondered where you went. Even my mother asked me that. Where do you think Sunny is?
And like I said,
I clearly didn't. I don't have an answer, right?
No.
I have so many things going on in my life that I never ever get to stop and just think about things that like your average person would think of. I have so much going on, and just trying to, remain mentally healthy for, my kids and all my loved ones in general.
Do you get to see your own kids at all still, or no?
No.
Can you talk to them on FaceTime or something?
No, just due to the fact that there's so much stigma that surrounds me.
This case?
Yeah, and I don't want to put the pressure on them of because they moved at the exact same time of the disappearance. They moved to a different
Yeah.
city,
Yeah.
right? And they had to make new friends. And when you make new friends as a kid, especially with my daughter about to turn 10 years old, having the same last name as me, that puts a lot of stress on my ex-wife with meeting, the kids' new friends' parents, right?
Like, do you have a restraining order against talking to them?
No,
Or
I have no restraining orders on me. No,
okay.
no.
Yeah, I was just, I mean, obviously, just as a parent, regardless, it's just like, I mean,
Everyone close to me, or everyone who knows me, or family member, or anything like that's been attacked on some kind of level, right?
yeah, like, I mean, I know that a lot of people, like, I mean, I know your ex's name, never really dived into anything like that stuff,
Um,
with regard to the case, obviously, honestly, besides like the messages you put out with Taylor there, making comments about, their names and stuff like that. Actually, I think I still remember them, to be honest with you. Uh, but one second, I'm just going to scroll down for a sec because Pictou was giving me slack saying, well, I'm not going to talk anymore because none of my questions are being read or something like that. And Cheryl, thank you. Mwah, love you.
I know there's a lot of questions coming through, Sonny, and
There is.
I'm happy to answer every single one.
Oh,
And
okay.
like,
Well,
as long as they don't dive into anything that I'm not allowed to speak on, right?
on the court case.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. So let's okay. So what I was going to say, I guess on this part was that as much as we try to believe or be hopeful, because I am a type of person that believes that the glass is half full more than empty. But the thing is, in cases like this, it's just the astronomical high of these children being alive are, statistically is not likely, but so I know that you said that you feel like, obviously you're going to try to think positive that they're still alive, but
Yeah, Sonny, thinking negatively will trap your mind into a place where it should never go.
But unfortunately, Daniel, with these cases, these type of cases, like usually with one child, it's
But Sonny, when you're in the middle of it, you should never speak negative. You should never think
well,
negatively. I have a different perspective than the community
that's
has.
fair.
And same as Malaya. Malaya has a totally different perspective than even what I have.
Wouldn't
Right?
know. She doesn't speak.
Of course, yeah, of course. I do understand. I do understand that, and I hope one day she actually does.
Okay, you wait a second. I do want to ask you this. You made a comment on Charmaine's channel.
Yes.
You said something about, well, if Malaya does speak or something like that, that you can weaponize whatever she
Yeah.
said. What did you mean by that?
The way CPS is structured, it's a very minute thing where, unfortunately, they pit both parents against each other. And that's an unfortunate aspect of Child Protective Services. And, it's not I don't want to weaponize things like against Malaya, but that's an unfortunate aspect when it comes to these types of situations. It's not my choice. Malaya weaponizes everything against me too. That's just how the system is developed, and that's how the system works. And unfortunately, that's a downfall of the system, and there's no way to work its way around that.
Well, I mean, the system definitely could be improved. I'll tell you that much. Now,
Yeah,
okay, so
but it's not up to me to improve any aspects on the system. I don't have that control, so I can only go with the protocols and guidelines and what can be done, right? From my perspective. She has her own perspective, but that's just the way the system is developed and the way the system is conducted, unfortunately.
is there anything yourself, Daniel? Okay. for yourself, is there anything that you could say of why people should, like, not that you can force them to, because obviously people are free will, but is there anything that you feel like you could say that would make people see you in a different light of having any involvement to do with Jack and Lily? Not malaying you, but just you yourself. You've claimed your innocence with Jack and Lily the entire time, right? And then there's lots of people that don't believe a lick of what you're saying. And obviously, like I said, I have not been shy about voicing my opinions about it. It was really just definitely the inconsistencies and the way you were going about it.
And I can clear up all of them. I have no problem addressing anything that you want to bring to light.
What is it? What is it that you feel, if anything, that of
I feel a lot, Sonny. I feel a lot, and
I was going to say, I know, and it's a tough question because no matter what you say, we're all going to still kind of like, I'm always willing to change if information is changing, for sure. I'm not stuck on one particular idea. Is one most likely? Yes. Am I stuck on it? Like, I'm just gonna, like, yes, I've dug my heels in how I feel about this case. Right. I'm frustrated with it. Jack and Lily, they're beautiful children. They deserve answers. They deserve to be outside playing right now. They deserve all that stuff, just like all children do. But is there anything that you feel that you feel like that you could say that might change people's minds about you not telling the truth versus that you're being truthful? Because you're kind of at that point where, like, in all fairness, Daniel, where pretty much most people don't believe a lick of what you're saying, and it's because of the inconsistencies.
But I mean, I could clear up any inconsistencies that you bring to light. I have no issue doing that. And the biggest thing I want to clear up is I never ever abused any women or children.
Yeah,
and
go ahead.
That's one of the biggest things, that I'm judged on that for what other people say and what other people have, hearsay or third party actions or third party hearsay. It's a very minute thing to, and it's very atrocious for people to even think of these things, because I never did it. And
I was going to say, from your lips to God's ears, right? Because again, only you know the truthful answers to this. The public is just wanting answers. And yeah, it can get nasty and ugly. Absolutely, for sure. Right. It is. I mean, it is people's lives. And, there's a lot of people that have spoken out within your own town that, when asked about this case, like on the news channels and stuff. And even they're sus, some of them and stuff like that. And I would always ask people that live in the area, like, what is the community's thoughts about what's going on? And a lot of it is that people think that you and Malaya had something to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily. So it's kind of going to be hard, I guess, to get rid of that stigma regardless. I mean, you're not dumb. You know that. Right? You've been living the life of it for well over a year here now. And Malaya, in certain ways, for sure, has, by her hiding and taking cover from the public and stuff like that, hasn't taken the brunt that you have. And that is, so it's really just most of it is a one-sided thing, right? Because really the information, a lot of it that we do know is because of you talking. It's certainly very little is from Malaya stuff, or stuff that maybe Malaya said to Belinda in a text and stuff like that. And that's too bad, because it's about children that are missing. And you would think that, the prime parent of these children, being the paternal parent, a biological parent, would actually come out before this year time and not hide behind Cheryl, hide behind a note that somebody else read, with her thoughts. It's like, as a parent, I just could never imagine having other people speak for me, like, besides supporting me and if they want to, but I could never imagine not speaking up for my own two children. So, I mean, at the end of the day, Daniel, I know for a fact that regardless, whether or not, a good thing or bad thing, drama, the inconsistencies, all the different things have kept the talk going. people still covering the case and stuff like that, where it really would have died off quite a long time ago, to be honest with you, if it wasn't for this. That's just how the cases go, you know. So I know people will say, like, yeah, I hate drama, but I also know that drama and talk, you know, even if you find it the most ridiculous shit in the world, it still keeps people talking about Jack and Lily, right? So if there's no involvement on your side whatsoever, then obviously you want the, you know, it to remain public and people to keep talking about it. Daniel, what do you miss the most about Jack and Lily? I think
I've already said this before in many
Sure.
interviews. It's like the magic just disappeared. Every day was, you know, seeing Jack and Lily smile, and, you know, all the adventures that, you know, we had. It was difficult to go from having a family to
Yeah.
basically just me waking up every day alone. And that's the biggest thing, is there's no magic in the air. It's just silence. That's it. That's the biggest thing. It's just having the atmosphere of a family to just having nothing.
Yeah. So just if we take this just for the fact of, you know, because like I said, nobody's been charged. So if you take this as the fact that there's like no involvement by any family members, let's just say, okay. Absolutely. Like just taking the fact of one day your life is going along in a sense, and it might not be the greatest, you know, and stuff like that, but whose is, everyone has things up and down. I call life a roller coaster ride because that's exactly what it is. But then for everything to be gone.
Yeah, Sonny, I want to say this. It was, I think a lot of people in life take, you know, they take life for granted. They take their families for granted. They take every day for granted. And I just don't want people to know that, like, you should never take time for granted. Time is the most precious thing on the earth. And every single minute you can spend with your family and loved ones, I think you should take advantage of that and really put that in perspective and try to live your life in that way, that time does matter. And because we get stuck in this endless cycle of, you know, trying to live our lives where it's all based around your job. It's, you know, based around based around things that are not important. At the end of the day, your family and your children and time in general is the most important thing. So just, I want people to understand that time is the most precious thing on the planet, because you never know when you're going to get another minute.
Yep.
And I want people to really understand that. And, you know, I had to come to grips with that over the last year. And that's what, like, really drove the momentum of, you know, doing all the self-examination that I did, and trying to be as open as possible without, you know, being closed off or, you know, trying to get emotional about things, because you never know when you're going to get another minute. And I hope all your viewers, if they take away one thing, they should take away that from this conversation, is that, you know, time isn't forever.
Nope.
And I really want people to grasp that concept, because that's the most important concept, is, you know, your family and your kids and your friends, because they're the ones that are going to be with you through your life. So never turn your back on your friends, never turn your back on your family, and just, you know, try to treat time as not a construct, but try to treat time as the most precious thing on earth.
You sound like me.
Yeah.
1 second. Thank you.
And so we're super chat. $10 Canadian. You're awesome. Thank you.
Hi, Rhonda. Love you.
Sunny and yes, time is a terrible thief. Praying for Jack and Lily.
Yeah.
Folded hands emoji. Folded hands emoji.
So I was going to say, you're starting to sound like a preacher, a little bit like me, Daniel, because I've always known that family and time, and that's why I don't sweat the small shit in life, and that's why I don't take life too seriously because, I know that my like the core of say who I am is always true. Family is for well, besides my Satan sister, whatever, fuck her. But anyways, um, but just meaning like my husband and give my son and giving my love to, to the family and what's important and that this world, it's what you make out of it. But anyways, so money or if there's one thing I cannot stand in the land of YouTube is when people are using clickbait to purposely try to mislead their title to drive you in or to do it as a cash thing, as a cash cow for making a profit off of this. You know, obviously a super chat just came in from Rhonda there. I don't ever sit there and ask people for money. Besides when I was doing donations before, I think maybe a couple years ago for my husband for whatever. I just wanted a car payment. And I said, if someone's going to donate, because they did, right? But I don't sit there and try to ever do a live based around money, asking for donations and stuff like that. Because for me, it's like, I'm about the heart of everything that I do. And if I don't feel morally good about it or whatever, like that, I don't feel morally, not that somebody else doesn't think it, because some people try to tell me what my morals should be, but it's about being genuine, being honest with, like you said yourself, loving your family, being honest. Anyways, bottom line is the most valuable thing in life is your family. And it's what you do with your time and while you're here on this planet that you can either make the most of, or you can throw it all away and watch years and years go by, and then when you lose someone in it, I hate it when people say this, oh, I should have, would have, could have. Well, you didn't, did you? When my grandma died and my bitch ass Satan sister there couldn't be asked to go see grandma at the hospital because she was so stuck on her own point about some sort of picture argument or whatever. Great. So when she died and you started running out of the funeral home crying, do you honestly think I'm going to feel sorry for you? Absolutely not, because she made her bed not to visit grandma and stuff like that. So, but it's when it's too late, right? Life is too short for that. Now, Charmaine sent me a question here, but it's not from Charmaine. J4A says, your mom said after confronting Malaya at 10:01, by the way, I appreciate your time on today. She ran up in the woods and spoke to you about searching. How could this be if you already drove around and she said she met you by the kids' forts? She was back at 10:19.
Yeah, I just went over that earlier. When on my way down Gairloch Road, I drove up the dirt road right beside the house, and Mom was actually up there, which is a little bit past the cabins. We use the cabins as a reference on that side of the house, right? And that's when I asked Mom, are you getting in the car? She said, no, I'm going to search this area. They couldn't have gone far.
Yeah.
That's where that comes from.
So I one thing that's like, again, I know that these might seem trivial, and this could be, but I distinctly remember your mom saying that she had to go into the home to get her phone because she had left it there, while she was going up searching. But the thing is that by her own phone time, she had 10:19 as when she was on a call. And the police didn't arrive till like 10:28. And I know that's
10:21.
Or 10:21. And I know that, sorry. It's
so 10:22. It took 21 minutes
on there.
for them to arrive on scene.
Right. And again, it really just goes back to the inconsistency, because these children would have had to have disappeared within, like, meaning taken away, driven away, type of idea by, if Malaya was at the forefront of all this stuff, right? Like, there's no way that your mom would not hear a vehicle come up.
No, well, it's at the end of the drive, and if someone came to the end of the driveway or something like that, you wouldn't be able to hear it. That's the thing. But I know that Malaya did not move the kids off the property. She never got in the car. She never drove them. Like, Malaya didn't move the kids off the property herself. right? And I know in the documents it stated that there was a tan colored car or gold colored car that was parked up the road. I wish that we had some answers on who that was or what they were doing, because it's just such a suspicious action
You talk
to,
you talk about the lady that reported something like a month later,
yeah, yeah.
Natasha Wood or something like that.
Yeah. I wish there was more. Investigators may have more information on that, but they wouldn't tell me, right?
Mhm.
But I wish that we had more information on that tan or gold colored car. And there was a lady that was like, I'm trying to remember what the document said, like a 50 or 60-year-old lady with dark hair or something like that.
Yeah, I remember that. But the thing is that like that one I never actually put a grain of salt into, because May 31st, you're
Yeah.
reporting this like May
Mhm.
31st. And the thing was is that the attributes that were said didn't match Jack and Lily.
That's right. That's why I
You
have
know,
such a, but it's, I don't know, and I don't understand why people make things up. I don't know. Like, she wasn't this
like,
Natasha girl. I don't know who she is, but why make things up like that? And that's what I have a hard time grasping.
well, see, and that's the thing you try to wrap your head around, because honestly, when, from just dealing with regular world people, and then you deal with say like internet stuff, you realize there's just a lot of fucked up people out there
Yeah,
that will say things, add things to a case, and stuff like that. So it's kind of like in your head, you're trying to wrap yourself like, why would somebody come forward and say this, if it wasn't true, but yet why would you also, by the same token, wait till May 31st? Like, come on,
exactly.
like it doesn't make
Exactly.
sense. And but yet they put it in the documents, but it was just one of those things that it didn't seem to match Jack and Lily's, like what they were wearing, let alone the age, let alone, and again, really, I mean, bottom line, Daniel, of all this, whatever information RCMP have, obviously there's a ton that they're never going to share with us until at a certain point, maybe when, if arrest is made, because obviously this is criminal. This isn't, regardless of how it's being looked at, whether it's an abduction, whether it's a family member that's taking the kids, whether it's family involvement, it's criminal. Like, these kids just didn't wander down a road, lollygagging around, toss a freaking blanket up in the tree, and teeter off without anyone seeing them. And there's,
Exactly. I agree 100%. At
you
this
know,
point, I don't believe that they ever went into the woods. It's just, with the amount of resources that were used and the technologies that were deployed, and the amount of search dogs and GSR, search and rescue volunteers, I I don't think that they ever went into the woods. It's just, the possibility of them going to the woods is just so low due to it being over a year, and I believe they would have continued to search if they were believed they were in the woods. If they did go into the woods, they wouldn't have been able to make it that far due to, you know, the structure that's down from all the windfalls from Fiona, and the thickness of the woods in the elevation of the terrain. They wouldn't have made it that far, and especially wearing such bright colored clothing, they would have been easily seen and accessible by helicopters to see. And I just don't believe they ever went into the woods. But early on, I did believe that, because that was the only thing that we could think, right?
well,
And
that was another thing. Your mom said that the first thing she thought to do was go check the forts.
yeah,
Yet, by the same token, you guys also had implied, or you or whatever had implied, that Malaya was the one that directed you guys to
yeah,
the woods. So that was a conflict to me of, okay, so wait a second, you said Daniel came down and, and
yeah,
said,
yeah. Because Malaya did an interview before I ever did interviews, right?
she did that
And
one. Yeah.
and I was under the. I still never watched that interview all the way through, and I just can't. I don't know what it is, but I just can't.
I
It's
can't stand that interview that she
yeah,
did.
yeah, me neither. And I just can't watch it. It's very difficult for me.
what just had on that one. So like for me, it's because like honestly, just her whole talking was weird. For me, she never mentioned like I just in what world to me do you say, well, it's a warm day out today, or it's a sunny day out today. I just hope the kids are warm.
Yeah.
Like most people, a normal person would say, I just want my kids back. Not that, well, it's a nice sunny day. I just hope that they're warm.
Yeah,
What,
it gives the aspect of I hope they're comfortable in the woods.
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
absolutely.
it's very off-putting and it's disturbing. That's why I
But
can't wrap my head around to watching it.
Jack
I
and
mean,
Lily's
when it
names were
and
never
then
said.
so many YouTube channels have played it, and I just can't watch it. It's
Yeah.
very difficult.
Well, I just have a difficult time being a mother, and then someone is constantly gearing towards the fact of strangers and that they talk a lot, as if to propagate the fact that, well, they talk a lot. So, and it's almost like she kept rambling on about that, type of thing. And I was just like, so your two children are missing, and you keep telling us how they would just talk to everyone and anyone, and that they just talk, 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 type of thing. And so, I mean, I get the fact that if you're not used to be putting in front of a camera, but not once did we hear Jack and Lily's name come out of her mouth. And again, the weirdness of, people take so pain and sorrow didn't stand out to me as much as about them being kept warm in a sense, or just hope they're warm, and so it just didn't come off as authentic, came off as very strange. And it reminded me of the Barry Morphew interview when he was telling his wife to come back, oh, Suzanne, we want you back so bad, and I was like poking at my husband going, he's a fucking liar. He's a fucking liar. He did something to his wife. And then sure enough, he's been charged and everything. But it was just the fact that I'm always listening for the authenticity of when someone's talking, and when you're not even saying your own children's name in that. And I don't think that that's something, Daniel, that would have been cut out. Like meaning during the editing. I'm pretty sure that
No, because it was the first interview, they wanted to be as raw as possible, right?
Yeah.
Because that was the first time that people, got to actually see Malaya talk, and that was the first, big social thing or social media thing or TV thing. That was the very first broadcast that was done with Malaya, and I don't think they really edited anything out. It was much more long form than anything I've received, other than doing CBC National, where it's a long form interview. Her interview was actually quite long for being on CTV.
Yeah.
That's actually it's usually 20 seconds, and they cut most of it out and do B-roll and stuff like that, of that nature.
Yeah.
So that was a long interview.
Yeah, and it was all just mixed up because here's this interview, and yet she leaves the next day.
Yeah.
Does this weird shit. And it just, it just doesn't make sense to normal people watching something. Like, this is what we're seeing. And anytime something gets red flags, well, there's a reason for it.
And that's why I came out with the theories that I did, because it just didn't seem like a normal act to commit. It was 1 minute you're hugging me and crying on my shoulder, and then the next minute you're leaving. It's like a total shift in the reality of what it was. It's just, I think, because after Malaya left, I came back to the house, and she left in such a dramatic fashion that it's, it was jaw dropping. For investigators were there, search and rescue, RCMP officers, and when I turned around after I chased the car, and I had to put my hand on the window of Cindy's car, and I said to my daughter, "Daddy loves you," and that was the last time I got to see my daughter for like a month and a half. I didn't know when I was going to get to see her again, because I didn't know if Malaya was, gone for good or gone for the night, or she left in such a dramatic fashion that I was taken back, and so was everybody else that was sitting there that got to experience that.
Well,
that
I was going to say, because it wasn't. I mean, to me, it wasn't planned. It was like came across like it was like, a decision made right then and there, almost pretty much. Like, meaning for whatever reasons, but it seems like it was just, like I said, like an unexpected I think everyone. Well, I mean, the whole world is shocked that the
Sonny, when
mother.
I was standing there, I was like, what the fuck just happened? I didn't know. Like, she just drove away and never came back. And then, there's a whole bunch of
Well,
shit just came out against me. It was just like, Daniel did this, Daniel allegedly did that. It was just like, sorry for swearing there, but
no, okay.
it left,
Yeah.
like this imprint of what just happened, and
Yeah.
and what's going on. And then right after that, that's when believe Charmaine messaged me, and like,
That was the
I,
first time.
yeah, and it was emotional despair from that, because I don't know what happened. Like, it was just 1 minute, I'm not going to say everything was fine, because it was Lily and Jack were missing, so everything wasn't fine, but it just felt like my world collapsed that little bit more. It was just like, it's teetering on the edge, and then my feet just came out from underneath me, and like, at that
Well,
point, it
right.
just the world seemed like a different place, because it was just,
Yeah.
I didn't have, from that moment on, I didn't have my family complete. I mean, it wasn't complete earlier from Jack and Lily missing, but that was like a big hit, right? Because everything was gone at that point.
I was gonna say, I mean, because just relationship wise, like meaning obviously you might think you know someone, but obviously you can't be in their brain to know exactly what's going on or what they're exactly thinking. And then
Yeah.
I'm sure it was a shell shock to you. But again, you guys know your relationship. We're just outsiders looking in here, but
No,
um,
apparently I didn't, Sonny, because I was never expecting that moment to ever
well,
happen.
that's what I mean. Yeah, exactly. So I can only imagine. And again, for anyone watching right now too, again, right, not saying about if Daniel, you guys feel if Daniel's innocent or guilty or whatever, just looking at things from a logical perspective, regardless, right? Like, say, absolutely, Daniel, Malaya, nothing to do with the missing disappearance of Jack and Lily. I put myself in the shoes though and think about, how that event must have felt, regardless of anything else, how that must have felt. And, so if that happened to me, and then next thing I know, the person that I, supposedly love and care about just hightails it out of there and not even expecting that to happen.
Yeah.
As you've kind of stated that 1 minute she was, I guess, telling the police that she feels the safest with you.
Yes,
And
exactly.
then,
So the
she's,
happiest and safest with me, and then she's gone.
yeah. I gotta shut up because people are asking questions. Daniel,
Yeah.
you said MBM gave melatonin to get kids to sleep, but had none in the house that night. What was given that night instead? Was there anything given to the children that night?
As far as I know, no.
Okay. And I want to, if you can remember, I want to ask about that night, just because again, Malaya's on her phone, I guess, talking with her mom at 11 o'clock with Cindy. Do you know what time that you actually came in the house that particular night from after working on the fence or
It
whatever?
was dark. It would have been 7:30 or 8 o'clock, sometime around that time.
Okay. So then my question to you on that one would be, but you're saying at no point did you hear Malaya on the phone talking with her mother?
Not that I know of, no.
Okay. Was there a squabble? Because it was told that there was
No.
a squabble.
No, I know it. And Anita said a lot of stuff. I know
It
a lot of
wasn't
stuff
from
came
you.
from her. That there was an argument, or there was a fight. Malaya wanted to call 911, and I wouldn't let her. So she scratched my face, and that's how I have a scratch on my face. I had that scar for many years. I had that scar since I was like 19 years old or
Okay.
20 years old.
Because it wasn't from her whatsoever. This was something well before I even heard the
Yeah,
name Anita.
yeah.
Is that well, we'll say, from the grandmother, Malaya's mom, about a squabble.
No, there was nothing that night.
Okay.
Like, there was no fights. There was no um interactions of any kind that were negative in any way.
So when you guys went out shopping and all that stuff, right? When you guys went to Acropole and did all that stuff that day and whatever. Okay, and then you guys get home, say, well, the Google says 3:12, so I think it is. So I'll use that time. So you came home. Your mom was outside, or she came outside because you guys just arrived home? Do you remember?
I don't recall that, but usually when we come home, she usually comes out.
Yeah, and I can see that happening as well, right?
Mhm.
I mean, she lives on the property. I mean, it is her
Yeah,
property, and to come out and kids are back and whatever.
yeah.
I mean, go ahead.
Oh no, I'm just
Oh, sorry.
saying yeah.
Okay. Let's see here. One thing that's obvious: two children went missing underneath Daniel and Malea's watch. Well, yes. So why is Darren now saying the kids are in Boston? Is he saying that? I don't even pay attention to what he says.
I think Anita and Darren should hook up.
Uh,
No, imagine the stories they could formulate and manufacture together.
Oh, Charmaine, I think I just answered that question for Jay. Was Mel now because Anita did confuse me there, because at first she said that Cindy always calls her daughter. Is this true? Does Cindy always call her daughter between, I think, 10 to 11?
Yeah, and leading up to the disappearance, in the months leading up, it was like 2 or 3 calls a day, 4 calls a day, 5 calls a day. Sometimes leading up to like the month before the disappearance, it'd be 5 or 6 calls a day. And I would always ask Malaya, you're talking to your mom again. Like, what do you guys talk about 5 times a day? Nothing. She's just wondering how the kids were doing. Like
Right.
5 to 6 times a day. Like it seems odd. And
Right.
these are all the things that add up to why I thought what I thought leading up to, after the disappearance. I was firmly of the belief of, Malay and Cindy must have some involvement, because there's all these little things which are kind of like what you consider circumstantial evidence. I need
Yeah.
another drink. My mouth's going dry.
Circumstantial. I know.
Yeah,
I said more.
circumstantial
Yeah.
evidence. It's like all these little things in my mind that always added up. And that's, I didn't talk about a lot of them, right? But there's always these little things that always, add up into the bigger picture. But like none of them are concrete, right? That's not direct evidence
No.
or indirect evidence. It's circumstantial. It creates and paints a picture of what I believe, could have happened, or what I thought, right? And I have to move away from the theories and speculation at this point, because it's been over a year. Investigators, I know they work, they're doing everything they can. And I know that because I talk to them.
I believe that they are absolutely doing everything they can.
And that's why it really strikes a nerve with me when people are like, we want answers. The RCMP need to tell us. Major crime needs to be more open and tell us. It's just like, how can they do that? They're collecting evidence. They can't just give the public everything.
Well, they're not gonna.
Yeah, it doesn't
Like,
it's not how investigations work. I've been trying to give the public everything I could, that in correspondence with working with them. Like, can I release that the kids were seen the day ahead of time? And like, I'm going to say the blanket's planted. Is there anything I can't touch on? I try to only touch on my personal experiences during the investigation, or anything that that's all the interactions that happened with me. Right.
Just to ask you, and you might not, but just to ask you, lots of times you've referenced about, hey, Daniel, like, we believe you're innocent. And is there do you actually have, just asking, do you actually have anything from a text message to anything that kind of where you're kind of got a message saying that, Daniel, we know that you didn't have part of it. And like, is there, just for receipt purposes, not that you have to show them, but I'm just wondering if there was ever anything that was said through a text or correspondence that actually kind of what's the word I'm looking for? Brain dead, brain dead, brain dead. Solidifies what you've been saying. When you're saying stuff like that, because obviously, it's like in your head, you're like,
I
okay,
can't say if anything like that exists, honey.
oh, okay, like
It's
you
it's
can't say
not in
this.
it's not in my best interest or the investigation's interest for me to divulge information like that. I'm not going to say it exists or it doesn't exist.
Okay,
I can neither confirm or deny.
yeah.
I'm
Can you
I'm
confirm,
not going
please?
to say yes. I'm not going to say no. Um,
Yeah, and that's
investigators
fine.
investigators know I'm fully cooperative, and they're of the understanding that I'm doing everything I can. Like, that's why it bugs me too. Like I said on Charmaine's, like, you you guys don't have to send investigators everything, because I talk to them and I tell them everything. The other day when I was on Charmaine's, I sent them the link for the live. Like, they know everything I do.
I was gonna
I
say,
tell them everywhere I go, or the drones just follow me. Either one.
yeah, I've honestly, I've never sent. I know. Besides, only the only thing that
You
I
don't
ever.
you don't have to tell me this, Sonny. It's completely fine. Like, I know
Oh no, no,
everybody
no, no,
sends
no,
stuff
no.
into them.
To be honest, it just went through my head. The only thing that pissed me off was that, well, I'll say it pissed me off because Alana said that she wanted the conversations that I had with Darren, for the police, the RCMP, and I was like, yeah, no problem, okay. And then I see that she attached Cheryl to them as well, and I was just like, like, so
Cheryl would find a way to be attached.
and so then that little dick fuck, whatever his name is, Wolfie, um he acts like he just somehow that, oh, they got shared in this group between us, few of us people, and I just miraculously shared it. Oops, my bad. Shut the fuck up, suck up. Don't buy that bullshit for a
This,
second.
I think what the main thing with Wolfie
But
was,
anyways,
he just tried to fit in. He's just trying to fit in.
yeah, it's like a loser trying to fit in there, like a square peg or a round peg trying to fit into a square slot.
Mhm.
But I mean, I get it, right? He's trying to befriend everybody. Unfortunately, people like that cause drama and stuff like that,
Mhm.
then everyone starts getting sick of them because
Well, I know at the start of this investigation, you guys were all like a fairly tight knit group, right? And I think since then, everybody's kind of had their quarrels with each other, and um, the attacks have been waged on each other, and it's like
who?
it's there's kind of like this infighting. I'm not saying with you in general, but this infighting with the creators now.
Oh,
And
that's always been there, to be honest with you.
yeah, but I think it's become more apparent, or maybe
I think more
it's become clearer. There's more clarification on, these two individuals are sticking together, or these two individuals over here. And because I see a lot of these channels, they openly attack. I'm not going to say the channels, but we all know who they are. They openly attack other creators,
Yeah.
and it wasn't like that at the start.
Well, I don't know. Me and Charmaine took a lot of slack, get called liars when, remember when you got upset because she asked you if we could share certain things or whatever. But
Mhm.
I was always the one to do like kind of like take that stuff on, right? And it was just kind of like, so when you remember when you were first talking to Charmaine, and a lot of people were calling us liars, that you were making like that wasn't you, and all this different
Yeah,
shit, but yet taking the content, not even listening to the content of it, just
yeah,
taking it and running with their thoughts and shit like that, and that they're sitting there like that POS channel that we know that whatchamacallit talks on, Anita,
yeah.
taking the content, bashing us along the way and stuff like that. We took a lot of bashing, but you know what? I'm one of those ones, like I said, I'm not here to put out false shit, type
Yeah.
of thing, or try to, anything besides bring information, or if somebody wanted to talk for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. But apparently it's been a lot more transparent, with this. Like, for instance, and for everyone that knows this, me and Charmaine have no beef or anything. Charmaine was on the channel, and then obviously kind of like Adam and Melissa, they have their own channels and stuff like that, and they want to be able to do things now. Charmaine always had a podcast, for true crime and stuff like that. Right? It just goes without saying at some point, that Charmaine was gonna, when she said she was gonna start up her channel, because obviously her opinions do not have to match mine at all. Charmaine is a dear friend of mine. But some people try to make it seem like that we were arguing or this or that and stuff like that. Not true. Charmaine has her opinions. I got my opinions, but we're very much good friends throughout all of this. I would never tell Charmaine what she has to do, but in fact, when she started her channel, all I was thinking about was great. Another channel that's going to cover Jack and Lily's case, in a sense,
Of course.
by her bringing it up and stuff like that. But I know that, there's been a lot of, maybe you're just noticing it more when you're a content creator.
Mhm.
You see it all the time, regardless, and stuff like that. I hated the fact, but it is what it is, that, that this case caused mine and DT's. But then again, I wouldn't have shown those personal messages, and did shit like that, so it's kind of like, so that's kind of what broke the camel's back on that.
Yeah, your perspective is much different. I understand from your point of view, as being, in the world that you're in, your perspective is different, and you guys want to, follow guidelines that the unspoken rules, we'll call them. And I understand that he broke those unspoken rules, and that's in conclusion, we are where we are today.
Well,
So you are where you are today, I should say.
At the end of the day, again, it's not about oh, I got Malaya's side, oh, I got Daniel's side. But the side I have is Jack and Lily's side about this all. And so yes, obviously you're the one, but do I still think that there's family involvement until something tells me different, until I see a different aspect? Because it's not like I haven't looked at everything. I'm going with statistics, and I'm going by what I'm seeing and the perception. And it's not just yours, it's by Malaya's as well. And this is such a strange case. This is absolutely, for Canada, has to be the strangest case for missing children. Absolutely 100%. Yes, it's in the limelight and stuff, because it is. It what propels cases, especially, and this is why a lot of people in the US picked up on this case, whenever there's something odd or strange, and especially when it involves children and stuff like that, but especially when there's circumstances like around it. And so the minute they show, no offense, but the minute they show, where these children lived in the home and stuff like that, people just get intrigued by it, because
but the children were never neglected or abused. That's one of the biggest misconceptions. Is you have Darren coming out saying that, if they would have lasted a couple more months with Daniel, they would have died of starvation. Like, that is such a terrible thing and a terrible perspective to have. And it's such a disgusting thing for someone to say.
I mean, because Darren is the one that basically said, kind of about the abuse, really, and then he kind of was like, but I mean, and then it's kind of like he said it, and then he was like kind of like justifying the answer, type of thing. And he also said that when Patty asked him to go take Malay out of the situation with you,
I heard that, but I also found out that was false.
Well, I was gonna say, I mean, I'm just going by what Darren said.
Yeah, of course.
Right.
And it's hard to sift through the bullshit when.
Well, it
is. Yeah, it truly is.
No, it is.
No, I know, because I live in this world where I constantly get messages. It's, did you do this? Did Malaya do this? It's just crazy, the stories and conspiracies that people make up out of thin air, or when someone says something and then it goes through so many third parties that what you hear at the very end of the statement from where it originated, it's completely different.
Well, and and that's the thing where this case has gotten, and that's kind of like um when I stopped doing lives couple just over 2 months ago, um at the end of the day, I still like, meaning I there was, besides repeating myself, there was nothing I felt like I really wanted to do a live on. Sure. I mean, I have a life outside of Jack and Lily, of course, right? I mean, covering the case. I'm entitled to do whatever I want or cover something as much as I want and whatever. But I did, and I think you had stopped talking. But the thing is that if I feel like I'm just repeating myself, I have to feel in my heart that I need somebody knocking. I have to feel in my heart that I'm doing it, that I want to do a live, not because I'm looking for the clicks and views or donations. It's because I feel like I want to do one. And if I don't feel like doing one, I don't. But I was just feeling tired, exhausted. And I know that would be an understatement to the people involved in the case themselves. But I just was like wanting to take a break, because it's like you're trying to sift through all this information. And as the case goes on, like with any case, the waters get muddied very much so. And that's why always the start of the case is typically where the truth lies, in that area. And then people start coming out of the woodwork and you start hearing all those things. And it's so, and I'm sure for you two and others like that are watching right now, it's hard to make sense out of so much information that you're on information download. And it's like, okay, well, Daniel said this, but his mom said this, but Malaya said that, but this family member is saying this. And then you're trying to wrap your head, just where's the truth amongst all this stuff that's being said. And then you just get to a point that your brain's about to explode, because it's just none of it's making sense, in the sense of that of things getting contradicted, not just yours, but in general, meaning, so the case starts getting very mucky, and my brain was just about to explode, because you tried to think logically, what happened to Jack and Lily, right? So, okay, this is what Daniel said, because obviously Malaya said very little, but this is what Daniel said about the timeline, but yet we're not getting truthfully a full timeline. Then your mom's saying bits and pieces, but then you have Malaya's corner saying bits and pieces, in a sense. And it just gets that you don't even know where the truth lies anymore. Like, for instance, for all I know, Daniel, you could be as innocent as ever and have absolutely nothing to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. And maybe the Malaya's corner knows something. I mean, because when I'm listening to Anita now, right, all I'm thinking in my head is, well, who the hell trades in their car on a Tuesday, meaning Cindy? Who calls tax credit right after the kids go missing, like on the Monday or whatever it was? Like, who thinks to even do that shit?
I have more information on that. I know I said this in the some of my
Is it true?
earlier, time speaking out. Malaya, the first thing she asked for was, our daughter's ultrasound pictures, right?
Yeah.
That's not really of importance to the case at all. But
Right.
the next thing she asked for was,
Birth certificates, right?
yeah, birth certificates, school photos, and I believe it was their health cards. I'm trying to recall.
Right. Probably.
I think that's what it was. And then some of the next thing she asked for was um, what was it? The custody documents from her and Cody's court case
Oh, okay.
with Lily and Jack. Investigators came and got them as well. And then eventually, after like 5 or 6 months, all Jack and Lily's clothes and toys, they went with investigators to Cheryl's house, as I'm told.
Okay. Sorry about. Okay. So
Yeah.
so now, so in saying that though, like, the last thing I'd be thinking about is my child tax credits. When
Yeah.
my kids are missing. Like, I wouldn't. But did you hear about did you hear Nita when she said that Cindy didn't even miss a day of work and that she traded in her car? I mean that doesn't sound like she's lying.
Yeah, and Anita, I can't say that Anita's lying on the aspects of Malay and
Everything.
Cindy
Yeah.
because she has an interpersonal relationship with them, but as it goes for me and Mom, we don't know Anita. We never met her before, so
Yeah. But
it's she doesn't know anything about us, not unless it's what Malay and Cindy told her, and at that point it would be a mixed perspective of hatred toward me and Mom.
well,
So
I was going to say, because at the end of the day, regardless, right, you have your own thoughts when somebody's speaking. And I get it if you think that she's like freaking far off the ledge on, talking about Jordan or pimping Malaya out and different shit like that. But,
yeah.
but then, like I said, like I try to listen to what things that make sense. And what made sense was that being told that Malaya was getting dolled up and acting like she didn't have two children missing.
Mhm.
Like I don't think that Anita's
I
sense
believe Haley said that as well.
of
Of
sorry,
Malaya,
yeah,
you
no,
know, doing that.
Haley did say that to me, but
Yeah.
I asked, right, and I know that Anita said that Haley was always very courteous and nice and whatever when she had gone there, gave her a hug and stuff like that. Now in saying that, again, I still think I don't think that Anita's off when she says that she just felt this whole weirdness while she was there, like
Yeah.
meaning like two children are missing and you're going out with Cheryl and you're home but not home and you're like it's just some of those things that you said which sound logical that they're
Yeah,
not.
they're more grounded
Yeah, yeah,
things he
answer.
says. They're more grounded.
you
But then
know
you have like that recording that was done with her, her and whoever that was. That wasn't my friend. That wasn't Chance. I want to clarify
what
that.
recording? So I don't know much about this whole
Yeah,
recording.
you weren't around for that, but it was one of the craziest recordings I have ever heard. And it was I don't know if you want to play it on your channel or
No,
not, but
it,
it's not it's one of the most crazy it's
so
completely up in the air, and that's not Chance. And
what
uh,
was it, Jordan?
I don't know who it was. I don't think it was Jordan either.
Okay.
And I know it wasn't Chance because, you know, Chance messaged me right away after because Anita sent the RCMP to Chance's house.
Okay.
And Anita told the RCMP that Chance assaulted her and that he was going to do that he threatened her and he was going to do a mass shooting in Pictou County. The
Oh,
RCMP showed up to Chance's house and he's like, you know, what's going on? He's like, you have guns and you're going to do a mass shooting. You assaulted this Anita girl. Chance is like, I don't even know who Anita is. I have no idea. And then Anita's like sending him the recording, and like that recording's
yeah.
like, it wasn't Chance, and Chance lost his job over this bullshit.
Oh, really?
Yeah, because so many people were calling his work
Well, that's
harassing
what I
his
mean.
workplace that he lost his job, and
But that's
he liked that job. And
yeah.
Chance never did anything wrong.
I
This
was
was all caused by Anita's um, just lack of eh, just lack of this
well.
humility.
She was making this comment too, and I know would not be true. She was making this comment too that something about Belinda got her lawyer to make threats towards what a Jordan or something like that, and I think it was something like that. And I'm like, okay, Belinda is not that grandma that's sitting there going, you know what? Let's just throw out some threats and da, 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 da. And so stuff like that. When I know that, when I know that that's not true, it just sounds ridiculous, and I'm sure, but that's too bad. I didn't know that Chance had lost his job. Like I did.
Yeah.
So first of all, I've never heard this recording. I
Mhm.
probably don't want to hear this
No,
recording.
you really don't want to hear it. I mean,
Um,
it's kind of laughable and funny at the
but
same
not.
time that it's disturbing because she plays into it like some kind of delusional character, and
Yeah, like
it's
maybe. Yeah, like maybe her imagination's like really overactive. I think on some of these thoughts
I
and
think she thought it was a good idea to receive more validation that, you know, she was making up this stuff like, oh, like people came to my house in ski masks and I had to flee my house and I was driving
yeah.
140 up the road and I passed four cars. And it's like
So
you just admitted to committing a driving infraction.
yeah, see, so like,
And yeah, it's just weird.
well, I was gonna say, so when I was listening to some of the stuff she was saying, because some of it I just like don't not like honestly, it's just her own perception or whatever she was spewing off. It's what I was listening to was just when she was talking about while she was at the house, not about any say Jordan drama,
Mhm.
Chance drama. I don't care about that stuff. I don't think that they have any involvement at all to
No,
do with
I
this
don't
event,
either.
Jack and Lily.
They're
So I'm not,
very good people.
you
Yeah,
know,
from what you guys see, Jordan and Chance, they're very, very good, respectable people. But when you get pushed to the edge and you get
yeah,
criticized and you get blamed for something you don't know anything on or you never did,
yeah.
it's it's just
Well, you hate being accused of something that's not true, you know.
yeah,
I mean, obviously Jordan, went off on a tirade, cursing and swearing up a storm,
yeah,
at uh, POS from that one channel and stuff like that, and and I get it. You lose your shit, sometimes. Unfortunately, you try not to hopefully lose it on the internet,
yeah.
for this type of stuff for sure, because it's definitely going to get enhanced and played on, and did it either way. Again, what struck me with it when I was listening to her was I only wanted to really hear about while she was in the home and
Yes,
what
the
she
actual personal
observed.
interactions that she had with Malaya and
Correct.
Cindy. Yes.
Like, so if she said, and I asked Malaya, like, about your child tax credit, and then she says the answer type of thing. I get it. It's still coming, third hand to us in a sense, but those are the things that more interest me because I'm like, well, why would anyone be thinking to care about that if your two
Mhm.
children are missing? Why would you think that to get dolled up? Like you're hearing this from the family, and the family's getting upset with Malaya because she's not telling anything different, really, than what she said in the interview. And I don't believe in that at all myself. Like I said, there's this weirdness that's going on with this case. Regardless, it's just from the mother perspective, it's just not like, in what world does a stepdad, like, regardless, Daniel, in what world does the stepdad take more action just in general than the own mother of the children?
Because he does what's right.
you know
That's the way he was raised, is to
you
do the
know
right thing. It doesn't matter how much judgment or um, what people think of me. It's just I have to spread as much awareness as possible, and I know that no one is going to do that other than I keep coming back to Belinda has been doing it,
well,
and
Linda has.
God bless her for that. But it's time that Malaya's family and Malaya speak out, and she could easily go on shenanigans. She has no problem um, talking behind the scenes with her.
Yeah.
How about shenanigans? If you're a real friend and you do have the platform for her to speak out, how come none of them use that platform to their advantage to raise awareness? It's
Right.
mind-boggling and mind-blowing to me that they don't do this. No
Yep.
matter the cost, like people are going to say things regardless if you're not talking or talking. But at least if you're talking, you're doing something productive for the case. I mean, I imagine Malay behind the scenes does stuff with investigators, and
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure.
Cheryl's the voice for that. Oh, we go see investigators once a week for updates. Why don't you ever tell the public what the updates are? You can fully do that. I've been doing that for I don't know how long. those updates are from your own personal experience. Share your personal experience. You don't have to share any of the classified stuff. Just share what goes on that you're allowed to share.
Mm-hmm.
But they just, it's frustrating. But I'm going to continue to do what I'm going to do, which is speak out for Lily and Jack when no one else will, except for Belinda. She still does it.
Yeah, one of the things that actually pissed me off, and uh, honestly, was in that letter that was written that "Please bring me home" people wrote, is that to me personally, is that this mother had the audacity to actually ask people to keep searching for Jack and Lily. I can't remember how she worded it at this point, but it just made me. It's kind of like in a comment she made to Belinda, like, "Why isn't Daniel out searching for my kids?" And I thought, and I was trying to like kind of read into like, what does that mean exactly? Like, why aren't you out searching for your kids? What do you mean you're giving this letter that you're not even reading, and you're asking for other people to keep searching for Jack and Lily? And meanwhile, I'm sorry, but there's platforms to use to bring the awareness. And so that to me is a huge red flag. It is.
And
It's
then
something-
that shows a little bit of who Malaya is through those words, right?
well, again, I'm just taking the perception of what I'm being shown. And at the end of the day, Daniel, and in this case, it happens to be you are the stepdad of Jack and Lily. Malaya is the mother of Jack and Lily, and of course, all these other family members and stuff like that. Again, it's the perception, right? That's all we got to go on, right? So no matter how much you like, I might know you say more than Malaya. I don't really know you at all, besides everything that you've done in interviews or what you've said. The inconsistencies that have gone on along the way and stuff like that.
And I'll clarify as many as you want to throw out.
Someone wanted to ask, when you said you heard Jack in the kitchen, in that morning, what exactly were you hearing? Were you hearing cupboard doors open?
I heard him rustling in the kitchen. What it sounded like to me is, I can't pinpoint the exact sounds, but it sounded like clothing or the chairs. It was like a rustling sound that something was being moved out in the kitchen. And being down in the bedroom, I don't have a clear distinction of what was actually being moved, the actual items in question, but I can only guess as chair or clothing or something like that. But when we went out to the kitchen, me and Malaya, that morning, and also our daughter, because Malaya was carrying her, there was no chairs moved. The cupboards weren't open. There was no food taken. But it leaves to the imagination, like, what was going on? Like, I don't understand, because I heard Jack rustling out in the kitchen with something or doing something. I heard that when Lily opened up the door and popped her head in, right? And that's when I said, shh, like Meadow's trying to sleep, shh. And, that's when I was with Meadow and I went back to sleep. But I don't remember if Malaya was in the bed or not. That's something I don't recall.
Now, Malaya made a comment to me when she had messaged me, that basically to say that this wasn't a one-off, like, meaning that your mom would call her whenever the kids were outside. So was it kind of like, and don't get me wrong, Daniel, when you
it was, Mom would call if they took off their gloves, or they, took off their boots, or they pulled off their jacket. If say it was raining outside, they'd pull off their jacket. And Mom would always call Malaya and say, Jack just threw off his gloves and he's, playing in the snow with no gloves on. And that's when Mom would call Malaya.
Now, but so when it comes
most of the time I wasn't home. Like, when they were in the backyard, like, most of the time I would be at work, right? Because most of the time I only worked the one day.
Right.
If I didn't want to work any more days, like, I would take the one day, and then I would receive the other 4 days of unemployment insurance.
Yeah.
Right. So I still got paid basically for the full week.
Yeah, gotcha.
But there was only 1 week of actual work other than if I wanted to go in and fill days with hours. But I always found it more important that I could spend more time with Malaya and the family, right?
Just quickly, when did you go from working full time, like your job, right? Obviously, it's
It's seasonal. So
yeah. So when does it
it could be
typically
put
start?
down to one day at any time's notice. Like I would just look at the inventory of what we have in the yard,
Yeah,
like log wise, right? The more logs you have, the more time you're gonna be able to work, right? But it's never a steady progression. There could be days where we cut a lot more logs and we don't have machine breakdowns or there's problems with the machinery.
yeah.
So it's like on a weekly basis, we would know what we worked the next week.
So was just for when you were say working like besides the one day, okay?
Mhm.
Just to ask you before that, was it like some days you'd go in 3 days a week, or were you typically going in 5 days?
It's usually when I'm not working a one day, sometimes 2 days. It
Right,
would be I went in and I would get 45 plus hours.
right.
So
Okay. Now, so anyway, so going back to that, like, so what I was going to say was about the children. Okay. So, I mean, it's not unheard of or abnormal for children to kind of wake up and go outside, play in the backyard.
mhm.
I mean, it's not like you guys are the first or the last that would,
But
but
they never did that before May
right,
2nd. That's the craziest thing about this is they never did that at any other time other than May 2nd. And the thing I still can't get over is Jack's navy blue spring coat is missing. And investigators and the RCMP know that, but they never changed the description of Jack.
right.
That's one of the hardest, things to
Ones.
get
Yeah.
over is Lily's pink coat's still there, but Jack's is missing. There's no other place it could be other than on Jack.
So, so that's what makes this odd is that, well, then why would the children all of a sudden say,
Yeah.
go out? Because your mom said that she heard them in the
Mhm.
backyard. Not that she's seen them, but that she heard them. And she kind of placed that time after 9, we'll say 9 to 9:30-ish area, somewhere in that area. So the thing is that again, I mean,
And then also when came out and we'll call it confronting Malaya, she asked Malaya like how long they been missing. Malaya said about 20 minutes or 20 minutes. And it just doesn't make sense. If she knew they were gone for 20 minutes, that means she knew the time that they left. If you knew the amount of time they were gone for, that means you knew the time they left.
right. Because okay, so we knew about Jack and Lily again, according to you and Malaya and whatever about okay, so Lily comes in the bedroom. You said a couple of times, and then Malaya specifically says at 8:20 for one time. And I know it's just a rough, but obviously there is digital for about the phone call to her mother that never got answered. But it was one of those things. So then next thing you know, we jump in this time frame, and that was one of the things that was always frustrating with me with you is that no one really was kept bringing this up, and I just wanted to understand. And I know it's not like you owed me the information, but it's kind of one of those things that's kind of like, well, when you want people to know the truth and the timeline, then you better be consistent with what you're saying and stuff like that.
Mhm.
But if there's one thing that always bugged me, it was because it kind of dropped off at 8:30 timeline. And then next thing you know, we moved to about 9:50. When you guys all of a sudden got up, realized that the kids aren't around. And there was never like from the interviews in the news articles at the start and stuff, and there was never anything that was being told about this time of 8:30 to how did we get from 8:30 to like 9 something. Your mom's on the phone talking with her brother, your uncle Ron
Mhm.
there, at 8:48 for whatever 3 minutes or whatever that was, but there was never this time frame because it just kind of jumped, from 8:30 to like 9:50 basically. And then I think you told Kent, well, actually it was like more like 9:45. And I was like, well, potatoes on that 9:45, 9:50. Bottom line is there's still a gaping hour that's unaccounted for just by your guys' own words or timeline. And of course, to me, that's important because, I mean, if your mom says, is because your mom talks about her timeline, but her timeline then leads to the being if hearing the children, it leads you to past the 9 o'clock mark, right? So then, okay, so in this time frame, you're thinking, so 9:50, 10:01, the police were called. You guys go up and all around and, come back down or whatever, check the forts and stuff like that. So then all I'm thinking is, how is it possible for a vehicle at all to remotely show up, right? If the timeline doesn't restart again to 9:50. Now, obviously, maybe you can't, but obviously I don't think so. But, it's not like you can sit there and speak for exactly what Malaya was doing.
No, I
right?
can't. I can't speak on anything for Malaya because I don't know.
Right.
From her perspective, I just don't know.
But
Yeah, that's why it always boils down to is like I lay in bed with Meadow every morning when I don't work. I don't look at my phone. There's no alarm in the room. I know when Lily came in, it was after 8 o'clock, and I knew it was after, because it was light. So I don't remember what time it gets light on May 2nd.
Right.
Maybe somebody could look that up, but it does get light fairly early. So I didn't. How can I word this? The distinction of time.
Yeah.
I don't know because my phone was always sitting on my end table. Before this disappearance, I only spent 10, maybe 20 minutes on my phone a whole day. And now I spend a lot more time. But I lay in bed with Meadow every morning, so I wasn't looking at the time. And I pieced that together with Malaya's as well. Investigators did that. And you're right, there is a time gap there. But it's just like I don't have an answer for you on that. I know I'll get attacked on that.
Well, that was the thing, right? Is that there isn't this timeline there
exactly
between that. So again,
and Malaya was clearly awake multiple times. Right, but I don't know what she knows, right? So or her timeline, because I only know what investigators will tell me and we piece together, and they did tell me some things, but it's like I don't know her exact whole length of time. And I know I'm going to get brutally attacked for this because they're going to say, a lot of the people are just going to say, oh, he's lying about this, oh, he's lying about that.
Yeah.
But I didn't look at my phone. All I know is that Lily came in after 8 o'clock. It could have been 8:20, could have been 8:30, could have been 8:40. I don't know the exact time because I didn't look at my phone.
Right.
It's just I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. I'm not concerned about the time.
Well,
and I had a very hard time thinking about this. And I go over. That's what I said earlier. I go over, like I used to go over in my mind like an hour or 2 hours every night, and just trying to find any detail that will help with the investigation from this aspect.
Well, and that's honestly that. I mean, at the end of the day, Daniel, we don't know where the truth lies per se. We might think we do, but we don't. Mm-hmm. We don't know of every instant what happened. Again, if you're being truthful and say Malaya's up around doing something and stuff like that, and you're truly in the bed and you're not knowing what's going on and stuff like that, I get it. Like, so when Malaya first did that interview, the way I felt about that a little bit was that basically is that the reason why Malaya, even in Belinda's messages, she kept making note to the fact that the children are always supervised, and clearly not if the children disappeared from a property. But so,
and also that wasn't the first time that that Malaya lost Jack, because Jack ran away before. There's actually a police report on that.
Yeah,
so this isn't the first time. Like I've watched even Wade looking after Jack, and I watched Jack run up the road and Wade had to chase him.
Yeah,
but Lily and Jack have never done that with me. Like Lily and Jack have never ever hit me, but they hit Malaya. They scratched Malaya. They would bite her. but they
Well,
never did that to
apparently
me.
the boot bus driver takes a boot from Jack.
Yeah, yeah. And he laughed about that, but Jack did take off his boot on the bus and threw it at the bus
And
driver.
I know in my head, I'm like, little Jack? I can't picture you.
Yeah,
I could see Lily maybe doing that for some reason. 'Cause she
Jack was
seems like the one-
violent toward Malaya.
Yeah. Well, for whatever,
Yeah.
I guess, reasons. But the thing is that when that, like I said, interview happened, I kind of back then, I just took it really more about the fact that you guys were just covering your asses because you guys didn't want to look bad, that you guys weren't paying attention to where the
Mhm.
children were. And that's why the time, the time lapse was there because, it was kind of like,
No, Sonny,
you're
that's
not trying to
not.
look bad to the
It's I was sleeping, and that's what Malaya also referred to in the documents. Like Daniel was sleeping.
Okay, so you said to Lindsay Jones, because she's the one that covered this particular article, why did Daniel tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame? I think I called her at the start of this. When I was listening to Charmaine's live that she played, I kept calling her Mahala or something, because that's the one we didn't really know how to say her name properly. But why did Daniel spelled that name wrong, tell the reporter that Malaya is going to blame everything on me? So there's that article.
Yeah, there is.
Yeah,
You have to remember Lindsay Jones. I have to watch my stuff here. She has an aspect of the way she conducts herself that it's like a reporter you would see in a movie. We'll just say that. Like it's an aggressive reporting.
Mm-hmm.
So.
Oh, okay. Oh,
but I'm not saying the way she conducts herself is.
Yeah.
It's just a different way she does her reporting than your other reporters that I'm used to, right? Which are.
I get it. You don't even.
Yeah.
Meaning, Allie's. I've talked to Allie. I did that interview or whatever it was, where it was on a Zoom or something like that.
Mhm.
And, of course, I've talked to Lindsay as well. What I can say is this, though, regardless of, say, how each of them is different and how they report and stuff, is that what I do admire about these reporters is that all of the ones that I personally spoke to is that they truly are invested in answers for Jack and Lily, meaning it's not just a case that you're covering and then you forget about it, that they're truly invested in, from their hearts, trying to cover the case. And obviously they have to, do whatever their job tells them that they have to report on or do and stuff like that. Meaning, right, because cases, they come and they go.
That's your perspective, Sonny.
A,
But
that's not how you see it.
I'll tell you this: like reporters messaged me prior to my arrest and asked me, "Did you get arrested?" And I was like, "No." So they already knew it was coming.
Vaping. Oh, okay.
Yeah. So what does that tell you?
What does it tell me?
It tells you that they have contact with individuals that they're buddies with.
Well,
that's why I stopped doing interviews.
I get what you're saying. Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and talk to reporters that are just going to report back to certain individuals.
I was going to say.
That's what. See, my personal perspectives is so much different than many other on the cases, and I really hope that some reporters don't take that to heart. But that's just the way it is. I mean, you play a game where I talk to everyone and everybody talks to you, and information always makes it back to me.
Yeah, I mean, for the most part, I think, information gets out there a lot of times.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It is really one of these things where.
Yeah, this case is really bad for that. I'm going to run and grab a drink. I'll be back in 1 minute, Sonny. Is that okay?
Okay. I appreciate the marathon. Uh,
You're awesome.
thank you. Thank you,
So
Susan
we'll
Nelson.
see you again, Sonny.
Always
I always appreciate your lives.
good. And like I said, I want to stress this for who's ever coming in. We all want to know why you and MBA and J are not responsible. Well, I think you know, um, answered that one a couple times, to be honest with you. Clutch. Where's oh, J for A is clutch. Oh, right. Now I remember that. I wouldn't have remembered that on there. Hey, Justin. Um, Yeah, and Hunter, sorry, you guys, like I said, it's been a couple months since I did a live. I know a lot of you guys are, saying things and I can't really keep up. I should have probably maybe put the questions on more than 25 seconds. Um, and so sorry about that. But I mean, I've taken up a lot of Daniel's time as an Eddie already. And like this is like a marathon for me. I was actually supposed to go out. Well, not overly nothing important. I was just supposed to go to the vape store before it closed by 7, but whatever, I can go tomorrow. But anyways, I appreciate the fact that Daniel's doing this marathon here. Charmaine, I got you beat on this one, I think, for the longest live. I'm just, you know what? I'm not tired. I'm just kind of, like I said, if Daniel wants to talk about something, he will. If he doesn't want to answer it, he won't. But at the end of the day, again, is that I don't understand why people would expect me, in a sense, to be mean in a sense to Daniel. We've got at on things for months and months, tossing back a few little insults here and there, I mean, I just take it with the gist that it is. But again, it's just so stupid to think that just because I'm not being like aggressive and whatever, I'm getting the questions that I want asked. I know that you guys have a ton of questions. A lot of the questions are more like just, basically saying, what did you do with the children, Daniel, and blah, 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 stuff like
Yeah,
that.
those kind of questions are not productive at all because I don't know.
But, well, the thing is that, like I said, throughout this case, it's one of those things. From the start, I just simply wanted you to kind of like, clear up this hour gap if you could. Just meaning it was always about the timeline for me, just always about the timeline. The truth and answers with the man in the mirror. Okay, wait, Anita said just what else? Oh, I was going to say Hunter True Crime is still here. Hunter, if there's something that you specifically, do you know who Hunter True Crime is, by the way? Have you ever seen his content?
No, I have no idea.
Okay. So, I mean, he doesn't do a lot, but he does cover Jack and Lily's case here and then, but he puts together like maybe a compilation of your interviews or just, different things, right? Or to reference maybe like what was said here, what is said there. He does a really good job at that. Some people are really good at, just making good little videos for us to watch. And Hunter True
To
Crime
tell you
is
the
one of
truth,
those.
Sonny, I don't watch YouTube at all. I don't watch any. I only know
Have you
what.
stopped?
Yeah, I don't watch anything. It's just,
Vape.
yeah, I've just came into Charmaine's the other day, and I messaged Charmaine the other day with,
That's the
yeah,
one year.
I'll come on for the 1 year. Like I messaged Charmaine to do that, and then what was it? A couple nights later, or whenever I did the other one with Charmaine, I
Yeah.
went on and I did a little while. But other than that, and then tonight, you're back. So, or you're back at least for this one.
Yeah.
So I decided like, yeah, I'll take some time because I know you have some questions and you have a fairly large audience. And so that's why I decided to do this because I know you had a lot of questions and your viewers have a lot of questions. So I wanted to, try to clarify some stuff and, see if there's any unique perspectives or unique questions that haven't been answered yet or I can attempt to answer, I should say.
Whoops, sorry. Sorry, someone just did a super chat with something. I think let me just see what it says. It says, sorry, this is from, I think there's a couple I got to read still. Did Jack always have a wedding incident at night? Did he ever take off his own pull-ups when wet?
Yeah, he would take off his own pull-ups sometimes, but I mean, every child does that. But most of the time at night, Lily and Jack would sleep the whole night. Like they never woke up. They hardly wet the bed. From what I remember, right? Because Malaya would usually get up with them in the morning, right? I would lay in bed with Meadow when I didn't work, and on the weekends we'd get up together, or Malaya would get up first, and but it was never usually me who got up first with Lily and Jack.
Oh, thank you for bringing up an inconsistency by saying that. So, I have to ask you, and again, just answer whatever the true answer is. So,
Yep.
when you were originally talking to Charmaine through Messenger, there, you said a lot of things about Malaya, that you do everything for Jack and Lily. You did this.
Yeah, I do a lot for Jack and Lily. From like even the time that Jack would have like accidents in his pull up, I would like that's Jack, you jump in the shower, turn on the shower for you, and like a lot of people, even the other day, like I seen a lot of hate messages where they said, "Oh, Jack loves it when the water from the shower came down on his face." Like he's a kid, he loves going in the
Why would there
shower.
be a hate message about that?
I get a lot of messages like that.
I mean, my
it's
thing
just
with
people always try to attack on any aspect they see, and it's like that's not productive to anything.
well, I guess the little discrepancy there was that.
Yeah, and also too, I potty trained Jack and Lily as well.
But you said, but on Charmaine's, you kept saying a lot of things you referenced was, oh, Malaya did that. Malaya did that. Malaya, oh yeah, Malaya did that. But that's not really what the tune that you sung.
Yeah, but when I said that a while ago, it's like I did everything for Lily and Jack. That's kind of like an overview or an aspect, right? That's like clearly I don't do everything. That doesn't make sense.
Yeah, right.
Like that clearly doesn't just make sense. I don't do everything, and she would just sit there and do nothing. Like that doesn't make sense. It was kind of like an overview.
I mean, that's kind of how it kind of came across. So it's like,
yeah, I know. Like and sometimes I do come across like that. I'm not saying that my language is perfect or my vocabulary.
So the truth is, you'd both do stuff. Do you feel like you did more though than Malaya? Like, let me just ask it, because and this is just about was Malaya a lazy mother though? Like, because I just deem her as someone that leeches off Patty for money, that expects people to take care of her, and she doesn't like But I think of what Belinda said about Malaya, and that like she would never yell at the children. Did she ever yell at the children?
Yeah, she did.
Okay.
I don't want to dive too far in depth with that,
fine.
because it attacks Malaya on such a personal level.
But
it's best that CPS sees that stuff and does something about it. I'm not just gonna say things on the internet to openly bash. I mean, I've openly bashed Malaya,
but was she more active than what you were portraying as a mother?
She stopped being as active when our daughter was born.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay, which you had
that
said.
was a massive turning point in Malaya. And that's why I said, like, on the podcast with Charmaine, like, I'm ashamed of the way I conducted myself with Malaya in regards to being there for Malaya emotionally. And I became much more distant as Malaya, and we'll use this aspect of, I started to grow resentment against Malaya for the things I've seen her do and the things she put me through. Like, from her, oh fuck, you're taking me down some spots that I don't really want to go, but
and don't go there.
I stopped Malaya from committing suicide multiple times. She tried because she thought I was cheating on her. To the darkness that developed with Lily and Jack after our daughter was born, to it was to me, starting to distance myself emotionally from Malaya, and looking back, I can see that now. But in the like in the mix of it all, it's hard to, see yourself from your own perspective, right? It's easy to look back on yourself, but
Yeah.
in the actual moment, it's hard, right? So, like, and I do feel ashamed of that for not being there emotionally for her. And I also feel ashamed that, I did hard drugs, and I can never take that back, right? And I'm demonized for that, and I'm such a huge level. But people will never understand the struggle that people have with substance abuse. A lot of people just think, "Oh, you did drugs to escape reality." It was never about that. It was about trying to feel the way I should feel, like I'm trying to feel normal. And a lot of people can't grasp the aspect that the mind. Um, it's wired in a way, or my mind is wired in a way to always try to feel normal. And for so much of my life, I didn't feel normal. I felt like there was an aspect of me that wasn't there. Like I was never an emotional person. I was never in touch with my feelings at all. But I had to grow over the last year and really try to find myself and do a lot of self-examination. And I know people may not want to listen to me talk about this, but drugs were always a way for me to feel what I should have felt, right? And it's hard for me to talk
Feel
about that,
normal,
or
like
hard for me to talk about the not being there for Malaya emotionally, which
Well,
I grew very distant. But I'm very open about this now.
yeah,
Where it was in the past,
you would,
I
yeah.
wasn't
Right.
open. I was a part of me that was closed off, that it couldn't surface. So I always
Well,
looked for a way to surface that aspect of my life. And drugs were that way, right? To feel normal with being so neurodivergent. It was trying to find myself, but I didn't know how.
yeah. And the thing with cases is like, at the end of the day, people like yourself or Malaya, whatever, they don't know, they don't owe us anything. Absolutely to Jack and Lily for sure. And that, but in saying that, like I said, I mean, I'm sure, just like I'm not perfect. Husband keeps reminding me how right he is all the time about things. But anyway, but you know what I mean. I'm sure there was things absolutely in hindsight that you see that you didn't necessarily see. That's life. That's relationships. But thing is that I would never put any responsibility on anybody but myself. Meaning, Malaya chose to stay in the relationship. Regardless. You guys both did up until she left. So obviously she could have left at any point if she wanted to, if she didn't like that, maybe the disconnect, or people stay and do things for whatever reasons, right? Only their brains truly know what's going on and stuff like that. But I mean, life, it does definitely give you a bunch, hindsight is always 2020 with everything. It's just always 2020, and that's why when people say, "Oh, I wish I would have visited my mom before she died properly," and stuff. Well, you could have, would have, should have, didn't. So don't be sitting there wooing about it now because you could have, would have, didn't type of idea. It's like,
Yeah.
like I said, life's too short. But anyway,
Well, you live and you grow, Sonny, and that's
yes,
that's the aspect of life that that I talked about earlier. Is you don't take anything for granted, because you never know where your life can go, and you never know what turns are ahead in the road.
well,
And
absolutely.
I'm gonna make the joke, like you never know when your vehicle's gonna go off the road.
Oh God, don't even. Freaking Daniel and his cars and vehicles. Hey,
Uh,
how pissed was your mom on
yeah.
that vehicle? She must have been fucking pissed.
No, she was happy that I was still alive, because
Well, that, yes. I mean,
because a vehicle can always be,
I know.
it's just an item, or it's just
Yeah, but
a piece of just machinery. It's not. It's life is so much more important.
Maybe
And
you shouldn't take a vehicle anymore.
well,
Like,
it was raining that day, and
did you hide
from
your
the-
plane?
yeah, and then my back tire touched the gravel, and I lost control, and the car pitch pulled, which meaning that instead of doing like a barrel roll, it went up the opposite way. It's like straight up and down
Oh,
the
okay.
vehicle, and that's why um, the vehicle on the front end doesn't look like it's smashed other than the bumper, because it rolled through the air straight up and down. And
Was it a write-off? Was that car a complete write-off?
yeah, it's
Because usually
completely
now,
done. The suspension was
well,
completely ripped out of it.
yeah,
And yeah,
yeah.
when I was in the hospital, the doctor said to me, he's just like, you must have had somebody looking out for you, because he's like, when I showed him the picture, he's like, most people would have died from that.
Well, that's just it. Like I would never wish that somebody's like physically hurt, or anything like that. Can't joke with you about KFC if you were gone.
Yeah.
Just kidding. But do you, I,
We
but I
wouldn't
get it.
be having this conversation.
Yeah.
And if I wasn't here, there wouldn't be anybody speaking out for Jack and Lily, unless it was Belinda. She'd be the only one. So I want everybody to put that into perspective as well. I'm trying to do everything I can for Jack and Lily. It may not seem like it to some people, but I'm really trying. I get up here even though I know I'm going to get attacked from this. People call me a liar. People, I still get messages every day saying that they should put you in a room and torture you until you talk. And I always keep my messages open so people can send me messages, even just because there could be that one message that's important, that somebody remembers something or somebody seen something on May 2nd. They may possibly lead to some type of positive outcome, because that's what we all want. That's what we all strive for. That's why we're all here. That's why we talk, Sonny. We're doing it for Jack and Lily. We're not doing it for me. We're not doing it for Malaya. We're not doing it for Cindy or Cheryl. We're doing it for Jack and Lily. And I want people to open up their eyes and actually see that. Because if we keep closed-minded and we hold these perspectives of, Daniel, you're guilty, Malaya, you're guilty, it doesn't provide any positive reinforcement to the case at all. It's just accusations. And that's why I don't sit up here and I don't say, Malaya did this, Cindy did that. That part of me is vastly in the past. I still hold on to some opinions on, what went on or what could have happened, but we all do that. We all try to think of, what happened on May 2nd, but I don't have any answers. And that's why I work with investigators so diligently and try to ask them, is there anything I can do? Like, I probably sound like a moron, because I just constantly call them and ask them, is like, hey, can I do more polygraphs? Do you guys want my phone again? Is there anything that I can do? Like, do you guys want me to sit down with the main investigators and sit down with the social media team, and you ask as many questions as you can so we can try to bring clarity to the case? Because right now, from my point of view, I don't have, and the public doesn't have any clarity. And that's what it's always been about, is trying to find answers. And I hope that the public can finally realize and start to clue in that we all want the same thing. It's not me covering for Malaya. I don't cover for Malaya. Like, look at everything that Malaya's, been putting me through. And I have a lot of reason to be absolutely resentful, but I still am not going to just sit up here and just say Malaya is a terrible person. Malaya is because I believe that Malaya has a lot of influence from the people around her, and we all know who they are. I think most of us do at this point, if you've been following the case for this long. But Sonny, I'm just trying to bring clarity. That's what it's always been about.
Oh, my bad. I muted myself accidentally. Go ahead.
And I know, like, sometimes in the past, over the last year, I haven't conducted myself in a way that's, it doesn't look right to the public, but I've been trying to grow as a person and trying to deliver the information that I have the best I can.
So let me ask you, okay, so this is from the comment out front. What
Mhm.
interest would Darren have for getting involved in the case if Patty did not ask him to get involved? He told Patty he would not. Why would he make up stories? So from you, say, talking to Darren, like, how did you take him all of a sudden inserting himself into Jack and Lily's disappearance? You said that you didn't believe that, or that you knew that Patty didn't ask that of Darren to go remove.
That's the information I have.
Right. So,
It but the information I have, I don't know if it's accurate or not, because it's just what people tell me, right?
what people tell you, right?
And I have to take it as gospel, but on the other side of it, it's just like, I have to take some of it as true because people are saying it. And that's the hardest thing I've noticed with the true crime community and people in general is people just talk just because they can. It's
Well,
it's
I mean,
and I don't know, like, with Darren, it's
there's a lot to talk
such
about.
it's and I just don't know how to read him sometimes, because it's just one minute he's over here, the next minute he's over there. And
Well, I was going to say,
I
I
don't
mean,
know with him.
to me, to be honest with me, to me, like, Darren wanted to talk, and it was fine. Like, if somebody wants to talk and share and whatever, and Darren did, right? And I just wanted to let him and say his piece. Like, over time, obviously, I mean, this whole freaking, bear comes out of his, his anger that he has and stuff like that, and cursing and swearing and calling every creator and this and that and stuff, whatever. To me, he's irrelevant for the most part, to me. Like, meaning, at one time you're just like listening, but then it became irrelevant because you were on the property, your mom was on the property, Malaya was on the property, anyone that was in the circle, and he was not. So his information, you know, I took it with a grain of salt. And then, I mean, obviously later on it was like, okay, dude, you're switching your stories like your freaking underwear every day or something like that. And you're starting to say this happened and that happened and stuff like that. But to me, I just like it. I don't feel like he had a little bit maybe to offer, in a sense, but to me, he's kind of irrelevant. I don't think that he had anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance. I just think that, he goes off of his rocker a lot and stuff like that. And he doesn't like it if somebody doesn't take his side. And that's where he got pissy at me, because I didn't like the fact that he came on alive talking about 1,000% ironclad. Actually, you know what? To be honest with you, it was more the stupid comments that he would say that he knows exactly where Jack and Lily are.
Yeah, that's a massive.
But he's not telling the RCMP because they're better off.
It's a massive disservice to the public, and it's a massive disservice to Jack and Lily to say that.
To say something like that. Yeah.
That's.
I mean, that's the bottom line of it.
But maybe he did feel that way. Like it's hard to put yourself in Darren's shoes, but it's not like I want to put myself in Darren's shoes. But it's,
you know what? Yeah, I mean, but it's one thing. It's one thing to, talk and speculate like anybody and get involved in the case and stuff like that. But then to out and out say that 1 week I know where Jack and Lily are, they're safe, but when he said that on the live, what I was pissed off about was the 1,000% ironclad shit. Is that, first of all, I didn't know he was going to say that, because that particular morning he was going to go over and befriend you type of idea. Like, he basically said that if Daniel, which he strongly kind of believed that had something to do with it, and then next thing you know, we come on the live and all of a sudden his whole tune had changed. And I mean, fair enough, I get it. You're talking with somebody and all of a sudden you're like, whoa, Jenny's, a straight up person and da da da, and this and that happened. And then he's saying 1,000% ironclad, and of course you guys are in the mix of all this because it's being portrayed as like this is what all three of your thoughts are going on.
Mhm.
But it's the fact that so Belinda is listening to this, man saying that I know that they're alive 100,000 or like whatever 1,000 ironclad percent or whatever it was, and yet and then he went like, I'm good with it as long as I got the answer. I'm gonna walk away now, and I'm like, how do you just do that to this? And like I said, at this time, I'm talking with Belinda. How do you just do that to anyone, really, and make that type of comment? And you don't think that is absolutely freaking hurt, like just disgusting to even say something like that.
Yeah.
And then basically say that you're gonna wash your hands of it, you're tired of them. I mean, he didn't stop after that, obviously.
No,
But
he told me, he's like, I'm Daniel, I'm going to go on the down low.
well, he needs to stay on the down low. He's better off in
Mhm.
the down low, to be honest
Yeah,
with you.
it's,
I mean, again, each to their own. They do what they do, but don't cry the woes and stuff when people are coming at you because you walked right into it. You switched up your story, like meaning Darren. He switched up his thoughts about it so many times, But anyways, Darren to me is irrelevant, but I appreciate the fact that he came and was talking about it. It's
Mhm.
when it started going all wacky and stuff, and him embellishing parts, because the one thing we heard is that your mom said that Malaya was like right there outside the gate. That right would seem logical holding, but he had it that your mom basically, without quite seeing it, that Malaya was at the end of the driveway,
Yeah,
basically handing
yeah.
off the kids in a truck and all that crap. Hunter True Crime says, wasn't Malaya planning to leave a month earlier? I know we touched on this, but that's about when
From the
Wade.
U-Haul story that Wade said, if you take that for um, the truth, which I don't know if we can, it was like what, a month or two in advance, and then from what I heard also as well that that I was told is by a few people that Malaya wanted to leave 2 weeks prior to the disappearance.
About 2 weeks prior.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's what I was told.
Okay. So Charmaine's shooting me another message because she's seeing somebody else say something. Okay. But you didn't really know anything about that, like that she was planning on that?
No,
No.
no, I didn't.
Okay. It's just kind of like,
She never, I didn't see any signs of it, or maybe I was oblivious to that fact, but it took me as when, Cindy told her to get in the car right now, and then Malaya did it, and then I had to chase after the car to say goodbye to my daughter. That was at that point, that was the only thing. Up to that point, I knew she was leaving, right? So
yeah.
I didn't know before that period of time.
Okay. And sorry, I'm just looking at a couple messages.
Yep.
I know you vaguely touched on this again. You said you have a scratch. I know that you have the scratch on your eye. So sorry. So that to me was an old scar, but that's just from pictures.
Yeah, that's
Sorry.
a scar. That's a scar
Sorry, where
from
did
when I
that
was
come from?
19 or 20 years old. And
Okay.
yeah, I mean, in the interviews from the sun,
Yeah.
it
Some of the
made look like it
right.
was a fresh scratch,
Yeah.
and that led into a lot of speculation.
Yeah, I
But
didn't go. I
yeah,
didn't feel like it. I mean, you could tell by the pictures before,
mhm,
from years earlier that mark was still there.
mhm,
Um, I mean, I have one. I got a
yeah.
rock thrown right beside my eye. Still have that little bad boy scar. Brandon, some H. Do you know who that person is?
Brandon who?
Brandon. I'll just say Hender. Hender. Brandon
Yeah.
Hendershot. Do you know who that is?
Say it again.
Brandon Hendershot.
Hendershot?
Yeah.
No.
Do you know that name? I don't know that. I'm just reading it. Brandon Hendershot. I don't know. Uh, there is quite a bit of stuff that I literally have not paid attention to. Because I'm just interested really in what I think is relevant to the case. And it's just the information that to me that's vital is anyone that's in the know of the children. Like if Anita was there visiting and witnessed different interactions going on, anyone from within the family area, that would have, like I said, had something that I deemed, but I just, like I told you before, I don't deem Chance Lays or Jordan or even, Darren having any knowledge of what truly happened to Jack and Lily per se, or that I should say that they had no involvement in it. That stuff doesn't interest me. It only interests me of a timeline, what could have happened to Jack and Lily, that there's no answers a year later. That's crazy, by the way, that a year has come up already.
Yeah.
So some people, okay, isn't it interesting how all of them are trying to improve their public image? DM is on shows now. Janie has. MBM wants to search for her kids a year later. Any comment to that or no? You don't have to. I just happen to have it.
I don't care about my public image, and I never, at the start I did, because I didn't like to be criticized so heavily for something you're innocent, right? And I believe that Jordan and Chance feel the same way. That's why they don't take the criticism well, especially Jordan, because people constantly just attack him for no reason. Like he has nothing other than being my friend and Darren's son. Like he has no involvement in anything. Like he never met Jack and Lily.
Jordan,
right?
Okay, so there was no truth to this neighbor that saw Jack and Lily and you and Malaya at Jordan's house
That's
on Thursday.
Major Crimes came to Jordan's house. That was Jordan's niece and nephew.
Okay, yeah, I mean, again, it's one of those things is that, it's just somebody saying something, you put it into the, you put it to the,
Major Crimes follows up on every tip.
Well, I mean, they should.
Yeah, of course.
Unfortunately, they get bogged down with a lot of, crazy asses too. That freaking, like Delphi case was horrible for that. Oh, there's somebody in a blue jacket. I gotta, he's because he's walking down the street with a blanket like the BG.
Yeah,
but anyways, they get bogged down with
it. It's a lot for investigators, because I remember them telling me before that, Daniel, whenever you change your profile picture, we get people calling tips.
Yeah.
And people calling tip. I went to a gas station before when I was, last year, and they called Major Crimes, or they called the RCMP to say that I went in there and all I did was buy a Gatorade and a chocolate bar, and they called Major Crimes on me, or they called RCMP.
Okay.
People see me at gas stations. They just call in tips. It's a lot for them. And I understand, like, the public cares and they're trying to do everything they can, but there's just some tips that shouldn't be called in.
No, I mean, that's the part that I probably feel bad about, is because, like, and I don't have anything against fucking card readers and psychics and that. I mean, I'm a very spiritual person. So meaning I listen to it and I just kind of think if this person is off the rails, or if they sound like they're grounded.
There's a lot of people that are off the rails, like that want to involve themselves for no reason. Like there was tips called into Major Crimes before, where they said they should bring the cadaver dogs to Dollarama because they think the kids are buried at Dollarama.
I think I remember that. Was that
Yeah.
did you bring that up on Charmaine's live or something like that?
Yeah. I think
Yeah.
I maybe brought it up a couple times. I'm not going to say who they are.
Yeah,
But
I get it. That's all good. Now, okay, so Daniel, by what major crimes tells you? Do you think that the case will go cold?
I said to them before, I was very, very vocal, and I said I would stay in the limelight and stay in the spotlight for major crimes, because as long as I'm the target, then you know whoever has the kids at this point is going to be relaxed, and I hope they're able to get enough evidence and then strike, right? But I said I'm not going to accept a cold case, and they said, Daniel, like, we hope it never comes to that. And I strongly agree that, and I'm under the
I
impression
don't
that
think it was going to
major
go.
crimes is trying to do everything they can. And I see that the cases, it's wearing down a lot of individuals, right? Because there's just so much. And it takes a toll. It hasn't just taken a toll on me and Mom and Malaya and, everybody that knows the kids. It takes a toll on everybody, because they want to find the kids and they're doing everything they can. And that really, it destroys everyone mentally. I mean, there's a lot of you guys that you've put in a lot of time, and you have big hearts because you care about Jack and Lily. And there's a lot of the public that does as well. And it takes a toll on people, takes a toll on just, there's not really a way to explain it. It's a very draining mental, heartbreaking situation. And I don't know how to explain it. There's not really words that can explain the way grief feels, or the frustration you feel. But you should never take your frustration out on major crimes, because they're trying to help. You should never take your frustration out on me, or even take your frustration out on Malaya. I know that sounds like I'm protecting Malaya, but we're all trying to do the best we can. I don't have an answer for that question, or I don't have an answer that's applicable, that feels right. It's something that leaves you speechless, the way this case has ripped everybody's heart and soul apart.
The thing about all this is, like I said, it's not my life to live. I'm covering a case, but in anything I do, again, it's always because I care about the case I'm following. And that's the only reason. But at the end of the day, I get to go, home with, like, well, obviously I'm home, but I just mean, like, to my husband and stuff like that. I don't have to deal with all the things that anyone has to deal with, including Belinda over there, or the family members, yourselves.
But
Whatever.
you have kids, Sonny, so you understand a deeper aspect of, and you have a perspective that maybe someone without kids doesn't have.
Well, that's
So
true.
you have an emotional attachment. And most people will never see that. Like, I have an emotional attachment to not just Jack and Lily, but my own kids as well, right? Because, like, eventually, if my biological kids aren't asking their mother now, like, what's going on with Jack and Lily? Is Jack and Lily found my oldest biological daughter? Like, because I was supposed to have my kids that weekend, right? Get them that day.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And like I said, like, you can't come over this weekend. And it was so hard for me to say, like, Jack and Lily are missing. Like, Jack and Lily are missing, honey. And she asked me, I still remember, on the phone with her, she said, Dad, can we come help search?
Right.
And I had to say, like, that's a difficult thing, because they knew Jack and Lily. That was their brother and sister, right?
Well,
like, for 3 years, right? When I met Jack and Lily, they were very young. Like, Jack was only a year and a half old. So they were there, and they grew up with, Jack and Lily grew up with my biological kids.
Right. You know what? And that's the heartbreaking part is that so when a case happens, regardless, my heart always goes out to the other people that are involved, like meaning, or like for instance, I'll use Belinda on this case, but I couldn't imagine waking up every day and one minute the children are there and next minute they're not, right? And I know that's how you see it obviously too, right? That like from what you're saying, but just whenever I think about a case, it's always like meaning because I am such a deep empath, the impact on my heart at the thought of everything that people are going through, that have no knowledge or no idea what happened to Jack and Lily, but your children from your previous relationship, you know, obviously as children, they're impacted because they're at ages where they don't understand, but they understand. They know that there's a gaping hole, that they're not going to their daddy's property, or your dad's property or whatever to visit or babysit or whatever, and stuff like that. And that's the part that always hurts my heart a ton is when children are impacted in things that don't deserve to be impacted. And kind of that's how I feel about Jack and Lily is like, I don't know these children, but yet they become everyone's children in a sense. Because for me, I just stare at their two beautiful little faces and I couldn't imagine, like, you know what I mean? Like meaning with what we know a year and something later, which is we don't know. There's no charges. There's no nothing. Is it going to be solved? Will it go cold at some point? Perhaps. Will it be solved? But it's just on my heart. Every day I think about Jack and Lily, regardless that they're not my children, they're not my stepchildren, they're not nothing. But every day I'm impacted in my heart to know that these children deserve to be outside right now or in bed, I guess, in Pictou County over there. And they deserve that. But yet something happened to Jack and Lily. And there's no more devastating thing to a parent to ever even think about that something would happen to two beautiful children. So for Belinda, it's like one minute she is there. I know that the relationship was strained, obviously. Malaya, and I do believe this is true. It seems like Malaya kind of, push people away in a sense, and I get that that stuff does happen, but like Belinda hadn't really seen the children in a good year and a half or something like that. Whatever Cody with Cody, but it's just kind of like, I couldn't imagine just waking up and realizing that my twin sister's children are just say missing, and it's the most, to not have answers is the most heartbreaking, devastating thing I would never wish upon anyone that doesn't have anything to do in any case with the disappearance of children or adult, whatever. Bottom line, I just couldn't imagine the not knowing part. That's the part that has to eat away. Like there's no worse pain in the world than having loved ones, like in this case, Jack and Lily. Somebody knows the answer or people know the answer. But what happened to Jack and Lily?
I know exactly how you feel.
But you know what I'm saying? So again, I'm taking this for the fact of not putting anything on you here, Daniel. But, besides obviously statistics and family involvement and stuff, but just taking away that stuff to literally have a hole in your heart, people every day that have to deal with this. It just hurts my heart to the core for anyone, any situation, that deals with the murdered and the missing when there's no answers. It's one thing to have a child or a parent or a wife or whatever, and they were murdered and their bodies have been buried. It's different. You're sad because of whatever happened, but the not knowing is...
Yeah, you can grieve because there's answers. But when there's no answers, that's the hardest, thing you can imagine to think about. I know exactly what you're talking about because I live it every day.
Mm.
And it's not that I don't get to see Jack and Lily, but I also don't get to see my biological kids on top of that.
Correct.
So
Here-
I live in this perpetual cycle every day of just waking up and trying to do the best I can.
Now,
Because if I don't hold strong and keep everything together, they're the only voice Lily and Jack will have will be Belinda. And I want people to actually, take that perspective into account that I'm doing everything I can. Even if people don't think it's right and if people think I'm lying,
well, I was going to
at
say,
least there's someone staying strong for Lily and Jack and trying to spread awareness. Like that's all I've ever tried to do is do everything for Lily and Jack. None of this was for me. I get absolutely destroyed and shredded apart. People call me every name. Never for me. It was always for Lily and Jack and for the investigators. So they can do everything they can.
but but the thing, in Daniel, again, going back to that, is that the likelihood of, say, Malaya having the children kind of hidden or taken away for whatever reasons, let's just say, right? The likelihood that someone wouldn't claim a reward, the likelihood that somebody wouldn't talk, that is so unlikely
And
that
Sonny, that's what I've had to come to grips with
right.
after all this time, after all the investigation efforts. It's just I don't know. I don't know what to believe anymore. Like
Well, I'm
I
there with
used to
you.
throw out all these theories, but just none of them hold any ground or hold anything at this point because just all they were. That's all we have is speculation and theory. That's all
Well,
we have.
I was going to say, I was watching something with Nancy Guthrie the other day when there was these uh, profilers, like that, profile cases and stuff like that. And I distinctly remember the one profiler the other day. I think this was like 2 days ago, and she goes, "But of course we're going to speculate." When we don't know the answers, so of course we're going to speculate. And I'm like, absolutely. And that's just exactly it, is that there isn't any answers. So people are going to speculate. Absolutely.
That's how the human brain works. It just
You know,
jumps to it just tries to
it kind
analyze
of makes
everything
sense.
and take everything into perspective and your brain automatically builds a belief system on past experiences from and just the way you've conducted your life. That's how, like, we can say from the point of view that like some women just hate men, right? So they're automatically going to jump to I did everything. And some men hate women, so you know what I mean, they're going to automatically jump to Malaya. It all comes from your personal experience and the data that's out there that you can analyze. Everyone builds a perspective. That's just how the brain's wired. And with gaining perspective, you just want to speculate. That's exactly the way to put it.
I
That's
was,
all we have.
you know, but for the fact, Daniel, and I mean, like I said, I'm like a broken record saying this, is that a case to have two children missing and for there not to be parental or family involvement is profoundly rare, right? Right. So when something is extremely rare, it goes without saying, unfortunately, maybe like from your point of view, obviously, that that's just the statistics, is
Yeah.
that in any case that I've ever watched or paid attention to with children, I watch these interrogations and the same thing happens each and every time. Had nothing to do with it, didn't do nothing. Why would I do this? Blah, 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 blah. Right. And next thing you know, by the end of some of these interrogations, they're like, basically the RCMP, or not RCMP in this case, LE, because a lot of them are the US ones, but it's just like next thing you know, they're more singing like a canary and all this. So like time and time and time again, we watch these cases unfold. And they will almost every single time turn out to be family involvement. That's why it's so hard to get away from this, because um, regardless, the inconsistencies, the actions of the mother have all played into that exact same thing. Like meaning that a mother to leave her children the next day, right? And then we don't hear hide nor shit from her, regardless, right?
Mhm.
I know that you went the opposite route, but the thing is that it it wouldn't be abnormal for me not to side eye you or Malaya and question what happened to those children. I'm not the RCMP, you know. I'm just trying to understand it myself by the information that's out there. But that it's not far off the wall, right? Now again, your lips to God's ears, you know your own truth. We, for us out here that say, Daniel, we know you did something, or or Malaya, we know both of you guys are lying and stuff like that. I mean, it is just part and parcel of kind of what, happens in the true crime world. I know it's not like the news, or, it's differently, of course. They're not going to be the true crime news. Do you think, Daniel, the internet, because now you've had to deal with this case here, what do you think of true crime, the community? Like, I mean, everything has its ups
It's
and
it's brilliant, but also so destructive. And because it can be a tool that's so productive, and you never know who has valid input that could be useful. But on the other side, you get individuals that just make it a terrible place where there can't be discussion that's valid, because you have a lot of people that come into the true crime community. I've noticed this. They come in so much later to this case, and they try to ask questions, and they may have a valid perspective. And a lot of people that have been in the case for since day one, they shut them people down, and like, this question's already been answered, or that thing's already been answered,
right.
or I don't think this happened, I think it's Daniel, or I think it's Malaya. They don't give the newcomers a chance to gang, um, or have their own perspectives that could be valid, and they're just shut down. Just for people that, or people that think positive, in the way of, we think Daniel's innocent, and they openly say that, and they get attacked for it. Or they say Malaya's innocent, and then they get attacked for it. It's like, there's a lot of channels that are, if you were to go in there and say Daniel's innocent, they'll just kick you out. That's just the way they do it.
That's something. You know what? People can think whatever they want and say. If it's done, as long as it's not like being like, like, oh, I'm Sonny, I'm not going to listen to this anymore. Like someone said, right? Like, I'm not going to listen to anymore. Daniel's full of BS and stuff like that. Great. To me, that's being like immature. Meaning, at the end of the day, again, it's like an adult, to me, wants to hear everything, all sides.
Yeah.
So if Daniel's speaking, if Malaya's speaking, if Malaya's speaking, or Cindy's speaking, or Belinda's speaking, I want to listen to that stuff. But it's just when people like go into other chat rooms and they can't, like, I don't even care if someone says someone's content, like who the content creator is. I personally don't care about that, to be honest with you, because I do feel like everyone has the right. Not that they have a right, but everyone can express their opinions. But if you're gonna come in the channel, like this channel, and you're going to be a fucking dick to me, or you're gonna whatever, just be totally an ass about it, then I'm gonna boot your ass.
Yeah.
If you're going to start calling me names, because like I said, I mean, at the end of the day, it is my channel, right? And I don't mind that people have opinions about whether they think that, Daniel or Malaya. I still don't care about that stuff really, because at the end of the day, it's about Jack and Lily. So it's just a question of, does the public believe you guys or not, right? But it's like I said, but some people you can't even say shit you know. And so yeah, so I mean, I was hearing that, no offense, but I was hearing that about Shanann's channel, that if people went in there, I was told, and they said anything, you know, about Malay or whatever, they got blocked and stuff like that. Well, you know, I do feel like, again, we don't have the answers, so it's not about sides on this. It's just about being respectful if you're going to make a comment, at least, you know, for the most part,
Mhm.
type of idea.
And I also think with shenanigans as well, if she's that close to Cindy or Malaya or Cheryl, be a good friend and convince them that they're going to be doing the right thing by speaking out for Lily and Jack.
Absolutely.
I don't know why Cheryl and Angeline and Cindy don't say to Malaya, speak out for your kids.
They probably
There's
have.
nothing bad that can happen. Do it for them.
But if there's truth to the fact of what Anita said, well, then it would seem like Cindy doesn't really give a fuck anyway, because she's too busy trading in cars and not missing a day of work, if there's any truth to that. You know, and this was all happening on the week of the disappearance. So again, it's about actions matching that. You know, can you, I couldn't imagine having 2 grandchildren, and this is only if this is truthful, but I can't see her really making some of this shit up for the sake of just making it up. But it's kind of like, I mean, it kind of goes with maybe the territory of, you know, Malaya's never acted like she has 2 missing children and stuff like that. But who knows? I mean, like, at the end of the day, I'm just always willing to listen to whatever. I'm still going to have my own thoughts, but I still know that it's RCMP that are going to be the ones that are going to have to provide the answers. And you can tell with RCMP when they, okay, like that press conference that they just did, what a pointless press conference, to be honest with you.
Yeah, investigators asked me what I thought of that.
It was pointless.
Like
it brought awareness about Jack and Lily. That's all it did.
Yeah, but I mean, at least they did that. I mean, it wasn't
it was
the most productive thing, but I think that maybe like going forward, maybe they should have somebody else different that speaks, and we can, because every time they speak, I mean, I have nothing against major crimes, but maybe use a different speaker, and we might be able to get, you know, a different variety of words that come out that may raise more awareness or may help.
I just, you know, I was going to say, you know, obviously, you know, at least I'm doing something, I guess, was better than nothing. But I just kind of felt hollow by it all, because it was like, they're not going to tell us anything. Kent kind of made that thing at the event there. What do they call that event? Was it a vigil called or whatever?
Yeah, vigil. Yeah.
And so, you know, and they're asking for the police to be more transparent. Okay, they ain't going to give up shit, first of all. And that's all that stuff was that I heard. Like, meaning, I even heard another, like a profile, like meaning a police officer, retired or profiler, say the same thing. Like, why did you even bother to have that? I mean, there was like, it was like the reporters, and some of them were asking like kind of stupid questions. Like one would just ask a question, and then another one right behind would ask the same question. And I'm like, and you're going to get the same ass answer.
Yeah.
But it's meaning, is that the same thing that they're going to keep saying, you know, but we'll take any leads. But there was one thing that I more or less took from that, was basically like, the only tip we want from you guys really is the tip where somebody knows what happened to Jack and Lily. So unless you pretty much have that information that could help guide us to what the answer is for Jack and Lily, that's how I kind of took that. Like, meaning you could see him roll his eyes when he's talking about the social media, because it has its good things and bad things for sure, right? With tips and different things. But it was kind of like, it's like they're saying, we're looking for a specific piece of information, and that's with that the person or people that have knowledge of what happened to Jack and Lily that day.
They want that one cut and dry tip.
That one tip. is really right.
Yeah.
And so now, so in saying that, like, kind of like Hunter said, so like, is there anyone in your area that you thought was any sus? A lot of people thought the bus driver, his brother, pedo guy there was sus. Because like I said, something happened to Jack and Lily, Daniel, regardless, right? Like, I can't see a vehicle just dropping by, and Jack and Lily then
Yeah.
going under. So there
Yeah,
had,
that's the biggest. That's why I don't throw out any theories or speculation anymore, because it's just
but it's a
I
mind.
I don't like I just don't understand. It's just like the only thing I can think of at this point is either someone was stalking the property and waiting for that one moment that they knew that I would be in bed with Meadow every morning, and like they worked out a routine. They knew when I worked, and they planned and executed the perfect kidnapping of Jack and Lily. That's the only other option that I could possibly run through at this point. They didn't wander into the woods, and I know that we all thought that at the start. That was the initial reaction or initial thing everybody thinks, right? They're close to the house. They only went in the woods. But after all, after the massive search, and they deployed technology that normally was never deployed.
It's vaping.
And they had so many searchers and helicopters. And that was the fastest arrival to a search ever for a helicopter. And in Nova Scotia, 1.5 hours. Because it was over at the Garden of Eden doing another case, so they already had all the inspection of the aircraft already done, and then it just needed to be fueled, and then they could do a direct, send it there, and everything was ready. That's so like such a big part of it. Whereas they had a helicopter within the first hour and a half. They had drones up even before that, searching and doing the property. They have between 70,000 and 80,000 drone shots. That's a massive number.
Well, absolutely. And to not find those children in that time, Daniel, with that, just because of that particular piece we're talking about, why is it that, so why did you believe that Cindy arrived, or what you thought was a very fast time considering where she lived? Like, do you still feel like for you, do you still feel like, nah, she arrived way sooner than what?
I don't know when the time she exactly arrived. I can't put a number on it. But when in stressful situations, right, your time, the time lapses at such a different pace compared to normally sitting there. Like I say, if you're just sitting in your house and living a normal day, your time lapse during a stressful situation, it's much different.
Well, do you think that maybe you just had that part wrong? Like, had that part wrong.
Yeah, it is possible. And I know there was a picture of Malaya's phone, like when she may have arrived or when she was planning on leaving. And how does anybody know? That was on Facebook, right? How does anybody know that she wasn't connected to the Wi-Fi in the yard and she sent that message? Malaya sent her that message.
Oh,
or she sent that message to Malaya.
Fair enough.
That's a very unique thing as well. That maybe some people don't. I'm not saying that's what happened, but that is a possibility, right? You have to look from every angle.
No, it's not like that thought didn't cross my mind as well. But then at the end of the day, again, the only people that are going to know the true answers for digital anything with tracking or, stuff like that, or locations will be, obviously the information that they're not even going to give us on that stuff.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So it could be true. I mean, it could be true.
See, these are the things that keep me up at night, where I just go over everything on my head. Little things like that. Like it was on Facebook Messenger. You don't know where the message was sent from. It could have been on our Wi-Fi in the yard for all we know, right? And that's the little things like that I always keep my mind open, and I'm always, going over these things and trying to pick out every little thing to do with the case. And a lot of people don't think I do anything, but there's it's always those little things that may help that, some people may miss out on or some people don't see. So I always do my due diligence with trying to look at every aspect.
Well, okay, now, and I know, Daniel, like, I think we're doing like a freaking ass. It's been a marathon here. So, and don't get me wrong. I mean, I'm very appreciative. Like I know Charmaine was when you were on there and stuff like that. It for Jack and Lily. Can I ask you? Okay, so is there anything? You said Malaya's actions weren't seeming to match. Of two children going missing that morning, meaning that she was kind of, I think, on her phone, but that you were, say, running around screaming for Jack and Lily as if that, but so what is most of this? Obviously, you and Malaya, obviously, and the children and Meadow, baby, were in the home and your mom's on the property that evening. How do I even say this? Because I know that you've spoken so much about the different times and different things or whatever, but is there anything that has truly struck you as odd? You say meaning you say you keep thinking of things that, like
I run the whole morning from what I can recall over and over and over from when I open my eyes. Open my eyes those times, right? Because Lily came into the room, them 2 times. And I try to recall, like, what did I hear in the kitchen? It's so hard to recall after a year. It was much easier when it was like a month after and 2 months after. Yeah. But it's been a year. So I have to really try my best to recall everything. I know. And as I said, investigators told me not to do that because it will drive you mentally insane, because you're trying to search for something and trying to pick out something that may not even be there, right? There may not be any small detail that makes the difference, but I told them I would always try.
Well, I was going to say that's how my brain feels for the last year, is that, and that's only sifting through what we've heard, right? Like I said, it was your guys' life on that property, to know exactly the dynamics of the relationship, what was going on that day, what you guys did, what you guys didn't do, right? For us, it's just all taking bits and pieces of information and trying to compile it into something that makes sense out of, okay, so what happened to Jack and Lily? If this time is being said, or time clock of calling, the mom, at 8:28, and there's like these different time frames. It's like there's only a small then specific time of when the children could have disappeared, if they were taken from the property. And that's the part, like I said, because of that hour missing, it's kind of like, exactly. So that's where it's like you come to a point when there's nothing more I can probably gain from trying to understand the timeline, because there's no more information that I don't feel like I could gain myself.
Well, it's hard to have the whole perspective when everyone doesn't talk, right?
Well, that's true. I mean,
because I can only tell you what I've seen through my eyes and what I heard, and Mom can only tell you what she's seen and heard, but there's one party that's left out.
Do you think some people are saying, some people have said and are saying, that they believe that Malaya is helping the RCMP? I personally, I'm not buying that myself. Like, meaning, are they talking to her and stuff? Yes, but I don't know. I've always had a hard time with that one because of other things that she's said that it just doesn't, like, you're just trying to make sense of the things that are being done and said and stuff like that. But do you think that Malaya is working, say, I'm just going to say this, just question. Do you think that she's working against you with RCMP to pin this just on, like, to pin something on you? Do you think that she is, like, not that she is, but do you think that she's doing that? Do you think she's working with RCMP?
At this point, I don't think so, because I think investigators have done so much investigation to this point where they know that I'm telling the truth. Like I'm like, I've given a part of myself to them. They know everything about me, right? Like they know everything. They went through all my digital devices. Like I tell them, like they know when I go to my visits with my daughter. They know like my court dates. They know what goes on in my life, and
Do you still get
they know everything.
like? Do you get to see her still? Like I know
What's
you had.
that?
Do you still? Can you still see your child? Like, do you still
Yeah,
have visits?
yeah, that never stopped.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Oh,
I
oh,
know a lot of people say that, and it's completely not true. It never stopped for a minute.
how old is she now?
She's over 2 now.
Is she over 2?
Yeah,
The fun too.
yeah. She'll almost be 2.5
Yeah,
in a little under a month.
totally looks like you. Totally.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely.
another thing that I don't get when Anita. I hate going back to that delusional woman, but Anita said like, oh, like it could be Jordan's kid, it could be Daniel's brother's kid. It's like, Anita, like pull your head out of your ass and think about that for a minute. She looks exactly like me.
I was
Like
gonna say. Yeah, I mean, I do feel like Anita does, like, obviously is some of the stuff to me. She comes across like she's talking out of her ass on some of the stuff for sure. But
she needs to take the 2 remaining brain
back
cells that she has and rub them together to produce an actual thought that's productive.
Yeah, but definitely she like
Like she looks exactly like
fitting
me.
image.
Yeah,
for sure on that one.
yeah. Like I don't understand the way she thinks, and there's a many people in this case that have come, that have gone, and it's like, and now I think like with the true crime community, we all have to expect who's going to be next to crawl out of the woodwork and try to add to this giant conversation that we all have.
Ooh.
And I don't know who that will be, but there's always someone lurking in the darkness, ready to come out and just add something that's not relevant, that's so far-fetched that it just throws a wrench into the gears of the investigation. There always will be the next person. I always wondered who it will be next.
Well, that's what's so, strange about this, and Ninchi, I'll get to you there in just a sec. But one of the things that is probably is like it's not funny, but it's because it's kind of ridiculous. But it's just like, for me too, it's like, okay, who's coming out of the woodwork? And then all of a sudden this Anita person appears out of the woodwork, and it's just like, wait, what the fuck? Like, who's this now?
Yeah.
And then, but it, and it's one of those things, okay? Like, I would be like an idiot if I thought that everyone that, knows something about Jack and Lily's case or has knowledge is going to come to the true crime community and be like, hey, I want to be front and center and stuff like that.
But the one thing I've noticed, the people that come in, they're always know Malaya's side or related to them. Darren related to Malaya.
Yeah.
And then Anita coming on and spewing a whole bunch of bullshit that she, she's Cindy and Wade's friend, and she knew Malaya and all them. It's like these people that are the most delusional always come from Malaya's side.
Well, well, I was going to say, okay, so wait. So your family has been you, and Logan has spoke a little bit, and your mother. Is that about it from your side? Logan, you, and your mother?
Yeah, that's the only people that actually had productive conversation.
And so from Malaya's side, so we got Cheryl, Lily. Well, and then I didn't really know. I don't know this person at all. Her name, that Angeline person.
Yeah.
Honestly,
I know Angeline. I don't have anything, bad to say about Angeline. And and I don't I truly don't have anything that Malay has ever said to me that was bad about Cheryl. Like,
Yeah.
and Malaya would just, you know, being in a relationship with Malaya, she told me about, you know, Cindy. She told me about Haley and, you know, and Shelby, Cheryl's sisters. Like, she told me like a whole bunch of crazy things. And I know they're true because they come from Malaya's firsthand experience.
You know what? You made a comment, now that I think about it. You made a comment about Malaya that that she had told you that she didn't that she didn't want her mom in her life no more. And you said
Yeah.
something like, well, you know, like that's your mother. And I
Yeah.
know that you and Cindy,
Because she wanted to cut off Cindy completely. And I said, no, like
and
that's
did she
that's
say
your
why?
mother. You make the choice, because she grows tired of Cindy with
Kind of like what you said
the
earlier.
criticism that and, you know, the outbursts against, you know, Malaya, like criticize. We'll just take the car, for example, when Malaya got the new car. Malaya,
Okay.
why did you get that car? Malaya, why did you spend so much money on that car? Malaya, why did you drive all the way for like 2 hours away to get that car? Why did you get that color? It's just like Malaya didn't want to deal with any of that. It's just too much. Like, we were trying to raise a family, and it becomes a burden when you have extra criticism added to your life, which should never be there. It adds an extra layer of stress to your life when you're trying to raise children. And she didn't want that. So she said, Daniel, can we like move out of here? Like, can we? And then, you
Oh,
know, I
right,
was just
right.
like,
We were
you
talking about
know, maybe we can move to mom's, and I'll ask mom, you know, and I asked her, and, you know, mom was nice enough to do that for us.
now.
Right.
Was your mom? Because I think I heard this the other day. But was your mom and you guys all living in the home, or did she
No,
move
no,
into the trailer,
no,
like, and then basically say, "Okay, guys, like, come live here"? Like,
no. I asked mom, and then she's like, yeah, Daniel, you can move over. And I was just like, but like Malaya wants to come, right? Like, she was the one who wanted away from Cindy. And she's like, yeah, I guess that works. And
now,
so,
there seemed to be some animosity there between Malaya and your mom, from both of them speaking.
mhm.
Um, was there?
Yeah, well, like, I don't want to speak for mom,
No,
but
I was gonna say just more your
it,
own.
it was like never any animosity where she hated Malaya or anything like that. But she just thought like you always have that motherly instinct.
No
Oh, I
matter
can't
what,
speak
I get
for
that.
you always have that motherly instinct, like Daniel, like how can I put this? Daniel, like, why did you choose Malaya? Because it's I mean, but she never like had any quarrels with, you know, me being with Malaya. But she's always wondered, like, why did you choose Malaya? And like, why did you choose her? Like, you know, but
Well, I mean, you can't.
but in the end, like, we have a daughter together, and we both love our daughter,
Yeah, and
and that's just the way it is. Like,
I mean, at the end of the day, you don't kind of, just pick, you know,
yeah,
someone that you love. It's just one of those things that happens, really,
yeah. And
When,
I love kids, and I always knew that I wanted to have kids, right?
yeah,
And I never had kids until I was like 26 or 25 or 26, 2016. And
right. With the other
yeah,
two, I mean, like, yeah,
yeah. But like, I love the aspect of having kids, and it provides um, the insight into life which you wouldn't have if you didn't have kids, right? It makes you a better person because
well, children do.
you get to see the progression of young ones and try to help them through becoming the best versions of themselves, right? Which they can't do on their own, right? So
Well,
it's it provides a very unique perspective to life, which I wish everyone could experience. And that's why it really bugs me when people, especially young women, that say that they never want to have kids. And, you know, especially when really intelligent women say that, because I believe that the world needs more intelligent humans. Because what I'm seeing from the true crime community, there's a lot of people that lack intelligence. And I know some people are going to be hurt over that. But
I mean,
if
well,
you
the thing is,
if you're one of those people, sorry, but
well, I mean, I will say like sometimes for sure, absolutely. I mean, there's people that are out from a different planet than I am from. I like to say very just, critical thinking or just, thinking about things logically. Sometimes there's things that come out and you're just like, really? Like, did you?
well, a lot of people think emotionally before logically.
Ah,
And I understand that we're all human, we all think differently, and we're all unique, right? That's the best part about being a human is everyone is
well,
individually unique.
no, I want to get to Have you ever seen any of Ninchi's true crime?
Mom watches her. Mom fills me in on everything that happens on YouTube. She's actually she's capable of watching YouTube that I can't watch because I get frustrated, and it drives me to a point of like I want to message someone, like and correct people, or I want to say like,
Yeah, I know.
especially when some
Yeah.
people are on there like Darren or Anita. It's just it
I
it's just,
yeah,
it
I get it
drives
because
me.
it's like they're talking about like your guys' life and case and stuff.
Yeah, and it's just like that's not the way it
And
went.
if it's
That's not
not
the way it is. That's not who I
accurate.
am.
Yeah, so
But
so Ninchi does say, she says, so why was CPS investigating? How did they get all the black eyes? Why did the school have to give them warm clothes? Okay, so we know
okay,
that
well,
CPS.
I'll answer that in three
Sure.
questions because it's three separate questions.
Yeah.
Um, CPS came to the house when um, the behavior of Lily and Jack at school became apparent that um, the teachers and staff weren't able to accommodate the needs of Lily and Jack. They wanted them to get tested for autism, and they were just about to be tested for autism before the disappearance. It was only like later in May or June. I don't remember exactly which. Somebody could probably dig that up because I probably said it before. But yeah, so they were just about to be tested for autism.
Right.
And so they had a real difficult time with, them not being tested for autism because autism's a spectrum, right? And you fall into various degrees inside that spectrum. And
Right.
to know where you are in that spectrum, that would help the teachers and staff better accommodate Lily and Jack and with their education and try to help them learn in different ways, right? That could be congruent of where they fall on the spectrum. And so that's why CPS came out and to give me and Malaya, but more so Malaya because Malaya is their biological parent, right?
Yeah.
And they came out to help, give her number, like phone numbers for receiving support so we could learn more on the behaviors that they have and try to help them with their needs in a different fashion, right? Because it's always better to have more information and not need it to having less information, and then you may need it, but you don't have it. So that answers the first part. That's where they came out, was to help us get support on the behaviors that the school staff were seeing. And when it comes to the stuff for the black eyes,
Yeah.
me and Malaya never caused any black eyes on Jack and Lily. I know that's what a lot of people think. It was always them fighting or falling. And when the kids fought, they fought very violently. And they would have, because with autism, sometimes I know that there's probably some parents in here that have kids with autism, and they will have extreme emotional outbursts. They used to fight all the time. And that's why it says in the RCMP documents that that Daniel had a voice that the kids listened to. That's why I used to come home from work when Malaya got too stressed out and she couldn't handle the kids. That's why I came home from work. I had to come home from work 4 or 5 times because Malaya just couldn't control the kids and they didn't listen to her and they got violent. And Malaya would always, you know, do what she was used to doing was just try to avoid the situation and do the best she could and, you know, be there for Meadow, right? Because she didn't have any control over Jack and Lily. And looking back on that, it was extremely hard to go for, especially for me to go through, because Jack and Lily aren't my children, but I did everything as if they were my children, right? And that, you know, breaking up fights and, you know, come on guys, just let's sit up on the couch. You got to stop fighting. Like, Lily, there's your toys. Jack, there's your toys. And it was a lot. Like, Jack and Lily were hard for Malaya to manage. For me, they always listened. That's why you can always go back and get the documentation from the RCMP documents where it says Daniel had a voice that they listened to.
Right, I remember that.
Daniel never physically disciplined the kids. And
go ahead.
No, I have that. And I have that for, you know, for the public to see, but I also have videos from Cheryl that were sent to someone. And it says in those videos, I asked Malaya if Daniel ever abused the kids, and Malaya told me, no, Daniel never hit. Daniel never hit the kids. He never kicked the kids. He never pushed the kids. He never punched the kids. He never slapped them. He just treated them differently than from his own. And I had to treat Jack and Lily differently because I knew the very first day I ever met them, I knew that they were, I hate using the word that, you know, they had special needs, but I knew that Jack and Lily were different from my children in a way where I could tell that their behaviors and the way that they conducted themselves were different from my own. And I took that challenge on, knowing that Jack and Lily were different from normal kids. And I hate saying it like that because it sounds like I'm putting them down, but that's just the way it was. I
get it.
I had to manage them in a way where I felt like I had to be more strict and had to like repeat things many times to them so they would understand, right? It wasn't just a cut and dry thing where when you're on the spectrum, it's much more difficult for children to learn. It's not the children's fault in any way. It's not the adult's fault for any way or their parent. That's just the way it is. That's just the way, you know, the child or the children are. So you had to be very vigilant in the way that you taught the kids, right? And looking back, that's one of the support things that, you know, me and Malaya needed, because we didn't know how to raise kids with suspected autism, right? And it was much different from raising my 2 biological kids in Meadow. It was a much different situation, and I hope people can actually grasp what I'm saying and grasp how I'm coming across with talking about Jack and Lily. I don't mean it in any way where it's putting them down. It's just the way life is, and you have to face the facts with life. That's just the way it was.
Sebastian Rogers' case, although he was 16, was he 15 or 16 now? Well, 17 now, but his case, he's on that autism spectrum and stuff like that, and you know, so I'm not going to say, like I said, I mean, I know that they weren't diagnosed, so that's why it kind of bugged me actually when Malaya said possible autism.
I'll tell you something too. When my mom was there to witness this, when Cindy came into the yard, you know, right after Malaya called her, messaged her, whatever, when she showed up in the yard, the very first words that Malaya said to Cindy was, "I told you they were autistic, Mom."
So in the documents, that line bugged me. Now, I mean, I was just
My mom was there to witness her say that.
well, I was like, so that's what I mean. Like,
And
that's
what I took from that is you're blaming the kids for the disappearance. But I don't know if she actually meant it in that aspect.
right,
But
right.
that's what I personally gained from it. But I can't speak for Malaya, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would be nice to have a little bit better context to that.
Yes,
Is
that the
the way
context
it
is
was.
everything.
Yeah, because for that there, it's like, well, did Cindy say something about it? And then when her, I mean, that would be the damn, like, just to kind of see that line in the documents, it was like, so wait, that's the first thing that's coming out of your mouth is told you
Yeah.
that, type of thing. And I thought, I mean, it would be nice to have a little bit more context with that, what she was actually truly meaning behind that,
Yeah.
at all.
I also found it odd when Cindy and Wade showed up and they had Tim Hortons in their hands. You think the last thing you'd be thinking about is Tim Hortons when your grandchildren are missing them.
Now, but in saying that, because when you say that, because I get it absolutely, but then by saying that, do you, but this was kind of like with the Delphi murders, is that nobody would have ever guessed that the children had been murdered. They just thought that maybe they got lost, or maybe something happened to one of them or something, right?
Mm-hmm.
Now, so in saying that, I mean, it could possibly be, don't know the answer, obviously, that, they were just thinking, oh, they'll be found. And they weren't putting as much weight on the fact until,
Sonny, that's what we all thought. That's
well,
what we all hoped for, was we don't have to go through a year of torture wondering where two innocent children are. That was the hopes and dreams of everyone who knew about the case on May 2nd, was they went into the woods, we were going to find them, and then this whole nightmare would be over, and Lily and Jack would,
Yeah.
still be here in front of us.
Yeah.
And I hope for one day to see Lily and Jack again. And this whole thing just goes behind us, and then,
Well,
we can all live the best life we can.
I mean, obviously that would be what I would think any human being would want, no matter what. At the end of the day, I would love to see that these two children, that something that we perhaps don't know, or that somebody else does per se, that these two children are still alive, regardless. I mean, to ever think that children being murdered, killed, whatever, is just hard on the heart to even think about it all.
I try not to think about it at all, Sonny. That's why I always try to remain positive. Because as soon as you let your mind wander, it becomes very, very toxic in your own mind. And you may never escape that. The mind is all you have, Sonny. You can't control the external world. You can only control your own thoughts. That's the only thing that humans can control.
Yeah, you can control your own actions and thoughts.
And to lose the ability to think in a positive manner, that's one of the worst things that can happen to a person, is just to give up. And that's what I said at the start, and I've continued to say that I hope for the best positive outcome from this, that Lily and Jack are found safe, and the person that committed this crime is persecuted to the full extent of the law. I've said that many times. I've said that to investigators. Like, this has destroyed so many people's lives. This has destroyed my life. This has destroyed Malaya's, and this has destroyed all the kids. It has destroyed his Belinda as well, and everyone that's close to the children. And it broke the heart and disheartening for all the public and people that care, people that have a big heart. It destroyed so much, destroyed this province, and it's destroyed the hearts of many in this whole country.
Well, I was going to say, and I think this is where people are having a hard time, Daniel, though, is that, You know, at the end of the day, the responsibility was on that Jack and Lily to be protected by the people on the property.
Yes.
And that's why a lot of people are feeling like none of you guys are taking accountability for the fact that had those children been properly supervised or, you know, in a sense, right, that they would not be missing today if that's the route that it went. And so that's why I think it's like people want to hear you say, they want to hear Malaya say, you know, like, yes, you know, yes, we were wrong that we weren't necessarily paying attention to the children, you know, and regardless if they didn't typically do this or not, right? So it still always will become the bottom line is the children were underneath yours and Malaya's care.
Yes,
Again,
I understand that,
yeah.
Sonny.
So
And what I said earlier is like I don't take accountability, responsibility. I take accountability and responsibility on that whole I'm using this word against the whole spectrum of everything. Yes, like I was in the house. I take responsibility and accountability for that. But it's also for me, I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. There was nothing about that day that was different for me. I didn't even know the kids were staying home from school. Malaya knew that. Malaya was up at 6:17 and 8:28 making a phone call to her mother. Why didn't she get up with the kids? Because she knows I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. But as from that aspect, I don't take accountability. But from the overall view on the whole situation, I do take accountability and responsibility for that. I do. Because I could have got up with the kids. I could have changed my morning routine from what it was and made it different and got up with them. But I didn't do that. And I don't have an answer for you on why I didn't do that.
I mean, the thing is right. This is honestly, there is no real answer. No answer because of the fact that, again, it goes back to woulda, coulda, shoulda, didn't. You know, but
of course, and I don't have a time machine. I don't have a time machine to go back in time because if I did, then I would 100% do that.
Was it
that
normal?
would be the one choice in life that I make. There wouldn't be any other choice before that. That would be the one definitive choice that I make in my life. That's the biggest regret I have to live with. If Jack and Lily are never found, that's the biggest regret I ever have to live with in my entire life. And that's a massive regret that will just linger my whole life, for Malaya's whole life, and my mother's whole life. There's no way around it. It will be something that haunts for the rest of the existence, right? The rest of our existence.
Well, did they typically get up, Daniel, and kind of like, you know, I mean, especially Lily, but did they typically kind of get like, meaning it's not unknown, you know?
Lily would usually get up before Jack. Jack would sometimes sleep in a lot longer than Lily would. And sometimes they would come into the room. Lily would come into the room.
And I
And
think she did clarify that the lock was on the inside of the door, like I said, but that it wasn't locked. That
yeah, it wasn't locked. You can hear it.
Right.
Like when I go up to because I'm sitting in the bedroom right now. When I go up to the door, when you hear it open,
now,
and that's what woke me up. Was Lily pushing the door open, and she leaned in. She had her hand on the doorknob, and she leaned in, and that's when it woke me up. I jarred awake. That happened twice, and I said, "Lily, shh." Meadow's trying to sleep.
So I'm just
because they would make Lily and Jack would wake up Meadow quite a bit, and usually when she would try to, Malaya would, put Meadow down put our daughter. I gotta stop saying her name.
Didn't she
put our daughter down for a nap. Lily and Jack would often wake up Meadow. I gotta stop saying her name.
You know what? It's not like anyone doesn't know it, but
I know.
I mean,
but
Meadow's a beautiful name.
I know. And like Lily and Jack would wake her up quite a bit, especially when she would go down in the crib for a nap, or Malaya would you know, I guess you would call it co-sleep with her and put her down for a nap.
Now, there
And
was, yeah, because there was some discrepancies there about this whole part as well. So the first time you said a few times, then you said a couple of times, with this, and I even believe that it went down to, was it down to one? I can't remember. There was 3 different versions,
yeah,
right?
you can ask me anything you want.
Yeah.
So
Well, because at this point, so let me ask you this: if you're going into your bedroom, just to ask you, just for my own visualization. So if you're going in your the bedroom, is your bed straight on, or is it off to the side? Like
Mhm.
say like the window is at the back of the trailer there, where
It's
your bedroom. Is your guys'
it's
bed straight on or to the side?
yeah, but it's also a weird thing for me to answer that because I have so many death threats. And
Oh,
you
okay.
think I want people knowing exactly the position where I sleep.
Okay, well, but
It's a weird dynamic, but I will answer it because
but
I don't
it
fear
was more
anything, right?
about the fact of,
No,
do you
no, I'll answer.
sleep on
I'll
the right
answer it,
side
Sonny.
or left side?
If you want to know exactly where I sleep, Sonny, I'll tell
It
you.
was about well, so the question truly was is if Malaya had only said about seeing the Lily in the morning, but she never said that any other time it was heard. So in my head, I have the bed pictured kind of like
It's right below the window. It's right below the window, and I sleep
on the left
close.
side or right.
It's right below, like directly below the window,
Okay. So, so
and
you're saying that Malaya did,
I sleep closest to the door.
because you said that she woke up, right? Like that Lily's noise, in a sense, kind of like you woke up. Lily was coming into the room. So
Yep.
so can you verify then that so Malaya did see Lily that morning? Because it's so weird when someone only claimed to have heard them in the next room.
Yeah, Malaya also said that we didn't know they were playing outside at the time.
Yes.
Like, Malaya, how did you
No.
but
Well,
I don't know. I can't speak for Malaya. That's
right, because
the
of
most,
your
because
mother.
I want her to speak out. Like, that's why I said I want her to go on shenanigans where she feels comfortable. Like, even if she's given this, like, the most softball questions, even if she has to hit a Nerf ball, even if her questions are hit with a Nerf ball,
Mhm.
and they're so soft, at least she's doing something productive for Jack and Lily. That's not under the umbrella of just doing it for major crimes. She's doing it personally. She's going out of her way to raise awareness. That's
Yeah.
what we all want.
Well,
We
you can
all want everyone to
say
speak
never.
out and everyone to talk. I can't speak on what Malaya seen or heard that morning. I
Well,
wish I could, because I would tell everyone. I would tell everyone what Malaya seen and heard. I wouldn't hold back, right? If I knew her perspective and how everything went across, I mean, how everything she's seen and how everything crossed her eyes and ears and how she felt that morning, I wish I could tell everyone that. But
I
unfortunately, I'm not given
I mean,
that
obviously, you would
ability.
have been in the bedroom. Like, I remember, like, okay, something about that the TV got turned on for Meadow. Whoops, sorry, for baby.
Yeah, she would usually do that in the morning. So she would leave turn on the TV when she got the kids up for school, or the TV would remain on at night with the sounds of like rainstorms or lightning and stuff, right? Like, it's calming sounds. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Like
yeah,
sleep
yeah,
music.
yeah,
Yeah,
yeah.
she would usually put that on, or she would put it on in the morning. And so me and our daughter could sleep in bed, and nothing would wake her up.
Now, did she have a little bassinet or in the bedroom as well, like me, or did she just sleep with you guys?
She had a crib, but she also
Crib.
slept in
Oh,
the bed with us, co-slept as well. And when I went to bed, she was sleeping in the crib. I don't know the exact time that she was moved into the bed, The only time I can guess is when she marked the kids absent from school.
So you woke up, like, were you awake a bit when she?
No, I wasn't. I didn't know she marked the kids absent from school until, well, until, I looked at my phone and seen definitive proof where I seen an email that said 6:17 and 6:18 a.m. And
Right.
I told investigators that, and told commander of operations of search and rescue. And, and I told them, like, I wouldn't have kept the kids home from school. They were home yesterday, but Lily showed no signs of having a cough or anything from what I've seen when she came in twice.
I mean, so is this where kind of all the speculation that Malaya had to have done something came from? Just I mean,
Well,
if he's calling the kids
just
in,
as time went on, right? There was her clothes not being here.
you said her mom and her were talking a lot more.
Yeah, there was like the lead up where the 5 or 6 calls a day. I found that a little odd. There's just all these little oddities that paint a picture, like I said earlier, that it paints a picture of the whole scenario from my perspective. And then to see her actually abandon her children on May 3rd, that was, devastating for me. And I didn't understand why. Like, why would she just leave and then never come back? No one in her family came back.
Well, I think that's probably one of the most shocking things is that just to watch somebody. Hey, I get it. Jenny says she wasn't kicked off the property, but
No, it was just Haley and them, right? Because like Haley was at the end of the driveway. Like I wasn't there for the interaction, so I don't know, right?
Yeah.
And I guess Haley was screaming, Daniel did it. Daniel knows where the kids are. Daniel has something to do with it. And then like you found the only evidence, Haley. And did they use that that dispute at the end of the driveway to trigger the way out, right? Like, did they use that as an act to, leave and never come back? They can just openly say, oh yeah, mom kicked them off the property and we weren't allowed to, be on the property. We weren't allowed in the area. But
that still wouldn't, you would think, like, regardless, she didn't have to be back on the property as much as she was, like, at least actively showing.
Well, they could have just, left that day and then came back the next morning and parked their car somewhere else and helped search.
And that's what.
And it's all these, that's what I mean. All these little things add up into this giant picture for me. And it's just, I know it's all circumstantial stuff, but from my perspective, it all adds up. But that's only my perspective, right? I can't speak for anyone else. And I wish someone else would come out and speak, but at this point, I think that would be an extreme luxury.
I was going to say, I wonder who the next person is that's going to come out of the woodwork and speak, which, what, by all means, somebody has actually something to contribute,
And I want to say the stuff with Haley too. I wasn't doing any drugs in the bathroom. If I was doing drugs in the bathroom, first thing Haley would have said is, I smell smoke. I see smoke. Like, that would have been the first instinctual thing you see when someone's doing drugs in the bathroom. And why would I do drugs in the bathroom when there's 100 people on the property and there's RCMP? I would have been taken out in handcuffs. They would have, if I did have drugs, they would have seized drugs. They would have seized drug paraphernalia, and I would have went in handcuffs and would have all been all over the news.
We see that's the part where I probably have a different opinion on that, because they're there for 2 missing children.
But it would all play into an aspect. It would be evidence on which they could have used it for an investigative tool, right? Against me.
Didn't you say, because Charmaine was saying this, because I remember when me, her, and Kent, were originally talking about, like what could have happened to the kids. It was like, okay, was it that they got into the drugs, an accidental overdose kind of cover up. Was it some people were thinking about Jack, that Lily or Jack got hurt, and then they had to take out the other one, smothering, or that something about it. I think someone said about a bathtub, and stuff like that.
Yeah,
And
people said there was like water in the bathtub. Like,
yeah,
that's completely false. I don't understand that in this case, people just make up whatever they want and people run with it. It's an atrocity on such a high level that people actually do that, and it spreads like wildfire.
So just to clarify, so I was told that you had a man kit in the bathroom, from this. So the original source of this would have been Malaya, that you had a man kit in the bathroom that had your drugs. That's where you kept your drugs, and that, and obviously Haley has made the comment that Malaya said that you've been doing drugs ever since, or that she found out you were doing drugs since Meadow, and stuff like that. And that,
I don't know if that was the exact time, but I allowed Malaya to catch me doing them because I didn't want to hide it. I hid it for so long with Malaya that it was a part of me that, because I don't like lying. I don't like lying, especially to the person I was in a relationship with, right? That's one of the highest forms of disrespect, and it's very disloyal. And I just couldn't bear the weight of anymore of Malaya, of me hiding anything from Malaya. That's the only thing I've ever hid from Malaya. And it ate me up on the inside because I don't like lying. So I eventually let Malaya catch me doing it. And like, I never spoke out and never ever said that. I think that's my first time ever saying that. And
I think the thing is, Daniel, is that Haley obviously made the comment that you were running. Oh, that's why you were running around. And Wade also, I think, made a comment about you in his video there, about you looking very like your shade of skin color and stuff like that. And the thing is, I think it's just like, so that all plays into the fact of,
it's also a traumatic situation where your stress levels are at their peak that they could possibly ever be in life. And it's not fair for someone to judge another person in a time when me and my family were doing everything we could to find Lily and Jack. And to see Wade and Cindy and Malaya and them just sitting around like it's a fun family reunion. And
yeah,
it was difficult.
Can you give us that picture that you can recall kind of that day, like just a visual of, like that, obviously like past the point of you and Malaya, outside and the kids are missing stuff, but when police or when people started arriving, and kind of like to that comment you made, and your mom made a comment about that they ate all the food or something like that. But
the food was like all brought to the house by everybody that came, right? Because like in a situation like that, it was like, yes, yes, Sonny, people even brought KFC. And and I think I might have got a piece of chicken out of that. And even my employer donated $1,000 toward the search effort for food, because they knew that in a situation like that, you have to keep your strength up. You have to eat and drink as much as possible, because it's such a situation where if you don't eat or drink, it does something to you, right? And because your body is just trying to run on pure adrenaline. And it didn't feel like that for Malaya and her family. Like I didn't get that perspective from them. Yeah, I didn't get any actions or any visual cues that this was a search for two missing children. I never got that. And I openly talk about that. It felt like it wasn't like Jack and Lily were missing. And like I was running around, I was running through the woods. Like I didn't stop. I didn't stop screaming for Lily and Jack. I said this before, like my throat hurt so bad. And I like many times during the search, I had to sit in the woods and just try to, gang my composure because my heart was beating out of my chest and I couldn't breathe just because I had this sense of urgency that we have to find the kids. And
It's
it's mind-boggling to think back on and
well,
see like all the memories that flood back of that whole situation.
yeah. Well, I was gonna say, I mean, obviously, that's probably gonna like for me, that's probably one of the
And
hardest.
that wasn't a bash on Malaya's family. That
No,
was my perspective on what I seen. Like that's what I visually seen and what I heard, and that's how I felt
well, do you
in the
remember?
time, right?
Do you remember in the message to Charmaine that? And I think at first I thought you were calling Malaya a psychopath. Was it Cindy that you were referring to, I believe? Because I'm
Yeah,
pretty sure you said that like as if she had no emotions.
yeah. It was emotionless, and she displays every trait of a psychopath. And the last trait I looked for was no empathy. And in a situation like that, that's when empathy would be at its highest point, right? Because you know something's wrong and you should have empathy of like the whole situation. There's your grandchildren are missing. And that aspect or that trait should have been on full blown display, right? Other than the other, traits of Machiavellianism and the other traits of that are displayed with psychopathy. And I never seen any empathy, and that was one of the biggest things that like, and this is all my perspective too, right? This is just what I've witnessed, and I can only speak for myself, but that's how it came across through my eyes. That's how this perspective was granted through what I seen and felt and
Yeah,
and
yeah,
heard.
yeah. You know, now obviously I've spoken like with Haley many times. Starting I think it was about I want to say it was August area. And it was probably from like I remember I think I sent a message a long time ago or a little bit before that because it was just kind of like, if somebody wanted to talk, hey, but it's like a raw thing, whatever going on. Now, for me personally, Daniel, I know that, you and Haley, you know, uh, don't really have this, warm huggy, fuzzy, warm, you know,
Yeah, it's
relationship going
quite the
on.
opposite. And I wish Haley would have kept speaking out because she was considered a voice for Lily and Jack, and it just faded off into complete darkness. And we never heard anything on Haley ever again. I don't know if she just couldn't take the judgment or being attacked, or she turned on Cheryl, because I know that she said a lot of things against Cheryl and Malaya and Cindy as well. She even said stuff on Patty, I do believe.
You know, so in the conversations that we had, and there was multiple. I mean, I will say this, like for me, okay, in talking with Haley, with her, I always felt that she was genuine in her being, Jack and Lily, that
Hmm.
about the family being upset by Malaya's actions or lack thereof about getting dolled up as if 2 children aren't missing. Um, she had said that that Malaya basically didn't change her story from what she had basically said in the interview. And so I'm just going by kind of what was said. So it felt like, like it, people, most times, a lot in a sense, they don't want to feel like they're betraying a relative, family member, sister, and stuff like that by speaking out. Because I'm sure a lot of people, if they were to speak out the truth, they would be very muchly take the wrath of their family that would be pissy at them. And you know what I mean? Like nobody,
Mm-hmm. They would cause a quarrel
it would
between them.
cause,
It would
right.
rip them apart.
Right. And so, I mean, it's kind of one of those things is that Haley isn't Jack and Lily's mother. So Haley would do a couple things with interviews, and talk about, say, the blanket or whatever. And like I said, and a lot of the stuff, me and her would just have like a private chat. She would never talk about Cindy. Besides the fact when that video, when DT played a clip that he shouldn't have about Millie and Hayden being drunk and stuff like that. That fucking pissed me off because it was like, well,
oh, that was great for me.
Yeah, but but it was one of those. So that was what I mean. Like, why are you telling people you have clips? These were private. When I gave those to DT, and because I trust very few people, okay, but me and DT did have a very strong relationship, friendship wise. He had never showed me anything but trust from him, and I, of course, same thing. So this one particular live, he said something like when I had played some clips, and he's like, well, I have clips too. And I'm like, and then he played a little piece of one. And I'm like, you little fucker. And I had to actually realize that I was the one that actually sent it to him. Because when he was originally, meaning I'm the one that literally said, hey, DT, do you want to, maybe cover the Jack and Lily case, right?
Yeah, I remember that. That's when I still watched YouTube.
Yeah. And so then, but then anyway, so it's kind of like, so I had to literally scroll all the way back up. And there was about, I don't know, 6 or 7 clips, or I think it was, that I had said. Now, what I was doing with at the time, and even though I had apologized to Haley because, I mean, I did what I did. I thought I was putting it in good hands to give him a fair value of what we're hearing about how Malaya's been acting. Right. And but I wanted to have him to have a fair picture of the case, meaning from stuff with you, from stuff with Malaya, from stuff that the family members are saying. So take this information, look at it, and then just give an honest opinion about what you think. I just wanted it to be a fair assessment. And so it's kind of like, yeah, I wanted him to kind of like hear what was kind of happening behind the scenes, because we're not hearing from Malaya at all, but yet from the family, it's like, what, she's drinking and, and shit, with her brother and stuff like that. She's doing herself up to the nines.
She's breaking CPS policy.
So right, whatever that is, I'm not exactly sure, but yeah, so it was just one of those things like I said, me and Haley, like I said, have talked and for me, Belinda and Haley, because Haley, I know that I do want to know, because you said that those were Haley's car keys on that. Remember the picture that I thought was like a phone, and you said it was some sort of lighter or something?
Yeah, that was the inside internals of a electric plasma lighter.
Right. But then there was the keys that were up in the
corner.
Those
could have been my Dodge Journey keys because they came from a Dodge vehicle.
Well, because I was going to say, I was like, I think Haley would know if those were her keys because she's going.
Yeah, those could have been because they were from a Dodge.
Okay. So
and I used to have a Dodge Journey.
So why? Go ahead.
So looking back, those could have possibly been my keys.
Okay, so right, so
But at the time, I should have clarified all of that. Those could have been my keys because they're from a Dodge.
and then, you know what?
And Haley's boyfriend drove a Dodge. So looking back, those, like, and maybe I thought at the time this is a good thing to talk about because we can clear up that inconsistency there. Those could have been my Dodge Journey keys, but I don't have those keys anymore. I should have went back and looked at that and see if those were actually my keys because they came from a Dodge vehicle, and I do believe that Haley's boyfriend's truck was a Dodge Ram. So
Yeah, but was he in your bathroom?
yeah, he was inside the house. Yeah.
Okay, so now, so going back to, like I said, to Haley, because if there's one thing I want to say is that throughout all this time, Haley, obviously a mother herself, and all she's ever said is, Sonny, I just would like to know what happened to Jack and Lily, like, and being frustrated with her sister, right? The actions of her sister, meaning if you have children that are missing, type of thing, why are you acting a certain way? Like, why aren't you acting like two children disappeared in a sense? So
it almost gives the vibe that there's a lack of caring there.
So what is it that why do you keep kind of going on the attack on Haley to say that she's like, well, she found it, like,
Because
where did that come from?
Haley accused me of doing drugs in the bathroom, which clearly wasn't the case. There was, because I would have been taken out in handcuffs because, meth is a substance that's, it's not taken lightly. It's not taken lightly like marijuana is, or, like a substance that's, like a prescription drugs. It holds a different classification under the Controlled Substance Act. It's like if I did have drugs and there was drug paraphernalia, I would have been taken out immediately. I would have been taken on handcuffs because methamphetamines falls under a different distinction than, it falls under a different distinction in the Controlled Substance Act. It's not the same thing. Possession of that is a far extreme matter compared to your normal drugs like marijuana or illegal tobacco or anything of that nature. And the police would have used that as an investigative tool, especially at the start where, like, I was under such high scrutiny from major crimes, right? Because there was a full-on investigation. They could have used that as an investigative tool, right? If there was drugs or drug paraphernalia, that would have been, a very great investigative tool because there was a lack of evidence, and there still is a lack of evidence. That would have been one of their best tools they could have had at the time if there was drugs, right? They would have jumped right on that.
So basically, for
we have to think it from the aspect of law enforcement. That would have been the best investigative tool they would have had at the time, right? They're not interested in your feelings or how you feel. They're interested in finding two missing children, and they would have took that very seriously. There's an illegal controlled substance that was on the property, and there's drug paraphernalia. We can use as an investigative tool because we don't have any evidence. We can always hold this in our back pocket and use it against them.
Well, you did say that one guy brought it up, that Luke guy or whatever, right? It was Luke that brought that up. When they said to you, like, Daniel, by chance? Yeah,
he brought up this stuff about, he's like, do you do drugs? And I was like, yeah, I've used methamphetamines before, and he dived into like some people when they're on that stuff, they go, they have get extremely aggressive and like all this other stuff. And I was like, no, that's not me. Like when I did that stuff, I felt relaxed. It was like most people, they get that feeling from using, cannabis or marijuana, whatever you want to refer to it as. They get this feeling of relaxation. that's what I got from doing stimulants. It brought me my dopamine levels up to a place where I felt relaxed. Like I felt like normally, like I should, because my brain makes such low dopamine. That's the thing I've discovered by being diagnosed with ADHD. ADHD brains make up to 70% less dopamine, and the receptors of dopamine they don't react to stimulation the same. So like when you know, let's say when you see like a puppy or a dog, right? That's a cute thing, and it raises your dopamine because you think it's cute and it's fun. Like my brain works on a different level. It's always looking for stimulation, and that's where I found stimulation to feel normal was from stimulants. And that's what they give you for ADHD is they give you pharmaceutical methamphetamines. I don't know how many people know that, but that's what they give you.
You know, the closest thing for what was that? Is my niece when I had her on. She struggled with drugs since she was 15. Math, different. I couldn't even probably begin to know, right? Because I never done it.
Mhm.
You know, last time I ever.
She may have even suffered from being neurodivergent. You don't know that because most addicts that get addicted to stimulants, they're looking for to feel normal. And, you know, maybe she was seeking that to maybe not escape reality, but to feel like she should. She wants to feel better. She wants to get, maybe she was depressed or she felt she was stressed. And it might have been a way to make her feel
It was
like
her way of coping, you know, like life and different things. And I mean, it's not like she came from a bad home. This is my twin sister's eldest, and stuff like that. But Paige had very low self-esteem, very beautiful child. You know, but behind that again, you know, was this insecure person that was looking for, you know, seeking approval. Hence why whenever I see someone post a ton of pics of themselves for selfies, they're just looking for verification and people to say that they look great, the great picture.
Yeah.
You look
It's validation has become
validation.
It's
Absolutely.
become like a very toxic thing as, you know, as social media becomes, you know, larger and larger and larger. It's a very sad, but, you know, a reality that we have to live with, you know, young women that are, you know, growing up, becoming teenagers and then make their way into adulthood. It's very hard on them, and social media puts a lot of strain on young women. And
that too, yeah, for sure.
Yeah, well, it does. It's because they have this self-image that they struggle with, and you know, when they see all their friends on there, or they see, you know, we'll just say they see Instagram models, or you know, this is the way women should look, and it's like a lot of young women struggle with that, and she may have had an aspect of struggling with that as well.
Oh, for sure. I mean, she did get picked on. I still can't believe Belinda Gray is still awake, to be honest with you. Or that, you know, I like all of a sudden someone's like, Belinda, I agree. And I'm like, wait, Belinda's still up? She said, if you thought the children were going to school, why not wake up Malaya?
I was unaware. She says, if you thought the children were going to school. Okay. I lay in bed with Meadow every morning. I'm not unaware of the time, right? All I know is that the light was coming through the curtains, right? I wasn't aware of what time it actually was because I don't look at my phone. It was a normal day for me. And I always lay in bed with our daughter, and nothing seemed out of the ordinary with that day. Lily came in. I said, shh. Like, I didn't know when Malaya was going to get up. She usually got up with the kids, but that morning she didn't. And I always said earlier in this conversation, like, I should have got up. I should have maybe woke our daughter up, and I should have got up. And I understand that. And I can't ever change that. That's something I have to live. That's something I have to live with.
I was going to say, I mean, I guess that's probably, I guess, a little bit of a hard one to answer. Like Malaya put you asleep the entire time, like in
Yeah.
her own words, in her
Yeah,
document.
I know. And that's,
And
she like, and she's not covering for me. In that instance, she's telling the truth.
but
Like,
but you did see Lily come in a couple times, you
yeah,
said. So,
Lily did come in 2 times. Yeah. And
but
I said, shh, shh. Like, but I don't remember because I was the way that I'm laying in the bed, right? I'm closest to the door and Meadow's in between us. So like I didn't roll back over. I was literally at that point, I think I'm trying to remember back if Meadow was laying on my arm or not. I don't
I
remember.
know that you said that.
It's the little things like that are hard to recall having a conversation after a year, right?
Mhm.
And that's another thing that bugs me. People think that I'm lying about everything. And that would mean that there's the actual story that happened. And then I have to formulate a year worth of lies on top of that. And then remember everything. You know how hard that would be on the brain? That would drive someone insane.
Well, I know
And
in the
that's why usually people that when they commit a crime, eventually they give in because the mind just self-destructs. Like it can't take it anymore. And that's, psychopaths can get away with that because they don't have empathy. They don't have any of this guilt. They don't feel guilt. That's a big thing about psychopaths. They don't feel any guilt. So they don't think they ever did anything wrong. And that's why they can get away with such horrendous crimes. But when people are good people, they can't, it's too much, right? Living in your own guilt every single day. If you did something wrong, that destroys your mind over time. And as I said, like I've grown over the last year. And yes, I made mistakes along the way through my life. But, I don't want to sound narcissistic when I say this, but I've changed a lot and I've had to work on myself. I already said that many times,
I mean,
but I'm not lying about anything.
well, see, that was the thing that I struggled with a lot is because you kept saying, to Charmaine at the very start, you kept saying, I'm like, I always tell the truth, I don't lie. But then all these inconsistencies kept happening and like literally screenshot to screenshot
But when
of
you
your
talk
words.
so much, it's bound to happen, right?
But the saying that if you're
Mhm.
telling the truth, right, then
But how many people in missing persons case talk as much as I do? We're in
well,
8
that's
hours.
unheard of. I'll give you that, Daniel. That
It's at
is
8
unheard
hours, and uh, I'm consistently speaking outward. I have done all those interviews. Like I don't know how many people in a missing persons case have 50 on camera interviews, and
of.
like it's just if I would have done something that was to the kids, I wouldn't be able to live with myself. And I don't know how many
Well,
people.
I would hope not,
No,
right?
no, like that's the God honest truth. But I know deep down I didn't do anything, and I'm being completely honest.
Right.
Despite what the internet says, despite what people always hate me, and I understand that, and they have the right to hate me. But I didn't do anything to Jack and Lily.
Right. And
Neither did my mother. I can only speak for my mother.
well, I don't think your mother did anything to Jack
Mhm.
and Lily.
But like,
I
and then people got stuck on. They think her dog Tucker did something to the kids, and people were stuck on that for like 10 months.
okay, so I was never with that. Like I know that
I think that was an absolute foolish thing to think.
I
You
think
don't think
some
major crimes would have came or the RCMP would have been like, they never said anything about the dog ever. All they said is when we search search the property, you can't have the dog in the RV, right? And mom
so
said, gladly, I'll take, just wait a second. I'm going to take the dog out. Like, I don't want you harming the dog. Like I'm gonna, how many, police things you see or law enforcement things you see where they get attacked by dogs and then they're forced to, you know, euthanize the animal. My mom never would ever, I don't think any pet owner would want that. But
well
that's
I
an
was
unfortunate aspect with when a dog is in an enclosed area. You want to take the dog out so they can freely search, right? because the dog was under so much stress. Hundreds of people, helicopters going over, drones, people yelling and screaming. The dog doesn't know what's going on.
Well,
And it's a hard thing for people to fathom that aren't pet owners. But mom just wanted to take her dog out, and then they could search as many times as they want. And they did search it. I don't know how many times, like 3 or 4 times. They searched every property around here. They searched all my family's properties. And they did everything as thoroughly as possible.
well, I was gonna say, because like that, but that was one of the big things, Daniel, is that like Belinda said when she was there, that I think your mom was like crying like uncontrollably type of thing. Was that it? I think Justin was on Monday, but that your mom, and she said like the lady police officer or something said,
Yeah.
like that like, it's okay, mom, they just want to check your trailer. So I think that because that was information that was kind of comes out.
Yeah.
Again,
Yeah, it's a very emotional and stressful situation, and nobody knows how to handle every situation properly, right? But
well, yeah.
mom has only had that dog. I mean, mom had that dog for 5 or 5.5 years now, and she never swapped out her dog like other people say. It wasn't 2 dogs. I just wish people wouldn't fall into those traps.
Yeah, I know that that was definitely on some people's mind about, like, wait, like that little dog isn't the dog that we heard it was like. And I know
Yeah.
Belinda said this, it was like she said she never saw the dog, but it was like a woof, like a deeper dog
Yeah, it's
sound.
Tucker's like 30 or 40 pounds, and he has like quite a big bark for his size of dog. You wouldn't expect it, but that's mom's dog. There was no swapping of dogs. That's been mom's dog for like 5 or 5.5 years. She never ever swapped out the dog, and that was the only dog that's been on the property for that amount of
Is that the
time.
only dog that's been on the property?
Yeah,
Mhm.
yeah.
And because again, I mean, I know that there was this whole thing. I mean, as for a dog doing anything to the children, that's just, to me, like, for actually a dog to attack Jack and Lily and like rip them to shreds and stuff
Yeah.
like that.
That would have provided evidence.
Obviously, there would have been
A lot of evidence all over the place, right?
Yes. So
that would have been the first thing that would have been like, why is there blood on the ground? This doesn't seem like a right thing. We better investigate this. Like, it leaves the mind to fall into traps. And in this case, a lot of people have fallen for traps or misconceptions on situations or actions that were done during the search and during the case.
One of the things, Danielle, that I want to go back to, because I think I read you it, but I don't know that you actually answered it.
Yep.
And it's only because I saw the comment again, but then I'm thinking, did actually Danielle answer this? But it was the question about Lindsay, remember, the reporter, about you, that you said that she was going to blame this all on me.
Yeah.
Did you ever say, like, I just don't recall, but did you ever say what you meant by that? Like, why would, like, did you actually believe that you said those words?
I believe that in person, I mean, I believe that, they may not be saying that to major crimes, because I don't get that perspective from them. But I still think to this day that Malaya, Cheryl, and Cindy and them, they're telling shenanigans that I'm involved. And that's why,
Okay.
that's why Shenanigans talks the way she does. And that's the way, she blames me for it. That would be the only, because if Malay and Cheryl and all them said that we don't think Daniel has anything to do with it, she wouldn't be riding that train of Daniel's guilty, right? That makes sense.
So again, for me personally, I have not watched any of Shenanigans' lives at all.
Mm-hmm.
I have no clue what she has been saying. I heard about some sort of sleepover, whatever the up with that.
I think that's where the nickname someone came up with. I'm not going to say who, that the what is it, the Scissor Sisters or something?
Oh, Scissor Sisters. Oh, I mean that's the first I'm hearing of it.
Yeah, that's what a YouTuber calls them, is the Scissor Sisters.
Yeah, I just so that side of it, I don't know honestly anything about. I don't know.
No, I got a laugh out of
No,
that because
but just in general about what she's
yeah.
saying or how much she's been talking to Malaya and stuff like
Well,
that.
she
Or
says that she talks to them and she went out searching with them, and it's
right.
yeah.
But so at the end of the day, though, is that from what you're gathering by even
Yeah,
what
that's what I gather from
is that
shenanigans. And you know, we're
they're
talking
saying that
about
you're
her, and she's gonna hear this tomorrow, and I just hope that, you know, neither of us get attacked for just giving our perspective and opinion on the situation.
yeah. I mean, you know, if, honestly, I'd have to actually give a shit if that was
Yeah.
the case. I'm not here to sit here and
That's
like,
why I said the joke about the Scissor Sisters, right?
yeah.
I know it's probably not a cool joke to make, but that's what, you know, people started calling her.
Yeah, I was gonna say, you know, like I said, I didn't actually even know who she was up until um um oh my god, why can't I think of the name all of a sudden? Justin. Oh my god, what am I not Justin, but
I
oh my
think Daphne brought her in.
Daphne, thank you. Oh my god, it was like gone. But anyways, and so that's the only reason why I even knew of that. Or sorry, Shana, I didn't know that she even lived in Pictou or that area or anything like that and stuff like that. Anyways, bottom line is here, besides the POS channel, he can go F himself on who he is as a person. But again, at the end of the day, I'm not here to sit there and say what somebody should or shouldn't do on their channels or what they should and shouldn't say or who they want to befriend or not befriend and stuff like that. You know, at the end of all this, it just still would become about Jack and Lily and answers. And if Malaya ever speaks on Shanann's show, so be it, you know, whatever. Still not going to change my opinion about a mother's actions when two children are missing.
No, it's too
Regardless,
late to change that.
it is. And again, then that's just my own personal thoughts, right? I'm kind of one of those people that, you know, for a while, like I said, it was just like, you know, you're talking and whatever, but and then Malaya didn't want to say answer any more questions, and I'm like, okay, but your two children are missing, and
Yeah.
obviously, you know, if you have anything that can help assist in the timeline or whatever, you know, obviously, then how badly do you want your children back if you're not really willing to speak? In a sense, is I don't know. I just took offense to that as a mother myself, but you know, but what the perception of a mother to me is not what I've witnessed Malaya doing. And so, yeah, now when it's almost been a year later and you want to show your face in a search, you know, sorry, have a cup, go fuck yourself to me.
And we
Regardless
don't
of
even know, like maybe Cheryl convinced her to do that.
and could
But
be, you know, and I have nothing against Cheryl or this Angeline. Like Cheryl's a little pit bull security dog, and you know, me and Cheryl have talked and we've had our little things, you know, because Cheryl strikes me as the type of person that I ain't taking shit, and I'm like I'm a type of person that I ain't taking anyone's shit at all because it's not about that. But you know, because obviously, you know, if like if she's speaking out for Malaya. And let's just say, of course, that she believes everything that Malaya is saying, even though I doubt that that's true. But, you know, but at the end of the day, trying to be that person that's supporting, talking for her because she's, you know, in her way, thinking that she's, you know, assisting Malaya, you know, blah, 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 blah. At the end of the day, I don't care, honestly, what Cheryl has to say or Angeline. I want to know what Malaya has to say. And
exactly, yeah.
so just meaning like I get it if a little bit of you at your support of people and stuff like that. But when two children are missing, the only thing the public wants to hear from is the actual mother. So that's what I'm saying. So nothing against Cheryl or what she's trying to do and stuff like that, or being a friend or Angeline and stuff like that. But as a mother, how could you not use your platform, you know, or something for Jack and Lily? how could you not bring yourself at some point before this? Why are you using other people? I'm sorry, but in my world, that's nothing, not even close to what a mother would do. I could never imagine someone speaking for me, talking about my two children that are missing. I couldn't imagine not sitting there being known to the news, the actual, like the news, NBC, whatever, CBC, whatever, and at least saying, yes, I won't talk about this stuff, but absolutely, if you want to ask, basically keep it about asking questions about help for Jack and Lily, what you would like, from the public, and just keeping that awareness by the actual mother of, so I can never fault the grandmothers and stuff that way, because the mother should be doing exactly what every mother should be doing for their children. And that is being a voice for Jack and Lily, who are missing. And this is what we're witnessing. It's just, to me, it's my own personal opinion. I can have it. I'm just disgusted by what I've seen with Malaya and her lack of actions. And she can say, fuck you, Sonny, all you want. And I say, fuck you right back, type like,
No, that's exactly right. But, I think we all wish that Malaya would, do the right thing. And what people think is the right thing may vary from person to person, but the start would be speaking out and, raising that awareness. And I don't understand the people around her. I mean, they're dedicated and loyal to Malaya. I understand that. I admire that. But convince her to do the right thing and speak out, because that's what she has to do, is the right thing.
Well, I mean, each to their own on what they deem is the right thing, I know, Daniel, I know that this is like, if I didn't have to get up at 4:30 this morning to go to work.
No, it's all right. We can shut it down. I think maybe the true crime community and everyone that has a heart and is thinking of Jack and Lily, I think, I hopefully they can take something from this. And, no one's going to sleep a little easier tonight, but at least maybe I answered some questions, or maybe somebody might see an alternate perspective or different angle that may help with the investigation. And that's what I'm here for, is for Jack and Lily, and trying to help the investigators as much as I can.
I think that the big thing is, Daniel, if you say that you or Malaya had no involvement in the disappearance of Jack and Lily, and there's only a few things that could have happened to Jack and Lily, it's kind of like, okay, so then what happened to Jack and Lily, right? Because logically, with the whole taken away, like, that doesn't even make sense though, right? It doesn't. Why would Malaya hide two children?
Exactly.
She didn't have to. Why would she? I know that people were talking about selling of the children and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And
that was one of my polygraph questions. Did you sell the children?
Yeah, you said that. Now, can I ask you? Because I heard you on Charmaine's, say, because those are pretty direct questions.
Yeah.
Now in the documents, obviously we heard about, being truthful, like, meaning that the questions you were asked, you say, Malaya, were being, was the word truthful, to those questions. Now, you stated that those questions were all about, did you kill Jack and Lily or something like that? They were all directed towards murder.
They were all about the murder and accessory to committing the crime. Yeah. Or accessory to committing murder. And then for the second round of polygraphs that I did, it was, did you lead the kids off the property? Did you take the kids off the property? Did you sell the kids? Or did you have help moving the kids off the property?
And did they tell you, like, so you obviously had to go down. And how long was that polygraph test for you?
They usually set aside 3 hours, because they run through everything with you, and they go slow to make sure you understand. They do your test questions to make sure that you're able to take the polygraph. And as always, they usually say to me, because you do have different administrators of the polygraph. I had one different one each time. And they told me when I did the question right at the start, they left the number 3 out, so it said 1, 2, and there was a blank, and then 4 and 5, and then they get you to lie on the number 3. Is number 3 there? Yes or no? And you say yes. Number 3 is there, and it's not. So they can tell if you're lying or not. And the administrator said to me, he said, Daniel, you have perfect autonomy and anatomy for doing this. It's just like you couldn't lie on this polygraph even if you wanted to. Even if you tried as hard as you couldn't lie.
Well, okay,
And
so they told you then and there that, like, so last time you said, well, I can't say, because at that point you were just saying, let's just say, like, without saying you passed, I think, like that, let's just say you did good or whatever it was you said in that one interview the first time, and then the second time you spoke about it during the interview this time. So did they tell you right then and there, like, did they physically or actually say that you passed?
yeah, afterwards, he put his hand on my shoulder because after the administration of the polygraph, they usually leave the room, right? And they can analyze the data, and then they come back because everything's done electronically, right? And you have to remember too, they're looking for every aspect, watching you on the camera to see if your behaviors change, or your body language. They're doing everything, right?
Right.
And because these guys are professionals, they know when something's not right or when they lie. I mean, when someone lies or something seems off from your normal characteristic that you displayed during the previous one, or because investigators are always watching in the background on the cameras. And after that, he left the room. He comes back, and they said, like, we had a conversation, and he said to me, he said, Daniel, what do you think happened?
Me?
And no. That's what the administrator asked me.
Oh, okay.
He said, Daniel, what do you think happened? He's like, and then I ran into like all the possibilities I thought of, and that was a conversation there. And then he's just like, you're free to go. And then he's like, are you going to talk to investigators? I said, yeah, I have a chat with investigators before I go. And I went up to investigators afterwards, and he put his hand on my shoulder. The administrator said, yeah, he said, yeah, he was truthful. And I said to investigators, I think everybody knows the investigator I'm talking about by now, but and I said, where do we go from here? And he said to me, Daniel, I don't know at this point. And I take those words as like, I don't know, right? He can't tell me everything. No. So it's like I have to try to read body language the best I can. And after getting so much time in with investigators, I try to read them as best I can to gain knowledge, or because they're analyzing me and I'm analyzing them
right
at the same time.
Yeah.
And that's a very good trait that I had to pick up over the last year, is trying to identify when people are lying to me, because because people are constantly trying to manipulate me. Right.
Yeah.
And the public is always trying that, through every message I get. It's like people are trying to think they can manipulate me into something, or extract information from me. It's like I have no information to give. I give everything openly and willingly, just like we did in this almost 8.5 hour live. I try to give as much to the public as possible. It doesn't matter if we're on a live or it's in a private message. And I always try to get everything out there.
Actually, one of the biggest things for the public is the fact that your mother is claiming to be the person that heard Jack and Lily. And of course, she couldn't take a polygraph for whatever the reasons were with, I don't know, hype, I don't know, whatever it was. I'm not sure of the actual wording, but that could, like, meaning for the RCMP, for even the public, right? So the last person, like, and I'm just saying that this is a part that really truly sucks, is because obviously if your mom was the last one to say that, like, so if she absolutely heard Jack and Lily that morning, right? You know, that would have been a question on the polygraph test for her.
No,
And
the polygraph she did was the same as my first one. We had the same one about the murder.
okay, but the thing is at some point, definitely the RCMP would want to know about if this was being truthful or not truthful.
Yeah,
Because
yeah.
meaning the only person
I
that
do
is,
understand what you're saying. Yeah,
yeah, you get what I'm saying. So meaning
yeah.
it's just that it's just like for the information to do with Jack and Lily. So meaning if the public had any sort of inkling that that was you know, like pretty much accurate information, right? You know, then you could really hone in that timeline that it was truthful, that she heard Jack and Lily. But because we don't have any verification of that whatsoever, right? With a timeline that, I'm sorry, that pretty much sucks because it just doesn't mesh too well. Just for the information that we have, okay?
Yeah,
Um, that
it's
hour gap.
different from perspective. I mean, the perspective of investigators, because they have all three perspectives, right? They have me, mom, and Malaya. So it gives they have a much clearer view of the whole morning than what I have, mom has, or Malaya as an individual has.
Well, that's just it.
Yeah,
And you know, so yeah, but you understand why it's just like that would have been huge
yeah.
if there was, if we knew for fact that Jack and Lily were heard that morning, right? It would
But they
take
would never
away.
ask that question
No,
because it's we don't get to choose the questions they ask. They're all
right?
um, tailored and they're all sentenced in a way where um, they can't be confused or like, and all the questions mesh together, right? Because they'll ask you the same question, but in a different way, right?
Yeah,
And they, even with me, they asked, did you move Jack and Lily off the property?
yeah,
And then they asked, did you move Jack and Lily off the property? Did you move Jack and Lily off the property? And they would do it the same question like
you have someone
three or four times in a row, right? So they
yeah,
can see if there's any change in, you know,
yeah,
your muscle twitches, or your heart rate, or the blood flow through your fingers,
yeah.
or your oxygen levels. They check all that. It's all electronically done.
It's
But
just, yeah.
the most stressful thing about that, Sonny, is, I don't know if you know this, but when you go in to do a polygraph, it's all voluntary. They close the door and they say you're free to leave at any time.
Yeah, that I
And
obviously.
yeah, you're free to leave at any time. And then they give you a consent form. They gave me for the first one, it was you sign the consent form. And if you fail the polygraph, that gives them probable cause to charge you with homicide. Right. And for my second polygraph is, if I would have failed that, it said, you know, they would give probable cause to charge with homicide plus abduction.
Right.
And then I sign at the bottom to give my consent. And then they say, yeah, now the polygraph can begin. So it puts a lot of stress, and it's quite a unique feeling that, you know, the average person will never feel in their life, to go through that type of stress level, because it releases so much, you know, chemicals from the brain that you're not used to having, right? It's like a fight or flight chemical release, but you're sitting there in a chair, like, you know, still, and but your body's in flight or fight completely, and your body's trying to like manage the amount of stress, even though you know you're innocent. It's just like the situation brings out like a crazy amount of, chemicals from your brain that you're not used to having, because it's
But
a
that's,
very intense situation. The intensity is turned up, 1,000%.
but that's so that's just it, right? If say you passed your polygraphs, Malaya passed hers, Wade passed his, everybody, Cody passed his, and all that stuff. So, and at the end of the day, then if they passed, obviously they're not admissible. We all know that. That goes without saying. But obviously the RCMP and whatever are going to use it as a source of, to see. And like you said, it's voluntary. You didn't have to. They ask you, and typically if people,
Yeah.
you want to prove your innocence, or there's people that take it that just clearly are freaking ass lying, and that they know that, right?
Yeah,
And then
they told me most people that are guilty, they don't never show up for the polygraph,
right.
because it's voluntary. And
So,
why would they want to do something that's voluntary that they don't have to do, right?
but if you're passing yours, Malaya's passing hers, and so and the RCMP keeps saying that there is nothing to show any signs of abduction, and by that they're referring obviously to they're talking about stranger abduction, like that some random pedo drove down a road, and they were very clear about that from the beginning. So I always assumed that the way that he said that in that press conference, it was almost like he was basically looking at them going, look, if we had something to show you, or don't you think basically we'd be going that route, but we don't, that like
Yeah.
there's nothing to show. So if you guys are all say passing polygraphs, right? And they don't believe that this is some sort of random stranger abduction of the children, then where does that leave us? Like, because the truth,
That's the biggest, deciding factor in all this. It's just like I don't know, like where after a year where everything's going. Like I know exactly your perspective on that, and I have the same perspective. I don't know what the next move is for the investigation. Only investigators know that. But as you said, like that's why I stopped throwing out all the theories and speculation and everything, because I'm under the impression everybody passed, and it doesn't
right?
do any justice for Lily and Jack to accuse and make up theories if what I'm getting from the situation is everyone passed the polygraphs.
Well, this is what hurts the brain, Daniel, is because like I said, you try, in my own personal brain, and Charmaine too, she has like, that thinking brain as well, that you're trying to think, well, logically, well, if this stuff is, like they're putting out information about past, and, da 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 da. So in your brain, you're trying to understand, okay, 2 children are missing. The most likely, obviously subjects would be, or suspects would be, looking at the family immediately for family involvement. We know that this is the most common for typical cases, but this isn't a typical case, because it's 2 children on this. So that's where the brain wants to explode, because I've dissected, for what I can take of it, everything that you've said, what I feel is truthful, what I feel like maybe not be truthful, what I feel the little bit that Malaya has said, but her actions of this all, and the lack thereof for a mother of 2 missing children, and you're trying to take that all in perspective, but yet then you come, say, to the documents, and then, it's kind of like I said about, well, these 4 questions passed, or, was truthful and shown to be truthful. I mean, the second set of questions would be more what I would have expected those to kind of be mixed up with the first questions, to be honest. But, did you do anything to the children? Did you take them off the property? Did you have any involvement? I thought that actually those would have been in kind of
I
like,
think the very first question should have been, do you have any involvement in Jack and Lily's disappearance?
right. But it was, did you murder?
Yeah.
right?
And I think the second question should have been, do you know where Jack and Lily are?
Right. Well, right. Things that are leading to, is he
Yeah.
telling the truth or not? Anyway, so it really just boils down to is that the head explodes because you got all this information, but yet you still can't make sense of it.
Yeah. And that's why investigators urge me not to just lay in bed every night and go over everything in my head, because it'll drive you like mentally insane. Like there's no other way to put it. You're trying to look for something that maybe not there, and it just drives you crazy, because like I can tell like your mind's going wild too. Like every time that I talk, it's like what's a different perspective we can take, or what's a different angle that we can look at. And it's like everybody passed their
Yeah.
polygraph that I'm aware of. So what does that lead now? And it leads us down a road where we never thought we'd have to go down, because we thought, it could have been Malaya, or some people thought it might have been me. And it's like, that's not the case. I'm not covering for Malaya. I'm just going on what information we have now. If everybody passed their polygraphs, we're right back at square one.
Well, I
And
know that might be the way like what the investigators have obviously can be a whole different story.
yeah, that's
And it will
true.
be of what they know. But just for like, just the average thinking of, a case, like I said. So unfortunately, we don't have the files in front of our cases or in front of our faces to see exactly what they all have the knowledge of or where they're truly at. That we will not know. You will not know truly where they are, because, like, again, bottom line is they're not here to go about, oh, let me care about Daniel's feelings so much. They're there to care about what happened to Jack and Lily, and they're there to do a job for finding the answers for Jack and Lily.
But
And
after so much investment, it becomes more than just a job for them. Like they
well,
put their whole heart and soul into it, because they see like me, they see Malaya, and they see everything that happens online, right? Like I'm going to send them this link for this, and they're going to watch this, right? Because I always tell them everything, and I always keep them up to date on everything I say. And they're, because I may have answered something in this that may help, right?
maybe. Well,
Like I have no idea, right? That's the thing. Like it's best to have their social media team review everything. And that's what they do. I send them everything, or I tell them when I'm doing stuff, or I used to tell them when I'm doing interviews, and all that stuff.
We'll see. I think that's where I think this is at a crossroads, for in a sense. So, Anita saying some stuff, really kind of made me think about, okay, like what the hell, like meaning again, because that's just more information, how factual it all is. But I can't reasonably her talking about her time there and how she felt, what Malaya was doing, what Cindy was doing, what Wade was doing. That stuff makes sense to me. And I can't see why someone would really embellish too much about that stuff. The other stuff, the pimping stuff or talking about all this stuff.
Yeah, I don't know
Kind of
why
whatever,
she
different.
diverts down these roads where it's just like, all right, sure, Malaya and Cindy, and you have a personal connection with them, right? And Wade as well. But then you just dive into these weird, you're talking normal, and then it's just like you dive into these weird scenarios or weird and delusional ways of thinking, where it's like, oh, the audience might be getting bored, so I'm just going to spice it up by throwing this in there. And
Where whatever floats someone's drums on that.
yeah,
So
and that's the thing. It's validation seeking, and she just wants to be heard. She wants to be part of something bigger than herself. But this is not the way to do it. This is not the time or the place.
I was gonna say, probably the most enjoyment, like, and this is just my own personal thing, probably the most enjoyment I get out of even having to lower myself because I want to see what Anita had to say. It's just watching somebody put their tail between their legs as they're getting like, naughty boy, Oh, I'm so sorry for interrupting you again. Oh yeah, no, no,
Yeah,
no.
there's a weird dynamic that I see between
I
them
don't know.
two.
Well, they can have the
And
weird
it's like
dynamic though.
I hear him saying like, "Oh, I don't know what I would do with Anita. I had to do a live without Anita. Hopefully she comes back on." It's like, what is going on there? Like,
I don't know.
there's
All I know is that I find it so comical, as somebody's always trashing all of us and all the stuff and taking our content, and now he acts like
yeah,
he got a piece of the pie by Anita talk. You know what? Hey, if that's what floats Anita's boat, and that's the
I
personality that she like.
I think that's floating his boat too.
What? I just honestly, I sit there and I just cringe at some of the things that
Yeah.
I see saying them and stuff like that. And I don't know. I just,
Well, that one time I said it, like I felt lost without you, Anita. I was like,
yeah,
man, like what
there's,
is going on with you two?
I think it's probably just the whole arrogance is that pretty much everyone else is idiots. Like I'll just say, I want to say this though, because sorry, but I can tell a fucking bullshitter when I see one. He doesn't give two fucking shits about people whatsoever at all. He
Hmm.
wants to act like he's the top notch of dissecting people and the intentions. And, the timeline, yeah, is the main thing, right? And I know he starts preaching about that. But you know, for someone to sit there and keep basically has leached everyone's content until he got some of his own, and then bash everybody like he's the smartest one that knows anything, and doesn't want to lower his standards to listen
Hmm.
to what trashy shit Charmaine says or Sonny says. And then the stuff that he's been saying about Belinda, it's just
Yeah,
absolutely ridiculous. Anyways, meaning if you're going to sit there and talk, just talk about the case, but he
yeah,
always has to have these words in. But anyways, when she took over, like the first talk conversation, when
yeah,
like she wouldn't stop talking, and I mean, he couldn't get a word in edgewise
yeah.
type
And
of
telling
thing,
her to
right?
shut up. Like I
You
found
know,
that like what's going on here? Like
I was laughing my
even
ass off.
my mom listens to it and she finds it pretty amusing. She calls
Yeah.
he's pussy whipped
Well,
by Anita.
well, right, pussy whip, but did you like me? Your mom probably heard him though when she was like, so I mean, I never really listened to anything like I think a little bit of when Jamie was speaking on his channel. Um, Again, somebody that like to me, he's just a user totally about, I don't see this deep care level about people or really wanting.
Oh, he's using this tragedy to harvest as much views and money as possible. He's basically farming it for money, and
Well,
then he knows he can take advantage of this, and he's going to farm it as much as possible until you know
he's the best.
until the
Well,
money runs out, and then he's going to find the next best thing to harvest from.
yeah,
He's an extractor. That's what he is.
well, the thing that made me laugh is that so he was like he made a comment about something about, oh, I like, yeah, I kind of feel bad about, what I did with to Janie or whatever like that. I'm not sure what exactly happened there, but it's almost like getting someone to talk and then all he did was go off and basically, I don't know what he did, call her a liar and all this stuff. And
Yeah.
anyways, and then your mom ended up not speaking, I think, to him no more. Is what I believe. I don't know. I just kind of got the gist of it,
Hmm.
but it was kind of like, dude, you can sit there probably hoping that Janie's listening to you. And I hope she never talks to your fucking ass again, to be honest with you. Because that was just almost like taking something and then just railroading somebody with the
Yeah.
information to use it for selfish purposes. What he deems as doing it for the sake of Jack and Lily. He actually the dickhead, sorry, but he actually has the nerve. Like, when people like myself, right, are saying, like, please hit the like and share, whatever, for Jack and Lily, I actually truly mean that, right? But of course, he's always like, oh, and these people that are saying, hit the like and share, like, they don't really basically give a shit. They're just fake people. No deal. Dude, I'm as real as you can get when it comes to honesty and my heart. And it's fuckers like that guy who's so full of shit, so full of himself. And if that's Anita's type that she likes to be, that maybe she likes the domination of Mike, but all I know is it's like made me freaking laugh a lot.
I think there's an aspect to that because she puts him in his place. And when I see them bicker back and forth, telling each other to shut up,
I know,
or listen to me, I'm trying to tell you something. It's like,
I know
what's going on there. And
well, that's why I was like, two peas in a pod, perhaps, on this stuff. That he likes to be, like you said, like, oh yeah, spank me harder. And she's like, don't get me, I'll do it to you. Anyways, it's just weird.
That sounds like Susan, because Susan sent me a message before. I don't know if I should talk about this, but I'll say it anyway. Hidden in the fog, Susan sent me a message before asking me, what's your kinkiness level, Daniel? And I was like, what the fuck? Like, why would you even ask me that?
Oh.
Like, why would you? Like, this was out of the blue. This was just a random message.
Yeah.
And I was like, what? Like, and I still have the screenshot from that, so I can actually prove it, right? I'm not going to post it. I probably shouldn't even said that, but I found it very odd for someone to just say that out of the blue to me. But what do I know? I get weird messages all the time. Do I answer them? No. But
yeah, I
got weird messages from that Larry guy too. And it's just like, you can talk to me, we'll sign NDAs and like
non-disclosure agreement.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm not interested in that. I speak openly already. Like, I'm not hiding anything. Like, there's no reason for any of that. And he made some comments toward people that I didn't like. So, like, soon as you say things I don't like, it's just like there's a level of trust that's gone there.
Well, I get it, like, honestly, like, for today type of thing, like, I mean, God, people are gonna be like, so Danielle and Sunny like literally had this live that's long, and all the shit that Sunny said about Daniel and Daniel.
Did this break the record or no?
I think so. Now my thing is this, and like, meaning, if I had tried to talk to you originally near the start type of idea, just for you to basically come up on a live, just use your own words, not this popping in and out of chats, because it was totally getting ridiculous and out of hand, and it just causes more speculation, more drama, and it did, for sure, absolutely.
But I didn't know. I have to defend myself. I didn't know about the true crime community. I didn't know how to conduct myself in a situation such as this, because I have no role models to learn from. No one's been in the position I am, where I have the missing persons case, I have CPS, and then I have the other stuff on top of that. And it's such a unique situation. I have to try to do my best to work through it, right, and stay strong, because no one could stay strong for me, and no one's staying strong for Lily and Jack, other than what you guys do and the public does, and Belinda, right? I don't see Malaya and Cindy and Cheryl and Angeline and stuff coming out and speaking as openly as I do. And I wish somebody would. They're not doing it for me. They're doing it for Lily and Jack. They're not doing it for themselves. So what if you get attacked? Like, we all get attacked either way. Like, you might as well, spread the awareness for an extra pair of ears to hear it.
I was gonna say, did your mom, like, even though I knew what was going to happen, did your mom regret going into the Facebook groups? Because if you honestly think that it wasn't going to go the way it was going to go, because you've already learned by that, and that was like the worst thing to do.
But mom feels this need to try to help, just like I do, right? And I take that back too with it hasn't just been me and Belinda raising awareness. It's been mom too. And I should include mom in that, because mom went on national television. She went on CBC National.
She did.
And she did that long form interview. And I know it was sliced down so much that you never got a full grasp of all the emotions mom went through, like from, being frustrated. And, she
Right.
started out that interview. She's just like, Daniel, how are you so comfortable when you do interviews? And I said, like, that's just the way it is. You have no control over the external world, like I said before. And you just have to, I don't get nervous for anything. I don't fear anything. That's just the way I am. I openly talk. And, for some people, it is hard to stand in front of a camera, but
Yeah.
you're not doing it for
Another,
yourself. And mom learned that just from talking. She felt more comfortable by the end of it. And, mom said a lot that will never be aired,
that's
unfortunately.
correct.
Two
Well,
and a half, 2.5 hours.
well, I mean, she can congratulate herself though that it was probably about 8 minutes and a couple seconds more than what
Yeah.
Darren got.
Yeah.
Right.
Darren's they couldn't verify any of the facts that Darren
Yeah,
was saying.
I
And
know.
they didn't feel comfortable just putting that out.
No, but they did feel comfortable putting out the fact that he's saying that the RCMP are clowns.
Yeah. Yeah. They kind of did him dirty with that one,
They,
didn't
you
they?
know what? They absolutely did do him dirty on that one. I mean,
Yeah.
was
Yeah.
it was
Uh,
comical because I
yeah.
mean, like you said, you spend hours, talking.
Yeah.
The thing is that type of news reporting that's meant for more of the true crime stuff.
Yeah. I wonder if we actually got the full recording of that, what it would actually, depict in the
Yeah.
interview. But we can
Well,
only speculate on what he said, right? Because imagine Darren, freely talking for, hours on end. Imagine like the content that would be for some individuals on here.
oh fuck me, no, on there. But I was gonna say, but I know for a fact, this is fact. I know that Janie wakes up every day going, "Shit, I miss seeing Sunny." I know.
Yeah.
I'm just kidding.
Yeah. No.
I always remember that.
She wondered where you went for the longest time. She's just like, did Sunny get shut down? And I was like, no, her videos are still up. The channel's still active.
Yeah, it's just me taking a break from it all, and honestly, even today doing this live today, I was like, it was almost, I don't want to say it was stressing me, but it felt like so much energy, and so because I work in a job that entails negativity in a way, because it's always about people talking about complaints and this and that, and then to do true crime. And so in my real world is me joking around with my husband, joking around with people at work, stuff like that. So this stuff's all real heavy for me. I absolutely did not intend on being in true crime. I struggle with it a lot, but the only thing that ever keeps me in it is the fact that there's families out there that could only wish and pray that they could, get their voices to be heard if it's not by the news channels anymore, maybe cases that have gone on for longer and stuff like that, or to keep awareness. And so like it gave people a lot of home, like a space, kind of like a home, like Belinda, right? A home for her for people to find like they had a home that they could come talk about the case, that they could kind of put out their views and thoughts and stuff like that. But never in my wildest dreams from someone who does not like the thought of people getting hurt or anything, or I've literally saved flies and crap just so that the little spider that was trying to wheel it up, sorry dude, not today, you ain't getting that fly today, so to be in a space that it's the total opposite of how I live my life in a sense. So to have two negative type of feelings throughout and covering Jack and Lily's case so much. Yeah. And I wasn't feeling like there was much more I wanted to say. You're at a point where Daniel said really what more could Daniel say? In most ways, it's like, besides what he's already said, Malaya, she's not gonna she's not speaking anytime soon, did it hiding behind talking, having Cheryl and that speak out for her and stuff like that. And it was just, for me, I never intended for it to go to over 2 months. It's just, once I hadn't done a live for say about a week, I was actually just enjoying the no pressure or no, and just enjoying my life properly back with my husband, doing stuff, just chilling, watching other videos, a lot of true crime stuff. And my husband's like, okay, who got murdered today? Okay, because whenever he would come in the room, there's always some sort of true crime thing going on. But I kind of mix it up with like, like UK Idol or not UK Idol, but X
You
Factor.
mix it in with positive things where it's an
Oh yes.
uplifting thing. Yeah.
Yeah, like Just Nate is one of my favorite people to watch. He's it's kind of like how Mr. Beast is about trying to give back and stuff like that. So Just Nate is one of those ones that I love to watch him. He goes around his community, helps out the homeless, the people that have donated to the channel, like that's his life, is about doing good. So
The
those
same
ones,
thing with some of the channels I watch. This is epic.
this yes,
Um,
this
yeah,
is epic. Yeah,
I love those
love
channels
him
as
too.
well because you get to see like
Yeah,
the change in people's lives. They go from, you
yeah.
know, not having anything to having something, or just that smile. The smile, it's a positive thing, and it makes you smile. That's
Oh,
the main thing.
absolutely. Absolutely. Or tear up. There's a one that I've been watching lately. He's called like MD Motivator or MD Motivator. And he goes around, same thing, right? Impacting people in a really good way, gifting them with a vehicle
And the
or,
world needs more of that. And I
well,
don't think a lot of that stuff is pushed up in the algorithm. You see a lot of negative stuff. And like when I go online, it's just all about, the war in Iran, and you see all these negative
yeah,
things. It's good to see that stuff and keep up with world events, but it's
I didn't even
forced.
like to do
A
that.
lot of the negativity is forced by news organizations because, gets them more views. The negativity, people are drawn to negativity. There's something in the mind where it's wired to be drawn to tragedy or disaster.
For sure.
That's
I mean,
it's
I think honestly, that's why I watched 48 Hours. But it was always when I watched so I'd always question this because I don't like the thought of somebody hurting another person at all. But yet I'd watch shows. But by the same token, I'd also watch the psychic shows where they're talking about heaven and what's up there and blah 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 blah. But then I'd sit there and watch like 48 Hours and I'd be like, why wouldn't I watch this stuff? But it was always, I think, it's kind of like, again, when I watch 48 Hours, it's watching how they solve a case and the stuff
yeah,
that they
it's
do.
the thrill element that you enjoy with that. It's
Mm,
the thrill of, you know,
yeah.
um, because
So,
that's how the mind works. It's just drawn to negativity, but it's also drawn to thrill. I mean, that's just, because you get a dopamine spike from that because it's a thrill. It's stimulating to the mind.
I mean, that's just it. Cause like I said, it's, I was questioning myself, like, why do I watch this stuff?
Yeah.
It's like, because
Yeah,
I
I don't watch anything on true crime at all. The
no,
closest thing I watch on true crime is, you know, um, well, actually, I don't watch anything on true crime. Like, being on these lives, that's the closest thing to true crime for me.
yeah. Well, like I said, I made the mistake of clicking on the Delphi murders one day. Honestly, when I was 24 and I was living in Calgary, I was going to work and I was just tired of reading everything that was negative, bad about death. And it's about some wife that did something to her husband, some mother that threw a child over the Capilano Bridge, and stuff like that. So from pretty much age 24, 25 on, maybe 26, I literally eliminated anything because I used to read the paper all day long on the C train, we called it in Calgary, C train, read the newspaper, and it pained me to read these articles. So anyways, so up until 2020, and it was because I was watching freaking something on YouTube, and then that picture of Abby on the bridge, And about Delphi, I was like, don't click, don't click, don't click. And I clicked, right? Now, I ended up not covering that case until later because it's Suzanne Morphews. And again, happy Mother's Day to all the mothers out there for tomorrow or today. For a lot of you people that are Sunday now, I'm still 11/14, but it's like, the Suzanne Morphew case, it was like, how does a mother disappear on Mother's Day and miraculously the husband's over here, the children are off away camping, and yet the mother just somehow vanishes on Mother's Day.
Yeah.
And I could see looking at Suzanne Morphew, this beautiful aura, and Barry. I mean, I called that guy right from the start, to be honest with you. But it was just one of those things that, I just have kept it from till now. And so, yeah, having a break for a couple months has been actually nice, just to kind of put myself back in balance and check of my own life, because a lot of times I wasn't necessarily always doing the lives because I wanted to. Like when I was covering them every day, it was more for the people, like say, or, well, it was just really more for the people that really wanted information about Jack and Lily. So it was almost like I normally wouldn't usually put myself out as much as I did for Jack
Mhm.
and Lily, but I mean, the case is intriguing. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I know I got to get going here because I have to work, get up.
I
But
know I
Daniel,
have to get, it's 3:16 here.
yeah, oh, yeah, yeah. I
So
know it's crazy late for you, but now again, to everybody, okay, it's not gonna do Charmaine, myself, any good to sit there and not sit there and at least act decent when you're talking with somebody at all, right? And the thing was, is that that's what I didn't have a problem with. So that's what I was going to say, Daniel. Like, whether ever you were up on a live with me after the point that I was like, whatever, right? Right. So this was an unexpected, live today that Daniel has come up here, or even wanted to even sit on a live with me because, like, I'm not really Switzerland that way. I'm just kind of, I speak from my heart, say things from my heart. You came up here, and I had no intention of just trying to bag you and stuff like that. Again, we are adults here, and I can easily have a conversation with somebody. Doesn't mean I necessarily believe everything you're saying, or if Malaya was sitting up here and believe everything she was saying. It was just that if you wanted to talk, and I had some questions, and I was like, sure, and other people. But to be honest with you, Daniel, I don't know how much more, besides bringing awareness to Jack and Lily's case. I honestly don't know how much more you could possibly add to this timeline in a sense anymore, because we pretty much, between all the records and you talking and different things, can only go as far as we can, right? So it's kind of like some people
well,
are going to,
we're missing 33% of the people on the property, right? Malaya's never spoken out, so we're missing 33% of the information that we could have.
you know, for sure, absolutely, that, but it is what it is, you know. Uh, like I said, whether you talk or don't talk, regardless, at some point, this case will have answers to it. When will that be? No idea. It's been a year. Sebastian Rogers has been 2 years. No answers. We, it just, in my heart of heart, it pains me that there is no answers. Like there's no closure. There's no, just to move on to a next step for Jack and Lily and just know the answers. The unknowing, for me, for anyone, like I said, is the most incredible suffering that anyone has to go through that didn't have any involvement, with the disappearance of children. Doesn't matter what case I say that to, whether it's this one or another one. It's just the unbearable pain. So if, like I said, if you're saying, Sonny, I didn't do nothing, I know in my heart of hearts that I had nothing to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance, then I would say the same thing, is that pain to not be able to have answers. I
Yeah.
just would never want to wish
And
that
this is
on
my
anybody.
life. I live this case every day. Right. And,
Well,
I see that comment up on the screen. It says, stop giving advice, Daniel. You're an idiot.
oh, I
You
didn't
knew,
even, did I put that up there? I didn't even
yeah,
know I did.
that's what I see as the comment. It's like, I never asked anybody to ever accept my advice. And you could take everything I say with a grain of salt. It doesn't matter to me. I don't care about the judgment. I'm here to spread awareness for Lily and Jack, because I know that the only people that, will be me, my mother, and Belinda.
Yeah.
And I know me and Belinda don't see eye to eye on many things. And I said before, like, I support her guardianship. And, that's not to get back at Malaya. That's how I feel.
So
So,
just quickly on that one, because obviously I'm noticing a huge difference on you complimenting Belinda a lot recently, right?
yeah.
Whereas never before did you really sit there and give,
But I never openly attack Belinda. It's just that we don't see eye to eye. So there was no point in, um, having conversations, because the same conversations I would have with her, I would have with you, and I would have with, the public as well. It's like, I don't know anything on the disappearance. So I can't give any information that I wouldn't give to you or give to the public.
well, and that's where, in a sense, it's like I said, there's nothing further we can take this. You're saying what you're saying is the truth, right? Like at the end of the day, again, what RCMP knows is the only thing that's ever really truly going to make a difference to this case, or what information comes forward. Because again, right, like, meaning you can only take someone, like I said, with a grain of salt, or it really just depends on this, case, whatever, about, I just listen to things, and then I take that information, try to make sense of it. And then it does your head in, because again, so let's just hypothetically say, Daniel, that, you know basically, like, that you're just BSing, that you're just pulling basically living through the lies and stuff like that. But hey, Sonny, I'm being truthful here. So I'm just saying hypothetically, okay, on this one. The thing is that at the end of the day, is that gonna, if I sat there and said, Daniel, I know you're lying to me, tell me the truth, type of
Mhm.
idea. Like I said, I mean, honestly, do you think Daniel's gonna be like, well, Sonny, you're right. You know what? It was a rough night.
Yeah, I get messages all like that all the time. Just tell the truth. Just tell the truth. Stop lying. And,
Meaning,
you
if you tell
know,
your truth, then again, it's
yeah, like,
like,
I know I'm innocent, and I know my mother's innocent, but that's all I have to go on, because
how
my
is
mother's the same way I am. She's trying to pour her heart out, and we're trying to do the best we can to bring awareness. But it's just like, every time we talk, it's just, Daniel, you're lying. Daniel, Daniel, you're an awful person. Daniel, you're evil. Daniel, you're a monster. And, I get messages like that all the
those are
time.
probably some of the nicer words, eh?
Yeah, there's been,
In all
I report a lot of messages, just because, it's crazy how sick people's minds go. And I don't even know if they follow the case. They just talk because they can.
Well, Robin says, "Why do you have to repeat everything he said on Shores?" Well, he said a lot of other things. I mean, it's been a freaking 9-hour live here
Yeah.
as well. But the thing is, again, is like, what are you expecting? Are you expecting Daniel to come up on this live and go, you know what, Sonny, just going to confess everything to you?
Yeah.
You're right. I'm just BS.
And
Again,
if I was guilty, I would confess right to the RCMP and take
well,
accountability if I did anything. That's just the way I am. I take accountability for actions that I do. I will never take accountability for anything I've never done. Right?
I believe in taking
If I do
accountability.
something that's wrong, I'm going to take accountability for that. And over the last year, I've grown so much as a person that it pains me to see that when I openly know someone's lying, and they're lying,
Yeah, yeah, yeah,
it's a
yeah.
hard thing to swallow, right? To, you know, know that someone's
Yeah.
lying right to your face, or they're lying to someone else, and then you have the
Mhm.
screenshots to back that up, or you have evidence to back that up that they're lying, and then it makes you doubt that person completely.
Well, absolutely.
And I wish everybody would be more honest and speak out. And as you said, like I may not have anything to contribute to the case at this point, but I'm still going to raise awareness. I'm still going to, put Jack and Lily's name out there, because that's the right thing to do. I can't just sit around and not talk. That pained me for all those months when I I wanted to speak out so badly,
I was
but
just going to ask you about that actually quickly.
it was to the point where um, no one listened to me, and speculation ran wild. We had all these people crawling out of the woodwork. You know, and like Anita and all these other people, like their stories are just so over the top, where it goes from being a normal story where it seems believable to Daniel, you pimping out women, and
Yeah, that's
drugging women, and then filming them like, sexual acts, and it's that's crazy shit.
now Daniel, only because I heard this before. Did you at all feel like you avoided the investigators and family all day? I
No,
think that's a
no.
day outside disappearance.
I was always the first one to do all the um audio recordings with major crimes. I don't never avoided investigators at all. I tell them
I think it
everything
was the
that goes
first
on in
day.
my life.
Like,
What's that?
because I thought that you said on the first day that and
Investigators never came into the case till May 3rd.
no, so okay, so
With every missing persons case, major crimes always comes into the case, right? Because major crimes deals with murders, kidnapping, and any um, high tier level of crime. And so they always join in on missing persons case. They didn't join in on the first day. This is just speculation, but they don't join in on the first day because, usually with missing persons case, the children or adult that's missing is found within the first 24 hours. And they came in on May 3rd. And I don't know the reason why investigators were, swapped out. I don't have a definitive reason for that.
oh, okay,
But what I gained from the situation is the other guys got promotions or got moved to different um
sections, whatever. Yeah,
or different
areas.
precincts, or where I think
Yeah.
you would call it.
Yeah.
There are different areas. But like I liked all the investigators equally. I've gotten to know them on a personal level, and they're really good people. I have nothing bad to say
Mm-hmm.
about them, because they know everything about me. They literally know everything about me, and so they know if I was to tell a lie, they would know. They would know from the way I act, or if I change the way I act. They've watched me grow over the last year, and um and hopefully they're somewhat proud of me for being so open and being so honest. And because I was honest with everything. They asked me the very first time I ever met them, one of the first things they said is, "Daniel, did you ever do drugs?" And I'm very open with that. Just like and it's hard to be open about something you're ashamed of, but I still do it anyway.
Yeah, and I guess that's why I feel like your story fluctuated with that about the drugs. Like, I personally didn't care. I think that the only thing that
Yeah, but it's hard for me to be open about that, Sonny, because
yeah,
like
well,
my
I
kids are
get
going
it.
to see this one day, and then because the internet's forever.
Yeah, it's not like I
And
don't
they're going
get
to see that, dad struggled with many aspects of his life, but he overcame those aspects, and he talks about it. And he's ashamed of, being a drug addict at one time, and, and struggling with substance abuse disorder. but he turned his life around. And it was hard for me to get that distinction through my mind that, my kids are gonna, they're gonna be, proud of me that they seen like I was open and honest, and I told the world how I felt. Because that's, something that they're gonna see. And, we're gonna have this conversation one day.
Yeah.
And I want it to be fully clear and out in the open that,
Wow.
I did everything that I could. And it's never going to be perfect. They're always going to have that, lingering, thing like, dad did drugs, but, he changed his life. He changed it for the better.
Well, I was going to say.
And, he spoke out for Jack and Lily when no one would. Dad did that
before.
Yeah.
Now, 1 second. I got to say something to Debbie Shepherd. Debbie Shepherd, Daniel, call me. I won't be as nice to you as Sonny. And how far is that going to get you? It's about still being respectful.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember like I remember having a guy that was very controversial in the Delphi case. And the thing was, it's just like at the end of the day, are you going to get very far, because what more information do you think, I'm just saying this hypothetical, to Debbie, but or anybody else, what more information do you honestly believe that you're going to get out of Daniel that really Daniel hasn't said,
Or the investigators hasn't questioned me on?
Meaning,
Because I've been questioned many times. I've sat in it almost feels normal for me. It's a sad thing to say, but it feels normal for me to be questioned at this point. And I take it as a normal aspect of who I am.
Well, I'm sure you're not going to sit on a live if I said, Daniel, okay, you piece of shit. You know what? Just tell me exactly, shut the fuck up. And I'll be like, Mike there, just shut the fuck up. Let me talk. But do you know what I mean? Like, but in all fairness, like who's going to get anywhere? So you can, people.
Yeah, you're gonna create a defensive barrier, or they're gonna have their guard up, and you're never gonna get them to open up the way they should open up. But I've always been open. As time goes on, I don't really know how much more open I can be at this point, because I'm desensitized to judgment completely. I don't care what people think of me. I don't care when I'm
that's a good quality
out in the public, and people see me. A lot of people, I get the aspect of their perspective that they're scared of me in some kind of way, and I'm not a scary person. But people still think that, and that was one of the big things. I'll touch back on this with shenanigans. She's like, "Oh, I need Bradley as a bodyguard when I go to Lansdowne." It's just like, there's no one here that's going to hurt you or or cause you any harm. I'm not like that. And I hope that the true crime community feels that. And because come tomorrow, that I'm going to be bashed for everything I said tonight, and you're going to be bashed, and Anita's going to have something to say.
Legit don't care.
But yeah, I don't care either. That's just that's just the way it is. And I've come to grips with that this is my life, and I'm still going to continue to live it the best I can.
Yeah. Well, I mean, I was going to say, I really don't feel, like I said, that like there's no secret information that I don't think anyone, like, even if you did, let's just say, like I said, even if you did, are you really going to try to out yourself, with information at all, if you had something to do with the disappearance of Jack and Lily? Like, just meaning like that would be ridiculous to think that someone's going to come on alive and be like, you know what? Yes, I did have something to do with Jack and Lily, or Sonny, I'm going to confess to you first. And it's ridiculous. So to me, I'm at a point where we already know the timeline as best as we can know it, because the only information we have is what you've put out there, what we know from documents or digital, from when the documents came out. And that's the best we can get to, is that point, to be honest with you. Right. So I don't, honestly, like I said, I don't feel maybe there's some underlying question that somebody still has out there for Daniel, but for me, I'm pretty much satisfied where meaning I'm not satisfied because obviously I want answers for Jack
Yeah,
and
we
Lily.
all want answers. Yeah.
But I also know from following case to case that even in Sebastian's, you get to a point where you start looking at all the information and you try to make sense of the time, what time the children could have disappeared, and then you come to as basically a stalemate. There's no more information to get that we could possibly get. And I know that there's no more information really, like maybe a little bit, just
Mhm.
maybe clearing the air on some things, in a sense, like, right, or inconsistencies. So yeah, but other than that, I don't
But
think that
the
there's,
thing is, Sonny, I'm always open to talking about any consistencies that may have popped up, right? I'm always willing to be questioned on that.
yeah,
And and I will do my best to recall anything that comes up, right? Any question I have, I'll do my best to answer it. And if I can't answer it, I'm going to say that I can't recall it. I'm not going to make anything up to please the public or make anything up to please you or any YouTubers or anyone in general. It's
you know, well,
I'm doing the best I can to recall everything from over a year ago.
yeah, I mean, even with me
And
too,
every day that passes, it doesn't get easier at this point. It got easier as the months went on because I tried to recall everything as my stress levels decreased. And, I talked to investigators more and more and more. And I tried to recall everything I could. But after time goes on, it's your brain has a way of deleting things that it doesn't need, right? It can't store everything. I wish it could, but every time when you go to sleep, your brain wipes every memory that it doesn't see as being useful because
you know,
the human brain can't recall everything.
I was
It
gonna
just
say,
it doesn't work like that. I wish it did, and I wish it would.
mind you, by kind of joking, but not. But in the documents, you couldn't remember freaking your Wednesday from your Thursday. I remember.
Yeah,
You remember that?
yeah,
Like in the documents, and I'm in my head, I'm like, how does somebody not remember what they did? Like within a couple days of the children's
yeah.
disappearance. So I mean, but then again, we had Patty's version of you sitting in a vehicle the whole time, and she said it was a couple weeks ago. And so again, it's just taking what's said, you know um taking the best information out of the information to try to understand what happened to Jack and Lily. But anyways, Daniel, yeah, I got to get up in like 4.5 hours myself, dude.
Yeah, I'm gonna try to sleep in, I think, long as
Yeah,
possible.
you go ahead and sleep in. I know I'm not
Yeah.
doing that, but hopefully when I get home after that. But I
All
do
right, Sunny, I
appreciate.
want to I do want to say one thing. I want to thank you for um, giving me the opportunity to come on and speak for this amount of time because most people don't um, do lives this long, and most
Oh,
people don't have questions that are already ready to go. Like Charmaine's very good at that as well. Like, and yeah, I think you guys run, you know, um, a pretty tight, podcast or lives, right? You already had questions ready to go, and when you don't have questions ready to go, you either think of some or you turn to your comment section.
yeah, I
So
I was gonna say I can talk up a storm if I want to all day long.
yeah,
I'd like meaning my lives, Daniel, regardless. They're YOLO lives. I mean, there's certain things that sometimes I'll play, but I just like everything to be authentic. When I do lives, and just like when people come on the live, I don't want to like overly talk to somebody before they come on the live. I want to hear it as the audience is hearing it myself. So I'm one of those ones that I don't need to be prepared in order to do a
and
live,
that's exactly what I gave you because
you know.
I literally just came into the live stream and said, I'll go up and talk.
I mean, which I
And
want to say I appreciate back, you know, uh, for any of the people out there that are sitting there going, "Oh, you're not buying your shit, are you, Sunny?" and all that stuff. Again, this is just a matter of having a conversation. You guys all just like Malaya. Everyone wants to, hear words or ask questions and stuff like that. And so, again, we would be fools if Daniel just came up and he went underneath the attack. You know, I'm not that way to sit there and do that to a guest on the show, right? And sit there and try to make them look like an idiot or a fool or bash them and stuff like that. You know, a guest is a guest no matter who it is, what you think, what I think about it. It's about being respectful. So again, Daniel, whether I get bashed, you get bashed, don't really give two flying fucks about that
No.
part of it. Again, because it's really, if someone felt like they gained anything out of you talking today or on Charmaine's, then so be it. If they gathered nothing out of it and just said, okay, well, you know, he's a liar and stuff like that, okay, fine, absolutely, you know. But it's when people take me for like this idiot, or that's how I feel. Not that they're meaning it that way, but it's like an idiot going, you know, like, oh yeah, you know, Sonny's now worshiping the ground Daniel walks on and
Yeah.
stuff like that.
Yeah.
No, I'm listening to what you're saying. I
Mm-hmm.
still will think about Jack and Lily's case, and whatever my own thoughts are just that. They're my own thoughts. The only people that are really going to give us the truest answers is when RCMP comes to us with what happened to Jack and Lily, you
Yeah.
know, type of
And
thing.
until that day comes, what I'll always do is hold out hope. I'll never lose hope for a second. And I've been saying that since the start.
Hmm.
If I'll always think positive, because, you know, if you think the negative, especially with a case like this, that just it just doesn't sit right with me to do that.
Are you working right now still or no?
I have my fingers. I go back to work soon. It's just that I have to
Okay, so
um
you're still
I
okay.
had to stay off for a month because my tendons, they're sliced in my middle finger,
Oh, okay.
and
Oh, right. That's what
so
I was like. I got 23 stitches in this thumb, dude, from taking it off on a freaking tomato slicer when I was like
mhm,
6, 17 years old. Freaking
mhm.
on there and fucking hurt. They fucking, it's not gonna hurt. They jab it right into your. Anyways, yeah. So obviously, you know, I mean, I heard you mention that, but I wasn't exactly sure when that had happened. I don't
Yeah,
know.
and then I have to keep this stint on my middle finger for 8 weeks. I can't let my middle finger go bent at all, because then the scar tissue will connect to the bone correctly, and then my finger will be permanently bent. So right now they're just trying to salvage it to keep it straight. I may be not ever able to bend my middle finger at the very end, but at least it will be straight.
Yeah. Well, I was gonna say, um, sucks. But you really are a cat with like 9 lives, like
Yeah,
different
yeah,
things.
I
I mean,
know, and I've
ha-
had so many
have you been
traumatic.
accident prone, like in general? Are
Yeah,
you
I've
an
been
accident
fairly
prone?
accident prone, but I've
Yeah.
always found a way to live through every struggle that the world has ever thrown at me. And sometimes I think to myself, you know, God's making me struggle for a reason, and to become the best version of myself, maybe I have to go through some of the most terrible things in life that I never wanted to go through. And my loved ones had to go through terrible things as well. And just
Yeah.
for me to, you know, um, get the most out of life and become the best person I can.
Well,
And a lot of people are going to say, like, Daniel's just saying that shit, but I mean, that's like, I have like
vodka.
this weird feeling that that I was supposed to struggle, because that's what most of my life has been, is just struggle. And I've always found a way to overcome my struggle, but then a larger struggle always makes its way into my life.
What's that saying that
And
God wouldn't put stuff on the plate that He didn't figure you could handle?
yeah,
Something like that. I don't know. I'm
yeah.
not.
And the very first person to ever say that to me was Jordan. Jordan said that to me.
Yeah.
He said, God never
Puts on a yeah
gives a man more than what he can handle,
handle
or
type
gives
of
the
vibe. Yeah.
man more struggle than what he can handle. And eventually, even as where I am now in life, like, I have no fear of anything. I don't care what people think. I don't. I The only thing that bothers me is, or the only fear I have, is not being there for my children. like when I get to see them grow up, right?
Right.
And that's my biggest thing, and that's why I push through all the struggles that I have and all the struggles that I will have in life.
Mhm.
And the last year has been serious struggle that
Well, I mean,
that's been unforeseen.
I mean, and I do get that, obviously, right? Again, if we take away um feelings of the case, about what our, say, uh theories are and stuff like that, and take all that stuff out of it, you know, honestly, anyone in this situation, regardless, under normal circumstances, in a sense, I'd be like, absolutely can understand that. Regardless, is that I think that people do forget that, you know, there's no proof that you had anything to do with Jack and Lily's disappearance, regardless. And that at the end of the day, is that your life, other people's lives, they've been flipped up in a whole new dimension that you've never seen before, up until, this case has come along, for Jack and Lily. I couldn't even put myself or want to put myself in your shoes. Because I would never want to have to be in this type of situation. I wouldn't want to have people staring at me up and down as I'm walking through, town, or be the talk of the town, and stuff like that. Like, I'm sure, some people would crumble, but at the end of the day, like, I'm a pretty strong personality that way, but still, even I don't know how that if I was in the situation where you got people freaking hovering, drive bying your place,
Yeah.
like, just all the different aspects of it. I can only imagine just, geez, just honestly, how much that would be, just mentally, physically, everything on that stuff,
Yeah.
But anyways, you guys, Daniel, give your mother my love, of course.
Yeah, she's definitely going to be watching this, so she'll understand.
You wait and see the way Sunny looked at me when she said the apple doesn't fall far from.
Yeah, yeah. Oh, mom doesn't forget. She has pretty good memory.
I think that was probably taken, though. Probably, like, meaning when I say that apple doesn't fall far from the tree, it's like, in saying that, it's really like like father like daughter, like father like son type of thing. Like, my own son is so much like his father. He not only does he look like his father, he's, so to me, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree.
Yeah.
I would say the same thing to my own son, right? So, meaning, if children are a product of their environment, it's that simple. Sometimes you take on the traits more of, say, a mother or the father and stuff like that. So, and I don't know your dad worth shit, but I would say that you and your mother are more similar in a sense, even if you're at odds. But Justin kind of strikes me as the more quieter one. And I don't know if that's to be said about your dad, because I mean, he has put out a few little rants here and there, on Facebook now and again. But would you consider Justin and your dad more similar in their?
Yeah, we could say that, but I mean, we're all stubborn in some kind of way.
Oh,
That's that's just the way it is, and that's maybe it comes from the way, product of our environment or the way we grew up, but we don't take shit from anyone, and that's and that's why you seen me at the start fight back so hard, because I'm innocent, but I don't take criticism well, especially when you haven't done anything, and then people are calling you the worst names in the book, and you want to defend yourself, but you just don't know how, because the internet is such a place of and I don't have any role models in my situation. I don't have anyone to help me get through these tough times, and I have to do it on my own. I mean, I have mom, I have my brother, I have
you got a lot of fucking family in that small little area, mister.
Yeah, pretty. Yeah, well, my family grew up here.
Yeah.
And where my uncle lives, that's the family home.
Okay.
So yeah,
Like, so that's the family home, meaning like that's where your dad lived originally?
that's where my mother. That's where my mother. You know, that's the
Oh,
family
okay.
house of my mother,
Oh, okay,
and
right.
you
It
know
says your mother.
that's where they
Sorry,
grew up.
that's your mother's
Yeah,
house.
I have a extremely large family.
Yeah, yeah, and they're all kind of within that little block area.
Yeah,
Well, I should say, yeah, you don't know that at the start, but then as time comes on, it's like, oh, here's a Mackenzie, here's a Martell, you know,
yeah. So
and but that's
that's just
because we end up knowing more
yeah.
about your side than more so about Malaya's side and
Yeah,
stuff like
because
that.
I mean, I understand that, you know, they don't want to speak out, but it's just something that you have to do. It doesn't, it doesn't, like, your feelings don't matter. It's the,
Uh,
it's for Jack and Lily. Put your feelings aside. Put how people are going to perceive you aside.
well, that's
Because,
how I see it because it's about Jack and Lily.
yeah,
So, when it comes to kids again, it's like, you know, they have my heart through and through. They're innocent. They deserve so much out of life, and so I hate anything to do with children, because again, looking at their beautiful little faces, um, and then one minute they're there, next minute they're not, and it's hard to look at children, and you're just like, you
yeah.
know,
It's even more tough when you wake up every day and they're there, right? and
yeah.
then and then one day they're not, and then my kids are always here, and then one minute they're not,
They're not. Yeah.
and then you're sitting in a room where you have to be supervised with your own child, even though you already raised children, because I have so many allegations against me
Oh, hey, Duff.
that
Oh,
that
you need Duff.
that's
Yeah. No, no, I get it. Okay, so
I
Duff,
know, yeah,
no,
I
no,
know
no,
it's
no.
been a
No,
long night, I know.
Danielle, seriously, I could do an all-nighter if I, could. I because like I said, things just naturally I can just talk. I don't need like some format in front of my face, but I just
Mhm.
happened to see that Daff was in the case. But anyways, Daniel, um, thank you very much. Simple as that. Appreciate that. Again, you guys, obviously Daniel came out. Jack and Lily's anniversary was on Charmaine's, was on it a couple times there. And I guess it will just be a little bit fun tomorrow to see who dissects what from all this.
Yeah,
Someone gonna call Sunny just a two, like a
yeah.
or what?
Well, there's people that say I talk to Charmaine every day, and
Yeah.
there's very few people I talk to every day. So
Well, I was gonna say, with this case, I mean, it is what it is. Um, and through it all, like I said, for this channel, just want to do it from the sincerity of my heart, as always, and just bring. Hopefully, one day we know what happened to Jack and Lily and find answers. But anyways, you go have a good night.
yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, Sunny. Have a great night as well.
Yeah, you too. And so appreciate that, Daniel. And for you guys, for the rest of you guys, thank you guys so much for being here. Wow. 9 hours and 30. Do you need, wait, do you actually know how to leave, or do you need me to boot you?
No, yeah, you just boot me.
Oh,
I'm used to getting kicked out. This doesn't change anything.
well, sometimes people just like, well, how do I leave? But I think you know how to click off or whatever
Yeah, I'll click
and
off.
stuff like that. But I'll let you kick your own self out then. So for everybody else that was here, again, thank you. I just never expected. It's my second longest live. Okay, first one was with Adam. It was like 13 hours, and that was with Delphi case. So this is a second longest live, I suppose, for this. But anyways, you guys, um, appreciate you guys being here. It's been over a couple months since our last did a live. Appreciate everyone that was in chat, and sorry if there was questions, a ton of questions. I'm not that good. If there's somebody else that's multitasking and stuff like that, Charmaine did offer, that she could highlight some questions along the way and stuff like that. But I was just like, no, I'll just do myself, answer them as I see them and come. And if people get pissy, what am I going to do about that? Can't please everybody all the time, but take it for whatever you want, what this was worth to you. Bash me, trash me, do not care on this one. I'm grateful that Daniel, offered to come up and talk. I mean, when Charmaine was talking with Daniel, even like to Charmaine, you know, no judgment at all whatsoever, right? It's kind of one of those things. For a long time, there were some questions in myself that I was wanting to ask Daniel, but I was going to say to Daniel before, it's like, or I think I ended up saying it, but it's kind of one of those things as I got past a point of, if nobody wanted to talk to me and stuff like that, doesn't matter. I was covering the case for Jack and Lily and stuff like that. Belinda knows she has a home here. Haley knows she can come up. Anyone knows if they want, they can come up. Probably Derwood, I'd probably have to decline you if you tried to come up again. Enough of that drama shit. But yeah, so thank you guys for all your love and support. I'll say that for sure. I do want to just quickly touch on this. Thank you, Cher. Rhonda. Like I said, it's been a minute. Miss you guys. A new member, Hamitude. I think and Baby Monkey. Just want to show appreciation, okay? Oops, who do you got, Lex? Annabella Rama. Yes, wait, what you heard. So he already did answer that. Susan. And then we answered this one for you as well. Anyways, you guys, not sure when I'm going to do my Lex Live, but prayers for Jack and Lily and answers. Not sure. I probably have to scroll down. Oh my goodness. There was seeing there was Hunter True Crime. Justin was in the house. Ninchi. Holy shit. Keep scrolling down and down and down and down. And it's I don't know how many messages were I was probably way up here in messages. And it's a whole nother mile down and I'm still scrolling. But anyways, you guys, I'm going to get off. Happy Mother's Day to all you beautiful people out there that are mothers. And yeah, I always seem to have to work on Mother's Day. It always falls on a Sunday. But anyways, biggest hugs to you guys all. Okay. Thank you. Thank you guys all for being here. Okay, so I think I'm just gonna not play an extra out or anything like that. Just simply going to end the live. I'm tired. It's 11:57. I got to be up in 4.5 hours. Okay. Good night, guys. I guess if I was gonna do a live, for a first one after over 2 months, freaking 9 hours later, that's crazy. But anyways, good night, guys. End stream. Prayers for Jack and